The Red Wings' post-7-game win streak Blues continues as they suffer their third consecutive loss, their fourth in their last 5 games. It was a 2-1 overtime loss last night that did give them a single point. Ben Sherratt, last night's lone Wings goal scorer, as it marked the third straight game where Detroit has only put up 1 goal on the night. Meanwhile, the Pistons with a chance to advance from 7th to 6th in the Eastern Conference as they play Trae Young and the Hawks in Atlanta tonight. Pistons at 22-21 on the season. Look to drop Atlanta to that exact same record with a loss. I'll have your pregame here on 97.1 The Ticket, beginning at 7:05. Following Ben Johnson signing with the Chicago Bears earlier this week to take over that organization's head coaching duties, reports indicate it is highly likely Aaron Glenn will be accepting the same responsibilities with the New York Jets. And following the hire, Ben Johnson will be addressing the Chicago media later today. Also within the NFC North coaching news, Kevin O'Connell agrees to a multi-year contract extension as head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. And finally, Ichiro Suzuki will be headlining this year's MLB Hall of Fame class, just 1 vote shy of a unanimous decision. CeCe Sabathia and Billy Wagner will also be receiving those honors. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a cold and dark Wednesday.
Bitterly cold.
It was minus 8 degrees when I left my house this morning. At least that's what the truck read.
I'm a little confused. I always thought that hell would freeze over if the Lions won a Super Bowl. And this is a cruel joke because they're not going to win the Super Bowl, and we still have to deal with this.
Well, pigs/hogs were flying. Are flying.
Yes, John. Yes. You said negative, was it negative?
-8.
Oh, it's -1 in my car. But
Ooh, -9. I beat you all.
Most adversity from you, yeah.
It's cold. That's all the best. So please be safe and be aware that if you're going to be outside right now, cover up the skin as much as you possibly can so you don't have to worry about frostbite. It'll happen quick.
What was your thing in the news yesterday? Like 30 minutes?
Oh, under 30 minutes, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it's you can have some fun with it too, though. And Heather, you could have more fun with this than obviously Jim or I. Have you seen some of the Instagram? Yeah, some of the Instagram videos where a lot of the ladies are coming out after having showered. Obviously, they get dressed, and their hair is still wet. Longer hair, it stays wet, and then they put their head so it's pointed down, and then it freezes, and then they come up and their hair is all over the place. Yes. Yes. I think those are amazing.
I've seen it.
Yes. Jim,
I'm not going to participate,
really,
but I've seen it.
It doesn't really work for us.
No. I was going to say, it's not going to get much of that effect.
Yeah.
So, bundle up. Stay warm as best you can today. This is not supposed to last, though.
Oh, no, there's going to be a warm-up. By the weekend, it's going to be 30.
Oh,
so we're good.
Shorts and a T-shirt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shorts weather.
There you go. A lot of Lions on the docket today. The update on just how many assistant coaches may be leaving. We'll get to that. Ben Johnson's sound from Hallis Hall in Chicago. And a talk about the Super Bowl window. Dan Campbell addressed it this week. We'll address it later this hour. John, briefly. Very dull hockey game last night for the Red Wings. They lost again.
1 goal?
Yeah, 1 goal in each of the last 3 games. They've lost 4 of 5 now. Starting to trend the wrong way now. Where are we at with this team?
Well, that's where, it's Todd McClellan. All right, let's see what type of impact you can have on this team when not only is there a loss, but now there's a streak. And the streak is going the wrong direction. What does he do? How does he motivate these guys to stop the streak? And it's not like, before under Lalonde, it would be an 11-shot appearance. It's not like they're not getting shots. They're just not getting the shots they need, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I thought they were the better team the second half of that game last night. The problem is the Flyers are one of these teams. They're coached by John Tortorella, and they play this try-hard hockey. They block a lot of shots. They muck it up. It's kind of low-event hockey, and you're just kind of playing in the neutral zone. And then they had a chance in overtime, and they didn't get enough quality chances in OT. They had a 3-on-2, and they didn't even get a shot off. And you have to at least put the puck on the net and try to get a rebound and try to get a mismatch. You get the loser point, I think, is the only saving grace. They pick up a point, but they got to start winning some hockey games here because
this is where they started to make their run last year.
Yeah.
There was, a 6-game run that they had last year at about, mid to end of January that got them back into the playoff race, actually got them above the cut line, and then we know in March it completely fell apart. But they're 5 points back of the cut line. This is where they really need to start making a legitimate run if this team has a hope of making the playoffs, because there's a whole bunch of teams that are just bunched up. 52 right now with both Ottawa and Montreal. Boston's right there with 52, but there's 4 teams in between. So it's not like the Red Wings are the only team scratching and clawing to get to that cut line. You got Pittsburgh, who they just lost to. Philly, who they just lost to. Pittsburgh's there. The Rangers are there. The Jackets are there. It's jumbled up, and at some point, somebody's going to separate.
8-4 since McClellan took over, still positive, but you're really starting to hit a little bit of a reality check here.
It was such a deep hole that they had to dig out of.
Yeah, and the power play's been awesome. I think since Christmas they've been the number 1 power play in hockey. They didn't get a chance yesterday.
Right.
And they were truly put in 5-on-5 situations where you're going to find out if you're good enough or not, and they weren't good enough last night. And I think this stretch now 8-4. You gotta keep finding a way to win. They'll be back at home on Thursday against Montreal.
Right. So there was a 4-game road trip, and they won that first game against Florida. Everybody's okay. All right. It's a response to the loss to San Jose. It was on the road against a good team. Yeah. Now they're going to get 3 at home: Montreal, Tampa, LA. And I know you're going to be there Thursday night, so it is a chance to come home and respond.
Have to. By the way, I saw the stat that they never win in Philadelphia. It's like 2-18-3. Their last however many games that adds up to. They just never win at Wells Fargo. They never win in Philadelphia.
Yeah. What's that show that used to be on TV? Was it Always Sunny in Philly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not quite that way.
Always rainy.
Yes.
When the Wings go to Philadelphia.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. If you got thoughts on the Red Wings, we're going to just start with them for a couple minutes here, and then it's all Lions the rest of the way.
What do they have to do to get out of this slump?
Yeah, I wonder if they tinker with the lines. I mean, I know that's kind of the go-to is you throw the lines in a blender. Lalone probably did it too often. You got to be careful because you do need to build some consistency. I think the top line looked good. Casper with Larkin and Raymond. I've liked that line together. Elmer Soderblom made his season debut in the National Hockey League after going 2 years almost without playing. He was on the 4th line. I thought he looked the part. Do you try to bump him up on maybe a 3rd line? I wonder, they've been playing Kane and DeBrincat together with Kopp in the middle. Do they swap out Kopp for Comfort? Do they try to generate a little more with that line 5-on-5? Because when the goal scoring perked up, they started winning all these games. And right now they're in a rut where they're just not scoring enough right now.
Right. I mean, so you look at, when they were winning, all right, 4, 5, 6, another 5 against Florida. That was on the road.
Yeah.
And obviously the last 3 games, you mentioned it, 3 goals in 3 games.
Yeah, the Panther game, though, a little misleading. A lot of power play goals. I think 3 of the 5 were power play goals, and they've been so good, but you have to be better 5-on-5 because you're not always going to get 3 or 4 power plays in a game. Sometimes it'll be a game like last night where you're going to have to fight and muscle your way for good positioning and puck possession and putting shots on net. So 5-on-5, they've got to be better, and I wonder if that's an area that you can tinker with the lines.
Well, I think you're spot on because what was the thing about we kept talking about when Lalone was here, right? They just can't play 5-on-5 hockey. No. And so if that's the case, that's where McClellan is really going to have to show his worth is how do you get these guys to be better at that? All right, you've got the power play. Feels like it might be, at least you have some answers. I'm not going to say solved, but you got some answers. What are you going to do 5-on-5?
Ticket texters reacting to both the weather and the Red Wings. The first one says, I swear every time the car flags are mentioned, the Red Wings start going the wrong direction.
Did you ever put it up, though?
No.
So, okay.
Absolved.
Absolved. We could talk about it all you want. You didn't put the sunglasses on. You didn't put the necklace on. You didn't put the car flag up.
They didn't. Yeah, exactly. And this one says, it's currently -9 in Holly. I'm supposed to be working on pole lights outside today.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe push that back a day or two.
Yes, well, sometimes you can't.
I know.
Yeah. And,
how do you possibly bundle up enough to be outside in this weather?
You can get electric socks. I've been skiing in negative 15 negative.
You can get electric about anything now.
Yeah, and they really do make a huge difference. Base
gotta make sure you
layers,
got enough
mid
batteries.
layers, good coat.
This is where you own the Carhartt.
Yeah.
It works. I worked outside like in years ago in college in this kind of weather, and I had Carhartt, and it kept me warm.
Yeah.
You got to layer up a little bit, but the Carhartt works.
And I mean,
Ski mask. You can't have the exposed skin. I mean, as best you can.
No, you got to try and cover up as much as possible. But it's, I mean, when I used to ice fish all the time, there were times where, we'd be in a shanty. Other times we'd be out. And you find ways to get the job done.
Heat packs, like hand warmers, feet warmers. They make all kinds of stuff, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you literally can get a heated piece of clothing in anything. Gloves,
Yes.
socks,
Full
vest.
vests.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if you got to work outside today, like 6, 7, 8 hours.
You're not.
Well, you just have to take breaks, right? It's you could be outside for half hour, 45 minutes, and then you warm up in the truck for 10 or 15. Then you go back to what you're doing. You're not going to get as much done, but you like I said, you find a way. Sometimes you don't have an option.
I was going to say, got to pay the bills.
Yeah.
That's a job. 248-539-9797. All right, we have an update on the Lions coaching situation here. You know Ben Johnson's the Bears head coach. What about Aaron Glenn? And what about the assistants? A lot of rumors about where guys may be going. We'll fill you in next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that's going to specialize in the resolution of all types of tax problems. When dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. You need somebody familiar with it and experienced, and that's Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes. You need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Wings lose an OT. Ken Cal's call. Wings have lost 4 of 5 after a 7-game win streak.
Did you see the aerial shot, too? You're like, it's sitting on the line. I know. Somebody, please scoop it out.
You get the 1 point. There's your silver lining. Ticket texters, we were talking about the weather briefly, how cold it is.
Yeah.
Candy-ass morning crew telling us how to deal with -7 degrees. I love it. Hey, if you guys have a solution to deal with the cold, let us know on the ticket text, because it is brutally cold. And if you got to work outdoors,
how are we candy-ass?
Well, we get to sit in a heated studio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Are you taking offense that someone would insinuate that you, John Jansen, was candy
No,
ass?
I'm trying to figure out, okay, I mean, it's not like we're sitting here saying we were, okay, whatever.
Anyway.
Yeah.
If you're outdoors today, we're thinking of you. And if you have
Say
solutions.
Say it to my face!
If you have solutions you want to pass along to people, send them in on the ticket text. Okay, for the Lions, John, Ben Johnson's gone. We expect Aaron Glenn to be gone as well. Within that, there are assistants that could be leaving as well. Let's just give people the latest on what the rumor mill is saying. Hank Fraley is interviewed not once but twice with the Seattle Seahawks.
For the OC job.
Yes. And there's also this belief that Ben Johnson may want to take Hank Fraley with him to Chicago. No official word there, but that's something to consider. Aaron Glenn, if he leaves, when he leaves, is going to take some coaches, we would assume. I've seen Mark Brunell would be a name he would try to poach, maybe as an OC. Would Kelvin Shepard come with him to be a defensive coordinator if he's not the DC in Detroit? Terrell Williams could be the defensive coordinator with the New England Patriots, reuniting with Mike Vrabel. Did I miss anybody? That's quite a few names.
It is. And obviously other, assistants that we haven't made could leave with Glenn, or Ben Johnson could stay. And so there's a few things I'm sure that they are considering. One of them is going to be for Hank Fraley. Let's just take him for example. If he goes to Seattle, say they offer him that OC job, it's a bump in pay, it's a bump in title. Everybody wants to keep moving up. They want the promotion. But the stability probably won't be what it is in Detroit. Same thing with if Ben Johnson says, hey, want you to come to Chicago with me, he's going to have to sweeten the pot. Is it, even though Ben is probably going to be the one calling the plays, by title, is he going to be the OC/O-line coach, run game coordinator, all of those different things? Ultimately, is it a bump in pay? How many years? All of those things will be considered, because if you stay in Detroit, you've been here for some time, and maybe you don't want to get stagnant, you don't want to get stale, you don't want to get pinned as just this guy, typecast, so to speak. But Dan's going to be loyal to the guys that he brought with him. If you're doing a good job, you're not at risk of losing your job. Dan, as of now, is fairly secure, and so you might be giving up some security because you go with a new head coach. Not every head coach is going to hit. We think Ben Johnson's going to be good. We have no idea what he's going to be as a head coach. Same thing with Aaron Glenn. With the Jets, it's just, hey, it's not a great organization you're going to, and there's that all plays a factor into will we lose. I think there are a lot of guys that are kicking the tires. Some of it is the threat of I might leave, so here's a bump in pay where you're at. Here's another year on your contract where you're at, and that may be all some of these guys are looking for.
Terrell Williams previously was with Vrabel in Tennessee,
right?
And I know Dan Campbell loves him. He thinks he's the best defensive line coach in the NFL. But it's a DC job, potentially with a coach he's already worked with. I kind of think.
So the question
I kind of expect him to go too, as lousy as that is.
Well, I 100% get, if you've worked with a guy before, you've worked with Vrabel. You know what you're stepping into. Plus, we talk about the title, the coordinator job. It's a step up, and it's going to be more pay. So is he going to if Aaron Glenn leaves, would he be a candidate for the DC job here?
Well, that becomes the question. Are you going to promote guys just so you don't lose them?
Right.
As opposed to promoting them because they're
qualified. Well, yeah,
they're qualified, but are they the right guy? Which
right.
I know is the question.
Yeah.
As opposed to an outside. Like, would you rather have Robert Saleh or Terrell Williams? I mean, these are the conversations right. Dan's going to have to sift through. And he said he's not going to be in any rush, but these guys are going to be making decisions here in the next week or two. So, Update on Ben Johnson coming up at 6:35. He was in Hallis Hall in Chicago. We'll talk about the OC preferences that we have and you have as well. Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, we talked about the weather. And when it is this cold outside, if you have remote start on your car, I think you are using it.
Oh, I used it twice this morning.
Yes, I think you are going to use it. But experts say that it's not actually doing your car any favors. So back in the day, cars used to be needed to be warmed up before you drove them because they had carburetors. Right. And there was the carburetor needed to be warmed up so that you didn't stall out, things like that, right? I don't know the ins and outs of all of that. But nowadays, most
Fuel
cars...
injection has solved that problem.
Exactly. They will work no matter what the temperature is outside. And Firestone is saying that idling your engine could actually damage your engine's pistons, decrease your car's fuel efficiency, and hurt the environment. So they are saying, hey, you know what? Just get rid of the whole warming up your car routine. Now, I think they're missing something. I have never warmed up my car for my car. You know what I warm my car up for?
For me.
Yes.
Exactly.
For me.
Yes.
I'm warming it up for me. They have forgotten about me. I mean, like, my shoulders and my arms this morning were I still feel like my neck is kind of like, because I was so cold in my car, I was kind of like, like shivering when your shoulders rise up a little bit towards your ears, that I was getting like my shoulder. I warmed the car up for myself. I don't care about the car.
I think people are willing to sacrifice a little wear and tear.
I agree.
Sure. 100%.
I agree.
On the car and not themselves.
Yes, exactly. The Detroit Lions sent an email to season ticket holders on Tuesday, and it featured a letter from owner Sheila Hamp. So in the letter, she recognizes the upsetting nature of Detroit's playoff loss to the Commanders. But she also goes on to say how proud she is of all the players, the coaches, basically every single person that works for the organization. And she says that she has hope for the future, and she noted she is confident in where this team is going. And of course, she went on to thank the fans as well for their continued support, for them always wearing and showing up in their team gear, the Honolulu blue, and for continuing to drive the one pride. So
she highlighted both the support at home and also the support that fans gave this team on the road too.
Yes. Yeah. So I know we're going to dive a little deeper into this, but
it's a weird season to try to sum up. But she said she's proud, but also that they fell short, and like both things are kind of true.
It is true. So Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum has run into a few hiccups in its move to West Bloomfield. So back in December, it was announced that the arcade planned to relocate to this larger space in Orchard Mall. But just recently, the owners learned of this ordinance that requires an entertainment business, which they are now being classified as, to be at least 100 feet from a residential lot line, and also requires the business entrance to be an entrance that is shared in common with the rest of the mall. Now, the owner said they were actually surprised to be classified as an entertainment venue, even though they are, but they said that typically goes for places like bars, right? Which he says, we're nothing like that. We don't make this much noise. Right now, the new space is only 80 feet from a residential lot line. Also, the door is facing a parking lot. So there is these hiccups. The owner is still saying, hey, this is only a small bump in the road. We're going to move on. Everything's going to work out. But they're hoping maybe they can change some of this. Supporters are organizing a petition. I mean, people love this place. So they're trying to do everything they can to get it up and running quickly. Netflix, get ready, is raising its prices again. This is the first price increase since October of 2023, and every single plan, even the ad-supported plan, will be affected. The biggest hike is going to be in the standard plan, which is going from $15.49 to $17.99 a month. The premium plan going from $22.99 to $24.99. No exact timeline for when this price increase will take effect, but I would imagine in the near future.
Every time the price goes up, I ask myself, do they have enough good signature shows to justify it?
I know.
Yeah.
But then I always seem to keep it.
I know.
I've bounced around on some of them.
I do too.
Because if you bounce around enough and you can, after a month or two of not having it, they'll send you an email that says, hey, you can rejoin. And for the first 6 months, you get half price. So I rejoined for 6 months. After that 6 months is up, cancel.
You binge Squid Games, then you get out.
Yeah.
I never got into Squid Games. Not my thing.
They got season 2 out.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm not going to watch.
Not for you either, John?
No, I tried to watch it. It's, yeah.
Subtitles, they get you?
Yeah. I'm not a big
They
fan
have an
of
English
reading
dub.
my movies.
They can do an English dub. They have options for you, John. Anyway, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the latest from Ben Johnson, what he was saying in Chicago and what they're saying here. How do you replace him? Do you have a guy, John? We'll get to it. It's 97.1. you see the videos yesterday? Ben Johnson in Chicago?
Yeah, going into the practice facility, their main facility, entering to a standing ovation and cheers. Got to make sure we're there to see the boss sees us.
He did the video, 2 Bears fans wearing the Bears hat. It just looked weird. Then you see him without a hat too, like hair combed over, button-up shirt, looking the part of a head coach. It was a weird sight. And now he's in the division, and you're going to see him twice a year. We have the audio. This was him yesterday in Chicago.
We all know that individual, right? As soon as he says, this is exactly where we wanted to be, and then somebody shouts out, this is where we want you. Like, that individual
Corny.
in the company where you're like, dude, this isn't the time or the place. You want to kiss ass. You want to, bury your nose, then, do it another time. Not in front of everybody else. It's just awkward.
As you took it all in, how'd you feel about it?
I didn't have really any feelings. Like, I mean, I know on social media when he says this is exactly where we wanted to be, it wasn't a shot at Detroit.
Some people take it that way, though.
When he was in his head coaching search, there were, 4 legitimate options for him, 3 as he started to pare things down. And if that's what he has to say about the selection or the options that he had, this is where we wanted to be, so be it. Good luck.
Kind of.
No, good luck because you're with a dysfunctional franchise. And you could say all you want about the front office and, hey, they've made their mistakes. They're going to learn from them. That's not always true. Like, you can keep making mistakes.
I mean, it could end up being a lame duck GM, and they got to reset next year. They've kind of built their team outside in, which feels counterintuitive for Ben Johnson, which is you want to win up front to set up all the stuff you want to do creatively, offensively. I'm not convinced it's going to work there. He is out from Dan Campbell's shadow as a leader, a mentor. Dan ran a collaborative offense, as we understand it. It wasn't like Ben Johnson was off in a room with a whiteboard as a mad scientist. It was collaborative. He doesn't have that now, that Dan Campbell backstop. So we're going to find out what he's truly made of. And he doesn't have Penei Sewell, and he doesn't have Frank Ragnow. And we'll see if he can pluck Hank Fraley and try to recreate it in Chicago. But I'm not convinced it's going to work. So I'm not afraid. I also don't have any animosity towards Ben. I don't like the Bears. I want the Lions to beat them twice a year. But this was $13 million. This was a head coaching job. Neither option was available in Detroit. They weren't cutting him a check for $13 million a year. They weren't promoting him to head coach. He didn't do anything atypical, right?
That's guaranteed money.
Right. That's a great point. When Dan Campbell took the Lions job, it was a couple days after the Saints had been eliminated. Ben didn't do anything. He didn't break protocol. He didn't do anything unprofessional. He's on arrival. And you want to kick his ass, but I don't have any venom towards Ben Johnson now that he's with the Bears.
Well, yeah, and there's no sure thing. Like, we didn't know there was a sure thing, and certainly when Dan was hired, right, there's no track record. There's no track record for Ben Johnson either. It's like drafting a quarterback number 1 overall. You're really hopeful that it works, but there's no guarantee. And more often than not, it doesn't seem to.
I was going to say, I don't have the odds in front of me, but I tell you, there's more Jamarcus Russells than Peyton Mannings.
And that's why there's always 5, 6, 7 head coaching jobs every single year. Because it doesn't always work.
And Ben knows it. It's why he was selective. It's why he had... And that's the thing. I really do view him as someone who did love it here, chose to stay here, passed up pay raises and title raises each of the last 2 seasons. This was a job that was too good for him to pass up. So
he did his due diligence.
He did his homework on it. Now, the Lions will do their homework, John. Do you have a name, by the way? I know everybody's looking at the potential options from within, from the outside. We don't know them as well as Dan Campbell knows the internal staff, who's ready for that level of responsibility. But as you sit here today, what do you want? What do you expect? Where are you at?
Well, if we, and I do, believe that this is Dan Campbell's offense and the base of it. Now, the play calling, the creative plays, whether it's collaborative, whether it's Ben Johnson, all that stuff, we'll find out as the offense takes the field next year and how things are being called and are they still as creative as they have been. But you do want to remain the same. And if it's Dan Campbell's offense, you look back and say, okay, well, who else has he worked with before? Or maybe has worked with Sean Payton, because this is obviously – he learned a lot from Sean Payton in his time with him, and he talks about, like he mentioned it even at the in our conversation, the last interview we had with him after the season last year. He called Coach Payton, and got advice, got all this stuff. So Pete Carmichael Jr. is a guy that was a play caller in New Orleans. He is currently a senior offensive assistant. Where? With Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos. I got to believe that instead of being a senior offensive assistant, he might like to call plays again. I think that's one that Dan will probably kick the tires on. Another guy that has connection to the time that he spent in New Orleans, and that's John Morton, who, where is he? The Denver Broncos, the passing game coordinator. So I would look for some of those guys to want to take a step up and be offensive coordinator, whether they have before or not. And this doesn't take into account the guys that are currently on the staff. We've talked about Tanner Engstrom. He's the passing game coordinator. And if there's a spot where there's been really nice creativity and rhythm in the offense, it's been in the passing game, the route trees. How does Amon-Ra St. Brown get open? Some of it's on him. Some of it's on the ability to coordinate those different routes. So I think that will be one that Dan internally will kick the tires on as well.
Tanner's a guy who it felt like was Ben Johnson in waiting, at least on the outside. I don't know. I'm sure this isn't a surprise to the organization that Ben Johnson's a head coach. I'm sure they had some idea of, hey, let's start putting more on certain guys' plates so that they may be ready for a potential promotion. I wanted to ask you about Hank Fraley, because you are an offensive line guy. We know this team wins with the offensive line. You've highlighted Hank as one of the great offensive line coaches in this league. Do you think enough of him to where you'd promote him to keep him, to protect him from being stolen?
So the question remains then, because the strengths of an offensive line coach are going to be in run blocking and play calling for runs, but also obviously pass protections. You got to be an ace at understanding defenses and where the blitzes are coming from, all of those different things. Can he be a guy that has a creative passing attack? And is he able to call those through the course of a game? Those are going to be the big questions. And if you're able to, let's just say you promote Hank Fraley to offensive coordinator, is Tanner Engstrom going to stay on as pass game coordinator?
Can I ask maybe a creative question?
Sure.
College does co-coordinators. You don't see that in the NFL.
No, because you're going to have even in college, like that's by name and it's promotion and it's salary.
It's more than it is.
But it's also if you have, and whether it's co or not, you have coordinator in your title. The only way that you can leave before your contract is up, unless somebody's willing to pay an exorbitant fee to get you, is to become a head coach.
So, I just wonder, are there protections where you can do co? And if not, here's the other consideration. Could you make Hank Fraley the OC, but tell Tanner you're calling plays? Frank, you get...
Why would you do that?
To try to keep him.
Well, then just make Tanner your coordinator, if he's the one calling plays.
I'm asking the question.
Right. Yeah. No. So that's just it. I don't mean to be.
I'm admittedly trying to color outside the lines here. I want to keep as many of these guys as possible, give each of them more responsibility. For Hank, if it's about the title, because you're not going to call plays in Chicago, if Ben's trying to bring you, you won't call plays here, but you'll get the pay raise, the title raise, you'll be our OC. And for Tanner, we'll give you the chance to actually call plays on game day, which is what you'd be getting if you left the organization.
What's the value of keeping Tanner and having him call plays, but not making him the coordinator, or you give Hank Fraley the title because you don't want to lose him. You don't want to lose him, so pay him.
Yeah.
And that comes down to what are you willing to pay a coach? Because there's no salary cap on coaching staffs, but there is running a responsible franchise. And can you replace Hank Fraley with another offensive line coach? Can you replace Tanner Engstrom if he's the guy? If it's one or the other, who do you want to keep? Who do you want to replace?
And they may end up losing a couple assistants on both sides of the ball.
But you brought up a great point. Now, when we come back, I want to bring up that great point.
Okay, great. Struck
You're
my
welcome.
ego coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like the NFL playoffs, or so we thought. It's one big game after another, or so we thought. And you know what? If you want to find a way to still be involved in the playoffs, big games deserve big payouts. That's why FanDuel is giving all customers a same-game parlay profit boost every game during the NFL playoffs. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or you already have an account. This one is for everyone. It's all-inclusive. You're going to score a bigger payout if your SGP hits. Sometimes they've got some made for you. You can pick from, or you can build your own. Don't watch from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get a same-game parlay profit boost every game day during the NFL playoffs. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fallout from Saturday night will continue. We'll talk Lions Super Bowl window, quotes from Dan Campbell. But first, John, I've waited long enough. You said I was making a good point.
Yeah, you did. And you talk about developing coaches on your own staff. It's been no secret over the last couple of years that Ben Johnson has been sought after. So if that's the case, has Dan Campbell, and this should have been going on, has he been developing, whether it's Tanner Engstrom, Mark Brunell, and you would want to be doing this with more than one guy because you never know who is actually going to hit on that, play caller magic that you're looking for, or Hank Fraley. During the preseason, we always talk about, well, in the second half, we need to see the backups and we need to see this and that, and what do we want to see from Hendon Hooker when he goes in there? Well, it's never publicized. It's I don't think it's ever been asked. Who's calling plays in the second half?
It's interesting.
Because and maybe who's calling plays in the fourth quarter? Maybe, hey, Hank, you got the fourth quarter of the second preseason game. And it's not an envious position to be in, but you get a feel for the rhythm and how a guy responds. Okay, this play didn't work. Where are we going next? Because that next play is coming right now, and you got to be ready. So what is the system that Dan Campbell has in place, knowing that Ben Johnson could have left last year, could leave this year, ultimately does, and even if he had stayed another year, how are you developing somebody internally to take over that position? And Tanner Engstrom, did he get some of those play calls? Did he design a practice offensively, a script to be able to go out there during training camp? All of those different things should be going on so that you are prepared, knowing we're successful. Eventually, our coaches are going to be coveted. Am I ready so that we can have some continuity? That's going to be the big question, is the continuity of the offense, the voice, the play caller. Obviously, it's going to be different. Can you keep some of that continuity by hiring from within, promoting from within?
I expect them to promote from within offensively because this offense has been collaborative, because Dan Campbell has been more involved in the offense than even the defense, because he'll have a good idea on who's contributing to those game plans per week, and there'll be a similar philosophy in terms of setting stuff up and what are we calling different route concepts and formations, and there won't be a new language for an outsider to have to come in and adapt to. Defensively, though, I do think we could see someone from the outside. I think they'll still have to fit the principles of this defense. Campbell said as much this week. I know Robert Saleh is a popular name. I think he makes some sense. We got to see Aaron Glenn leave first before that even really becomes a serious conversation. But Campbell's got to have names already that he's ready to consider.
Right.
Yeah,
you've got to be. You always have to be prepared throughout the course of a season. So if something doesn't go right, all right, why is it not going right? Who is the one that's not holding up their end of the bargain? And if it's your DC, if it's your linebackers coach, and Dan has made fired coaches in season and been ready to, hand the responsibilities off to somebody else. So the benefits of hiring from within, and these all may seem very obvious, and I think they are, but it's not just the familiarity with the offense. Now that they have built this roster to be a really good roster, players that they actually want to keep and are re-signing, it's the play caller. How much and how comfortable are you knowing what Amon-Ra St. Brown is really good at? All right. And as fans, okay, he's good at catching the ball. He's good at running routes. But what routes are his best routes? And what does that pair with what J-Mo does? All of that knowledge and intricacies of calling plays for guys to do what they do best. We talk about putting guys in position for success. That it takes time. If another coach comes in here, he's going to have to watch a lot of film on each individual guy to then put together game plans. And there's time to do that, but the process is sped up. The continuity remains there if it's Tanner Engstrom or if it's Hank Fraley or if it's Mark Brunell or Antoine Randall, any of those guys.
Scotty Montgomery, any of those guys. And I think Goff, having say, is going to have probably a preference from the current staff. And I know Ben Johnson, it was reported, would take out plays that Goff didn't like. You know what I mean? They get on the same page, play to the quarterback strengths, among all the other things you laid out.
And what are the strengths and weaknesses of Goff? And you don't want to have a guy
learning.
to come in and say, okay, from experience, I know that he's good at these protection or against these blitzes. He's got a good feel for it, knows where they're coming. He's got a weakness for these other ones. Well, a new coordinator coming in from the outside, you might not realize that until those plays are called in the game, and then it's obviously too late.
248-539-9797. Jim in Linden, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, fellas. Hey, these ungrateful Lion fans. I'm so happy for Ben Johnson. Congratulations. Next man up coaching-wise. Defensively, I think we should go after Antonio Pierce defensively. I don't know if he's already got a job, but I really, really would love to see Antonio Pierce defensively. Have a great day.
He currently is unemployed.
Mm-hmm.
And if Dan's going to explore all options. And, it's not like there's, hey, I'm going to go to the search firm. That's not what you do. But again, knew Aaron Glenn was going to be interviewing, knew he was going to be leaving. And so I'm sure during the season, and it's not a distraction, you have to prepare for what is next.
Texter says, I think the right move for Campbell is to act like he's starting over from day one, picking his staff. Don't overvalue your own just because you don't want to lose them. Another texter says, guys, there's so many coaches probably really hoping that Dan Campbell gives them a call about the opportunity in Detroit. So don't overvalue your guys and miss out on getting the right guy. Right,
and that's what we talked about yesterday. These coordinator jobs, working in Detroit, it's going to be a benefit in free agency. You're not going to have to overpay guys. You're going to have guys that want to come to Detroit. It's the same thing with your coaching staff. You have built a culture of winning and of loyalty. And coaches are going to be seeking out, if Aaron Glenn leaves, I guarantee you Dan's phone is going to be ringing off the hook with a guy that knows a guy that really wants to be in Detroit.
And he'd fit right in and all that other stuff. Yeah. Texter says, hope Ben loses every game and freezes his ass off in Chicago. Rivalry, baby. Dan Campbell spoke about the window. He was asked this week, hey, if you lose both these coordinators as you expect to, what does that mean for your Super Bowl window? We'll play that next. We want your responses as well. How many years? What is the Super Bowl window? It's 97.1.
It was another rough night on the ice for Detroit as the Red Wings' third straight one-goal performance leads to a third straight loss. This one in overtime to the Flyers 2-1. Even with the point tally, Detroit falling out of ranks for the wild card once again, currently 5 points back of Montreal for that final spot. Detroit takes on the Canadiens tomorrow night. The Pistons currently sit as a play-in team. They'd like to overtake a playoff role instead. They have a chance to sit in that position as they take on the Atlanta Hawks tonight. I'll have a pregame on our right here on 97.1 The Ticket beginning at 7:05. With a win tonight, Detroit will jump past Atlanta for 6th in the Eastern Conference. Jannik Sinner is still the odds-on favorite to win the men's singles in the Australian Open, even after his health scare earlier this week. The semifinals do resume tomorrow as Sinner takes on the lone American participant remaining in Ben Shelton. Shelton, the biggest underdog in the tournament at plus 3,500. And after moving on from the Lions' offensive coordinator duties to the duties of head coach to the Chicago Bears, Ben Johnson will be addressing the Chicago media for the first time later today. While nothing's officially reported, it does indicate that Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn is heavily considered for the head coaching job of the New York Jets. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets, or you can also head to Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 7 o'clock hour. We are going to get to Sheila and her letter to the fans, right in the obituary on this season. That's at 7:35. Looking ahead, though, John, the Super Bowl window as a concept, right? Lions had a chance last year in the NFC title up 17 points. They had a chance this year as the 1 seed at home. Neither year results in a berth in the Super Bowl. Dan Campbell was asked about losing these coordinators and whether the Super Bowl window was still open. This is what he had to say.
He's right.
So what's your answer if I asked you?
Are they still in the Super Bowl window? 100% yes. Answer is yes.
How open is the window? Can you put a number of years on it?
I mean, I would, as everything stands right now, a minimum of 3 years. Going forward, I'm not just talking about the last two that we had saying well, there's one more year, because, and he mentioned it in regards to key players in pivotal roles across their roster. Your quarterback, he's locked up. Amon-Ra St. Brown just got locked up. Penei Sewell just got locked up. Jameson Williams. The question for him, and we'll talk about this throughout, as the offseason progresses, is he's going into his fourth year. Are you going to pick up that fifth-year option? And if the answer is yes, okay, you got at least 2 more years with him. Tim Patrick. Okay, that's we've seen over the last couple of years. That's kind of an interchangeable piece and part. They'll find somebody that's going to be good there. I like Tim Patrick. Love to see him for maybe 1 more year, but he's had injury issues in his career. He's getting older. Defensively, you're going to be getting back Aiden Hutchinson, who they're probably going to extend this year, just like they did Penei Sewell last year. Aleem McNeil re-signed him. DJ Reader's got another year on his contract. Pascal is still locked up for 2 years. So and then you look at the linebackers. I don't see Anzalone going anywhere. In fact, they just re-upped him last year. Jack Campbell still young. Kirby Joseph. That's the guy that you're going to have to lock up, and I think that they will. Brian Branch young. Terrion Arnold young. Like Amik Robertson. If you look at losing Carlton Davis, you've got a guy that they could step in there. Now you're going to have to get Terrion Arnold to progress from year 1 to year 2, which I think he will. But you've got a lot of really good players at all those positions.
I would put it in terms of like when a player signs a contract. I think it's a 2-year window with an option for more. I say 2 years because I don't know if Ragnow's here beyond 2 years.
Right.
In 2 years, all these contracts they signed really hit the books in an aggressive way, and you'll feel a cap crunch. In the next 2 years, they'll have had to make decisions on Branch and Joseph, and maybe they can't keep both and can only keep one. Same with Sam Laporta in there. Jack Campbell, Alex Anzalone will be up in the next 2 years. In the NFL, we see about a 3 or 4 year time period with a group, and then parts have to be swapped out. Now, that's where I bring the option in. If Brad Holmes is putting more coal in the furnace and he's drafting more all-pros in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round, well, then the window extends beyond 2 years. But as this group is constituted, I envision Taylor Decker is gone in the next 2 years, and Frank Ragnow is gone after 2 years. And this offensive line, which has been a strength, could look very different. Ideally, Giovanni Manu and Christian Mahogany are starters and very good starters. I don't know. So I would tell you have 2 years as currently constituted. And if that seems too short, I would just stress to people, the window is always shorter than you realize. San Francisco 49ers thought this window was going to be much longer than it is, and they are facing some very real, harsh realities now. I think 2 years is my number. I don't think it's 1. I want to see how they swap these coordinators. I don't know that it's 3, though, because, I just don't know what the roster looks like as these contracts really start to set in.
You can manipulate contracts.
Yeah, you can
and
kick
we've
money
seen
down the
other
road.
teams, kind of, and I know Gator likes to say that the salary cap is a myth. It's not a myth, but there are a lot of ways that you can be creative to continue to extend your window. And I mean, look at what the Rams have done. And they had to make some harsh decisions. In fact, they had one guy that they thought they were going to have for a little bit longer in Aaron Donald that just up and retired. And what did they do? They've drafted really good defensive linemen and impact players. So, that's why I believe right now I'm going to say a minimum of 3 years, because I don't think that Brad Holmes just all of a sudden forgets how to evaluate talent and forgets how to draft. You can replace some of this talent while you're getting the best years of Aleem McNeil, while you're getting the best years of Amon-Ra St. Brown and J-Mo. That's going to be one that's going to be a question. How do you replace that talent, and can you do it in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds? Because let's face it, at 28th, okay, you get the 5th-year option, but the talent pool that you're drafting from is different than it is in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be fair. Kirby Joseph's a 3rd-round pick. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a 4th-round pick. These guys
Mahogany's a 6th-round pick.
And the first 2 are all pros, and Mahogany has some upside.
He's got a lot of upside.
Yeah, I think he played very well. You just won't have access to the Penei Sewells and the Aiden Hutchinsons of the world, which are bedrocks, and you already drafted them. I say it's 2. You guys tell us, 248-539-9797. And because we know tomorrow isn't promised, and because Dan Campbell himself has said they may have already had their best shot, I do want to see a more aggressive offseason. We know they inquired about Max Crosby this last season. He's starting to talk a little bit and starting to connect. I would be aggressively pursuing Max Crosby. Win the Super Bowl now, because it already feels like they've wasted 2 very good chances. What you don't want to do is swap out 2 coordinators, play a tougher schedule, fall short again next, and you're going, we're burning really good years right now. I think you got to be very careful operating under the idea that it's just going to go on forever. I think as great a job as Brad Holmes has done, do we really expect him to be drafting 3 and 4 All-Pros every year? I think a little bit of that is unicorny. I don't know that that's going to continue every single year in perpetuity.
Unicorny. I haven't heard that one before. That's a good one. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it doesn't happen like this every year. Even his last draft. Did they draft 3 All-Pros in the last draft?
No, they didn't have as many bites at the apple.
Right. That's kind of where this is going, is what I'm saying.
But I also think, and I don't think anybody thinks that it's an endless window.
Right.
It's not going to go on forever. Yes, there are going to be years where you're going to have to take some hits, rebuild. How do you win games, enough games to get into the playoffs and have a shot at doing something in those years, while you are waiting for your cap to reset and be able to spend some more money and keep some guys that you are drafting. And that's okay. It's somewhat you have a lot of riches right now.
Yeah.
And how do you manage while you're rich where the money's going, how long you're going to extend guys, and can you tap into, very much like New England did in that 20-year run that they had under Belichick and Brady, the ability to go get some veteran guys that maybe haven't won a Super Bowl in their career, and they've made a bunch of money, and they're looking to, what I need is a ring. I need a legacy. I made a bunch of money. I want a chance to win it all. Detroit is one of those destinations where people will want to go when they're still productive to win a ring.
248-539-9797. Dan Campbell says the window is very much open, that they have their core, they're signed here, they're locked up, and he really cited the culture, the identity, and the fact that is going to remain in place even without Ben Johnson, even without Aaron Glenn.
That stays here as long as Dan Campbell's here.
Yeah. And again, offensively, it feels like he sets the tone, collaborative, but he has set the tone offensively. He's been super involved since late 2021 when they moved on from Anthony Lynn. Defensively, we don't know what's going to happen there. But it feels like the defense should be better next year just because of the personnel that will be on the field instead of in the training room.
Right. And you're going to have a draft.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to add talent in that draft. You're going to have free agency. And I don't expect them to go all wild and crazy. I do think there is an interesting conversation to have about Max Crosby. And it's going to be, what are you willing to give up? What would Brad Holmes be willing to give up? Because you're going to be talking about first-round picks.
Plural.
And what would the Raiders be looking for? Because the 28th pick this year and the hopefully the 32nd pick next year isn't quite that enticing. So, and they're kind of in that position where there's no path to a stud quarterback for them. There's no path to a quarterback.
Yeah, but you could throw Hendon Hooker in there too.
Okay, well, yeah, okay.
I'm saying
I want to sweeten the deal. And so, but if you're creative and you're looking at an organization like the Raiders that need a path to a quarterback, what's their number one asset? Their number one asset's Max Crosby. How do they leverage him to eventually get to that path?
They're going to have a new coach. They're going to be starting over. Max Crosby has publicly talked about how much he admires what Detroit's doing, appreciates what the Lions have built, how everybody, including his former teammate Amik Robertson, has raved about Dan Campbell in this culture. I don't know that this window is 3 years and beyond. I think it's the next 2. I think they should be aggressive in pursuing Max Crosby. I think to fall flat on their face the way they did on Saturday and the way that they blew it the year before in the NFC title game, I don't want to do this like, we'll get them one of these years. I want it to be we're getting them next year. I want, hey, we're chasing the Super Bowl with every ounce of energy that we have in the offseason.
And you don't want to be just good enough to get in the playoffs.
No.
You want to be good enough to win it all. And you're looking at Pittsburgh going, okay, well, it's nice that they're always in the postseason, but what was it, 7 years, 6 years, 7 years since they've won an actual playoff game?
You don't want to get stuck.
You don't want to get stuck in that realm either.
7:35, we'll get to Sheila's letter to the fans, and we'll write the obituary on this Lions season. It's 97-1. All right, guys, new year, new resolutions. Better diets, workout plans, but don't forget about your teeth. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist in 2024 or even beyond, make a plan to come and see them in 2025. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. They've got 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. It's a new community, but it's the same great personalized care, free of judgment. They're accepting new patients, $35 new patient special. That's 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Brightside Dental, no judgment, just care. Lions have squandered 2 great chances to win a Super Bowl. Up 17 points, halftime of the NFC title game, and then most recently, 15-win team, home field throughout the NFC playoffs, don't win a single playoff game. The idea of Super Bowl windows, I think they're always shorter than people realize. The idea that you're going to win and win and win forever, ask the Niners. They've been to a couple Super Bowls. Players are getting older. Cap's becoming a real thing. The Eagles won a Super Bowl and then had to change many of the pieces on their roster before they went back to another. And that was in a short 4-year span. For the Lions, we've asked you guys the question, how open is this window? Try to put kind of some time frame on it. I think it's 2 years with the option for more if Brad Holmes cooks and continues.
Sure, there's always options for more.
But I think firmly it's about a 2-year window because I think at that point, Sewell might be the only current offensive lineman still on the roster. I know Frank's been dealing with some things. Is he here
starting offensive lineman, yeah.
Yeah. I think Decker and Ragnow and Glasgow and Zeitler, are they all going to be here in 3 seasons? Probably
we don't even
not.
know if Zeitler's here next year.
Right. My point is the foundation of this team is the offensive line, and you may lose 4 of the 5 in the next 2 seasons. That's the bedrock. And then the cap math. I love that they secured Sewell and St. Brown and Jared Goff, and they're going to secure Aiden Hutchinson. Can you keep 2 safeties in Joseph and Branch at all-pro salaries? Can you keep J-Mo and Laporta as they get set to be free agents in the next 2 years? Alex Anzalone will be up, and he may stay on, but into his 30s, does he lose a step? I think the window was always shorter than people realize. You're losing coordinators. You're going to lose players. I think they have a pretty firm 2-year window to still win the Super Bowl, but I hope that they treat it that way this offseason. I hope that they view it as this is urgent. We've already squandered 2 really good chances.
Well, and I think Dan is hyper aware of that in regards. I mean, just his comments last year. We don't know if we'll ever be back here.
Yeah,
it's only going to get harder. And when we looked at this year, how did it get harder this year? Schedule. How does it get harder next year? Schedule, especially the road schedule. It's going to be a tough road. Are they able to secure the number 1 seed next year? I don't know. Kansas City's been able to do it for a number of years. Mm-hmm. And even when they didn't, they were able to still win in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's where, you're looking at all of these different parts of the equation. Okay, this year you're going to be losing coordinators. Eventually you're going to be losing players. How do you replace them? That's going to be the key to being able to have a sustained window of being a competitive franchise. And the number 1 test this year, coordinator hires, coaching staff. And then, in the coming years, it's going to be, okay, how do you replace Frank? Who's your center going to be? Because that's the linchpin to that offensive line. How are you going to replace Taylor Decker? He's been here a long time. He's been really good. You've just extended him. And, all of these different things. So it does need to come in the form of the draft. You can also complement it in free agency. And we've seen Brad Holmes, he's used free agency more to complement the roster than it is to really add high-end talent to the roster.
Tom, where are you at on this whole window deal? And work in ticket text and everything else too, but how many years, if you had to say, are they going to truly be Super Bowl contenders?
I refuse to put a year on it. I know that's not the sexy answer. It's a very vague answer.
So they're going to be good forever.
Thanks, Tony.
No, I do think what Sheila said yesterday in the letter to the fans is true. Their sustainability. They're going to try to be winners every year. What John alluded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, do you want to be the team that's just good all the time and hasn't won in 15 years? That's the reality of the Steelers right now. They haven't won a championship in 15 years. But they have the track record, and you have to trust that track record. That's why I don't want to really put a time frame on it. To me, you have a guy who's drafting right now that can replenish the system. It's going to be harder as things go on. I agree with you. Critically right now, the offensive line could become a real issue in the next year or two. There's a lot of moving parts. There'll be something in the Thursday touchdown about this tomorrow, by the way.
Tease.
But, I trust them to continue to methodically overturn talent. I think J-Mo's an interesting decision. I don't know what here's the one thing is there is an unknown to what these guys are going to do when some of their people come up, their draft picks. Brad has to admit he's wrong. He's not going to be right every time. Mike says that in the afternoon all the time. He's not going to hit at this percentage, and I agree with Mike too. It's just because nobody's ever done that. His drafting ability has been unbelievable. But right now, where's the world where you keep J-Mo long term? You have to start making these decisions.
So he's under contract for 1 more year plus the team option for a 5th. You could reasonably still have 2. It's why I say 2 years. At that point, Laporta will be a free agent. J-Mo's a free agent. Branch and Kirby Joseph will have entered into that extension window.
I mean, too early to judge this draft class from last year. Terrion Arnold, John, you've told me off there you think they're going to be fine with him. He's going to end up being an above-average corner. But was the Rakestraw pick necessary? You know, I can look right now, hindsight, and find an offensive lineman right around there that probably could have been there and helped this team. But then you took Mahogany and you took Manu. You know, will these guys be future cornerstones? I don't know. Mahogany looked good early. Manu's, who knows? Manu could be Broderick Martin. You know,
It's very possible.
so Hooker, was that a waste? It's really looking like it
Could
right
be
now.
Jordan Mailata.
Yeah. So I think we still have to trust Brad Holmes right now, and that's why I say it's kind of open-ended. I refuse to put a time frame on it. The bottom line is here, it's not about winning consistently but never winning at all.
Right.
I mean, the St. Louis Blues did that for years in hockey. They
there's
were always
tons
the
of
Red Wings'
examples.
little bitch. I mean, you know, it's troubling to me that you didn't win a playoff game this year
the reason,
after what you did during the regular season. You should have been able to outscore that team on Saturday.
in large part, why I put the 3-year window on it is, as it stands now, with the option to extend that, is because you have to have a franchise quarterback. And I do believe that you can win a Super Bowl with Goff. It's not going to be as easy as it would be with Josh Allen, who has not won a Super Bowl, or with, obviously, Patrick Mahomes, even Joe Burrow, who's not won a Super Bowl. But you've got to have a franchise quarterback. And Brad Holmes has said it's a lot easier to get worse at that position than it is better. When Goff gets to the point where he is no longer a franchise quarterback, what's your path to replacing him? That's the bigger question of all of it.
Yeah, if you're going beyond the next 2 or 3 years. But in the next 2 or 3 years, if Goff has an offensive line that takes a step back, aren't we all a little terrified for what that looks like? That could be the thing that shrinks the window maybe quicker than anything else is, Frank, he's a warrior, but his body breaks down over 2 seasons and he just calls it quits. And Decker's gone and Glasgow's gone. I know people aren't super thrilled with him right now. My point is continuity is lost up front. Protection breaks down. Jared Goff isn't looking like an MVP. He's looking like a league average quarterback who has these turnover games. And all of a sudden your window, which you thought was 3 years or in perpetuity, is now over.
But that doesn't close next year could be the transition year for the O-line. A lot of things could go bad because of age and transition to what you probably want to be in 2 years, right?
Yeah.
So next year could look like 9-8 and 10-7 if the offensive line kind of implodes.
Which is a huge
but
issue.
you might have the people in place from the draft class to make this offensive line better the next year. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like I know you guys use the Niners as an example. The Niners had a down year at 9-7 in 2021. But they got right at the right time and went all the way to the NFC Championship game and lost to the Rams. So it's really tough to answer because they're so young still.
We've alluded to Sheila's letter to the fans. We'll get to it at 7:35. Heather with the news.
Yeah. So this old school burger chain that was hot about 40 years ago is making a comeback, and it's going to open a couple of locations right here in Michigan. Do you guys, well, Jim probably doesn't. Do you remember Hot and Now?
No.
No,
And I knew you wouldn't remember. You're too young.
I don't.
You don't remember? You know what? I don't think I've ever eaten there, but I do remember like the iconic building. If you look it up, I'm sure you will recognize the building. It's a brand known for their like really affordable double and triple cheeseburgers, an olive burger, and so much more. I think it was actually created in Kalamazoo. Well, there's
Sturgis,
only
Michigan.
one location still in Sturgis,
Right.
but I believe that it originated in Kalamazoo, Michigan, started in 1984, but by mid-2000s, the company had filed for bankruptcy. Only one
I don't
exists.
remember that at all.
You don't remember the building? It's got
No.
that slanted roof.
Yeah.
It was known for like basically just drive-through burgers.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
it's coming back. So there's going to be 2 locations in Michigan they think open beginning this summer. The first one will be near Gun Lake Casino in Wayland, and the other one will be in Alpena. So for
Okay.
those who do remember and enjoyed it back in the day, you'll be able to do so again very, very soon.
Hey, hopefully it takes off. I'd love myself a double cheeseburger.
Who doesn't? Just
You?
me.
I was gonna say, yeah, you.
And Doug.
Yes.
At least 10 people have died so far as a result of this dangerous cold that has just kind of swept over the country, particularly in the southern states, because they're not used to this type of weather. This rare winter storm has brought record snowfall to places like Louisiana, Alabama, Florida. You might have seen some pictures. The state of Louisiana just got pummeled with snow, so much so that they're experiencing their first ever blizzard warning. Never had one before. Bourbon Street, people were out there making snowballs, having a snowball fight. Some people were skiing down Bourbon Street.
I saw a video of it, yeah.
Crazy, right? All fun and games, but it is very serious.
It's got to be harder to earn beads when it's that cold,
Yeah,
I would imagine.
could be.
I know you stand out more
True.
at attention.
Anyway, like I was saying, it is more
You made a
serious.
great point.
People in Texas, Alabama, Georgia have died from either, hypothermia, or there's big car crashes that are taking place because of the storm. So it's very concerning. Also here, obviously, we're used to the cold weather, but it is extremely cold, and it can be challenging for some people to actually, deal with all of this. There's warming centers that are popping up across Wayne, Macomb, Oakland counties. There are 2 emergency locations for overnight shelter if you need it. Also, they say, hey, visit a city recreation center or a library to just get warmth if that's what you need. Also, I saw an article because we have had to turn to space heaters in our house because our furnace it cannot keep up with this cold.
Yeah.
And upstairs in the kids' rooms, it doesn't get warm enough for them. But I'm always terrified to use a space heater because I've heard all of the stats about this in particular, that space heaters account for over 50% of fires between November and February. But fire departments are saying, hey, they're getting a bad rap. If you use them properly, they
Right.
shouldn't be so dangerous. So you want to make sure you keep anything that's flammable away from them about 3 feet. So that could be mattresses, blankets, pillows, curtains. Make sure you've got enough space. Make sure they're plugged directly into the wall, not into a surge protector or an extension cord. You want to make sure you have one that has an automatic shut off in case that it's
Tips
knocked
over.
over.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Stay away from the kerosene heaters.
make sure it's not in like your walking path, and also shut it off or unplug it when you leave the house. So just some tips if you are using a space heater.
And I'm sure plenty are.
Yes, for sure.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, we'll read the letter from Lions owner Sheila Ford Hamp and ask the question, how will you remember this Lions season? Help write the obituary. It's 97.1.
Your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal You works, and it works fast. We all love instant gratification. We love to see success. Ideal You is where you can find it. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. So I was motivated to keep going. I lost 50 in the 40 prescribed days. Since then, I've dropped another 20, and it's because I got to eat real whole foods. It's not shakes or bars, so it's something that you can make a lifestyle change and stick with for the rest of your life. Ideal U's weight loss coaches work with you every single step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, and they're going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90%, that's 9 out of 10 Ideal You customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. I like those odds. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. If you sign up now, you're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and get that $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
bitterly cold out today. Stay warm. What was it? -9
on
our drive in today. Oof. And here's the worst part. I was told hell would freeze over when the Lions won the Super Bowl. We're getting frozen temperatures and we're not getting a Super Bowl.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily the loss feels like hell, but this isn't hell.
Well, thank you, John. In a biblical sense, we are not.
Yes, we are not living
Satan.
in hell.
Thank you.
Yes. But pigs are flying, and they will play against the Eagles on Sunday.
Yeah, that sucks. We do have a letter that was sent to Lions fans and season ticket holders from Sheila Ford Hamp. And I want to read that for people. And then we want you guys to try to sum up this season. It's been a couple days. Try to put it in its proper context. This was back-to-back division champs, 15 wins, a 1 seed, but they didn't win a single playoff game. And here's how Sheila addressed the season. Starting to get a little gravel in my voice. Maybe this will help the reading. Dear Lions loyal member, this is not the letter I was hoping to write to you this season. It's not the ending we wanted or were expecting. The fact of the matter is this. We had a great year, a record-setting season, but fell short of our ultimate goal. What never falls short is your support. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the support we have received from all of you, the city of Detroit, and the entire state of Michigan. Ford Field is a legitimate home field advantage, and that is because of you. It also felt like you gave us a home field advantage in most of the away stadiums we played this year. We appreciate you more than you will ever know. Your support continues to fuel us towards bigger things. I'm proud of the year we had. I'm proud of our players, our coaches, our personnel department, and our entire staff, because at the Lions, we live the one pride concept and truly win and lose together. I know this weekend was difficult, and the next few weeks will be hard to watch as other teams walk the path we envisioned. But please know that we have never been more motivated. I know the future will look different. The team that brought us so much success this year will never be together again. Pieces will change, but we are confident in where we are going and more aligned than ever as how we get there. One of the goals I set for our franchise is to create sustained success. The last 2 years have started that process. Back-to-back NFC North Division championships and home playoff appearances are the type of success that we envisioned, and we are on the path to continuing that. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for donning your Honolulu blue, and thank you for continuing to be the driving force behind One Pride. Go Lions, Sheila Hamp.
That was great.
How do you sum up this season, John?
Are we doing the obit now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I thought you had a prepared obituary that you were going to.
Have you ever had to write an obit? I mean, that's a dark question.
I've had to contribute to some.
Realize that was a dark question.
Yes.
No, this is not like the death of a family member or someone close to you, but for a lot of people, the death of a Super Bowl dream that we had been building up all season long. How do you sum up the season? If you don't want to use obituary, how do you sum up this season? She says she's proud, but they fell short. How do you... I think it was a failed season. I think they failed, and I don't think we should be afraid to say it. Dan Campbell has said as much. He said, I've looked in the mirror, I've acknowledged that I failed, and now it's what am I going to do about it? John, I think this was a cruel season in a lot of ways because it was such a tease. They didn't win a single playoff game. I would say cruel would be a word I would use.
Yeah, it was... So I don't necessarily, the way that it ended, is cruel. And ultimately it's a failure. But I mean, the ride along the way, which is what makes it so cruel at the end, was a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're putting together an obituary for the season, because it did die, you start thinking about all of the different moments that it had. And I would say that this season felt like it was 67 years old, 67 years in the making. Left behind 2 kids, one born in 91, is 33 years old, and they went full Al Pacino, born at 66, and with a 1-year-old. And those are the playoff wins. Like there hasn't been a lot of bright spots, but you can look back and see some of the moments that have been building up to where the Lions are now. And the 15 wins, especially with all of the challenges that they had to overcome. Like, this was a team that they refused to die until it eventually died of self-inflicted wounds. 5 turnovers in the divisional round. Like, that's where it's cruel. That's where you're left with, why did this happen? And why did they go through and make all the sacrifices to only come up short in the end?
Ticket Texter says to him, the season was a, quote, total waste. Says, may as well have been 8-9.
I disagree.
And then it signed SOL Ben.
Yeah, okay.
The first part, I agree. It is a waste.
A wasted opportunity.
Yeah,
but the season wasn't a waste.
Well, no, I think it was a waste.
We all enjoyed 15 wins.
But for what? You know what I mean? Like, that's...
Okay, so you're basically saying, would you rather have a Patricia year or the year that we had?
John, I didn't agree with the second half of the text. I'm not calling it SOL. I'm not saying I'd rather go 8-9. My point is, when you win 15 games with this roster and you have home games throughout the playoffs and you don't win a single one of them, it is a waste. It's a wasted opportunity. It's a wasted season. It's in many ways a lost season in what is a Super Bowl window.
So our perspective is a little bit different, because I'm going to reserve some of those adjectives until I get a chance to look back in 5 years and say, what did they learn from this season? What did they learn from being 3-13-1? What did they learn from being 9-8? What did they learn from a 12-win season last year? Ultimately, does it end in a Super Bowl or multiple Super Bowl opportunities and victories for this franchise? What did they take away from this? How is Dan Campbell? We've seen him learn and become a better head coach over his 4 years.
He said, when you're built the right way, failure only makes you stronger, which is what you're alluding to.
Right.
He also said that the NFC title may have been the only shot they get.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to say, like, they failed epically. It made them stronger in the regular season, but that did not do them any favors in the postseason. They still lost handily at home. Texter says, I compare them to the Tigers from 2006 to 2012. Hopefully that changes. It does have some of those feelings. How would you sum up this Lions season? It's 97-1. All right, guys, Moran Chevrolet, officially Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. We're only going to tell you about the best around here, and it's huge. They're celebrating with awesome deals all month long. So get off the sideline and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet. You're looking for a new vehicle? How about this? The 2025 Trax, $249 a month for 39 months. That's $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal, shop online, shop around, MoranExpress.com, or you want to get out there, get behind the wheel, Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Sheila wrote a letter to Lions season ticket holders saying, proud of the season, but they fell short of the goal. So how do you sum it up? If you were asked to write the obituary of this Lions season, it died on Saturday night, how would you sum up a year where they win 15 games, win the division, have the 1 seed, but don't win a single playoff game? Ticket Texter says, it's a fairy tale without the happy ending. It's fun and games during the story, but at the end, there's no happy ending. So what was the point? Texter says, I would describe the season as a choke because their game plan for Saturday was a joke.
Oh, everyone likes to rhyme.
Yeah, a little,
Yeah.
like Dr. Seuss at the obituary at the funeral.
Yeah, here lies Lester Moore. No less, no more.
In a couple years, we'll look back and say this was the season of injuries. That's how it will be remembered. I understand that. I still think they should have won Saturday with the injuries.
I agree.
The injuries may have been the thing that got them in the NFC title or even the Super Bowl, but then at least at that point, we would have said they held serve from the year before. Now it feels like that's a step backwards. As much as it's a step forward, winning 15 games, what did it actually mean? It meant you got further away from the Super Bowl.
So here's where I would say the injuries on defense played a part. It's early in the season when you play Houston and you don't play your best game, but your defense stands up.
Yep.
That's when you've got the ability to play, quote unquote, complementary football. And it's when one side of the ball isn't playing its best. That's when it's the other two phases that have to step up and play well. And when you get to the end of the season, defense has been ravaged by injuries. Offense doesn't play well, obviously, in the playoff game. The defense wasn't able to step up and take control.
That's true. I just think knowing what defense took the field on Saturday night, they still could have won that game if they don't commit 5 turnovers.
I agree.
And I think that's where we get into the waste, a word that I used. You didn't like that word. I said waste. And Dan Campbell's even referred to this as a failure. He said he looked in the mirror.
Yeah, I've used that term as well.
Yeah, and I don't think people kind of bristle at it. It's a harsh word, failure. In sports, you win or you lose. You succeed or you fail. And,
to me,
and it's healthy to acknowledge the failure because you're going to have to learn from it.
Well, a lot of it is semantics. To me, it's a failure because you didn't ultimately attain the goal that you set out at the beginning of the season. You did everything you needed to do to set yourself up for success, and the opposite of success is failure. Mm-hmm. It only becomes a waste, and this is where I think failure is. The time frame is now. Waste. I'm going to look back at this, and we're talking about a different time frame to say how did they use this to make themselves better to ultimately win a Super Bowl. If they don't use this failure to move forward, then yeah, it's a waste.
Jim, I think John's right with this semantical thing. I would say I'm not willing to go waste.
Why?
Because I just think there's things that came out of this, and they failed on their ultimate goal. They failed big time not winning Saturday. I think that's unforgivable almost. Yeah. And they opened up a thing in my mind with their quarterback that I'm not so sure about him going forward. And I'll leave it at that. We can talk about that more in the offseason.
But that's what I talk about.
But I'm going to say this right now. Lost opportunity, not waste, lost opportunity. And you may say, well, that's splitting hairs. But there is injuries. People always say injuries aren't an excuse. I would say it's the number one reason this season ended the way it did.
I would say the number one reason was Jared Goff.
I would not be that far away from you, but I would still say what John said about the Houston game, they had guys on defense that could save the day, and that was without Hutch by then. This team had the look like it had the capability of sprinting start to finish through the regular season when they had their top defensive players. And when they slowly lost them, that all fell apart, but the team continued to sprint. And I think that was a little bit of a mistake. Seasons, you can go through seasons and make it more of a marathon where maybe it isn't so. It's hard to say this, but change the mentality of the kneecap thing a little bit to where maybe they should have taken it a little bit easier at times during the season. I'll tell you what, right now, there is a ticket text, and I agree with this wholeheartedly. When the Red Wings went through the 96 season and they won 61 games and set the NHL record at that time, they sprinted, and the gas ran out in the tank. It just did. And I do think a lesson learned is that sometimes you don't need to go 15-2 and sprint. You started losing players. You needed to treat this more as the end game is the playoffs. And look, Minnesota pushed them. The whole NFC North ended up being inflated. I suggested that to you off the air. You know it, Jim, a couple weeks ago. I said, one thing to look at here, if you really look between the lines, the top 3 NFC North teams went 12-0 against the AFC South. Was it really that good?
I would have a hard time saying that they should have pulled back the reins, because I just know so much of what they believe in this culture is pushing things forward and putting your best foot forward and playing to win every single day. I don't know that you can rewire that, and if that's even a good thing. I will say this,
I think that, whether you can really do that on the fly or not is probably questionable. I'll admit that. But there was a narrative out there, especially by the national media, that the Lions peaked too soon. And I think you can make the case that they did.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Jay in Walled Lake. Jay, you're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you this morning?
Good.
I got to tell you, this is the most cognizant and pragmatic discussion I've heard so far about the game, gentlemen.
Oh, sorry about that. Continue.
I just want to let you know the discussion you're having so far this morning makes more sense than a lot of the stuff I'm hearing. It really does. You guys are making a lot of really good points. I will say, however, I think I'm really uncomfortable with the use of the word waste. I think that's way too strong of a word. They failed to reach the objective, but to call it a waste and for every individual Detroiter in the city who's been so fired up with this for so many months now, to look back at all of the experience, all of the games, all of the enjoyment and the excitement, and to just say, it was a total waste. I could equate it to with the same metric. You go to a really nice restaurant and you buy a really expensive steak, and it's the most delicious meal you've ever had. Well, when it's gone, then it's gone. Was it a waste?
No, because the goal of the dinner was to eat the steak. The goal of this season was to win the Super Bowl. That's why I feel like we can call it a waste. I don't know why that's a sticking point for people. They were the 15-win, 1 seed in the NFC and won 0 playoff games. Waste is not a stretch. Waste is what it was. We got Dustin's update. More of your phone calls. It's 97.1.
Following the departure of Ben Johnson as Lions OC for a head coaching role of the Chicago Bears, Lions players and staff are weighing in on their opinions of Johnson. Integral part of the Lions offense, Amon-Ra St. Brown spoke on his podcast, quoted as saying, "I love Ben. One of my favorite coaches that I've ever had. I would say that for sure. He's smart and one of the hardest working coaches that I've ever been around." He then went on to say he believes this was the best time for Johnson to leave for a head coaching position, and he does not blame him for taking the job. Red Wings struggles continue following their 7-game win streak. Since then, they have lost 4 of their last 5, 3 in a row, and tally just 1 goal per game in their last 3 losses. Last night's defeat came against Philadelphia in overtime 2-1. Detroit chasing Montreal for the final wildcard spot, trailing by 5 points. They take on the Canadiens tomorrow night across the border. The Pistons in action tonight as they take on Trae Young and the Hawks in Atlanta. I'll have your pregame at 7:05 here on 97.1 The Tickets. Detroit trailing the Hawks by just a half a game, so tonight the winner will be in 6th place of the Eastern Conference. As a point of reference, 6th place is a playoff team, not just a play-in team. And finally, this year's MLB Hall of Fame class will be headlined by Ichiro Suzuki, who is 1 vote shy of a unanimous decision. CeCe Sabathia and Billy Wagner will also be receiving those honors. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Get some of your ticket texts. We'll get right to the phones. How do you sum up this season? Chris in Oakland Township, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Hey, I just kind of wanted to weigh in on the situation with the Lions. I think some folks need to kind of adjust their expectations and talk about, what does it mean to have a successful or unsuccessful season. And so there's the game and then there's the season. And, of course, I'm sad. I'm heartbroken about the game on Saturday. But, overall, I really think it was a tremendously successful season. I think it was the most exciting season of Lions football that I've seen in my entire life. And I wouldn't trade the season for anything. I've got 2 young kids. I took my 2 young kids and my wife to the game on Thanksgiving, and that was magical. And I have really enjoyed watching these guys really just handle other opponents all season long. And, at the end of the day, for me is, are you entertained or not entertained by what you've seen on TV? And I was highly entertained, very engaged, and I'm super happy to be a fan. So overall, again, I'm very pleased and very happy with the way that the season went. Would love to have won that last game and still be in the playoffs, but that's just not where we're at.
Chris, I think there's probably going to be a lot of people where I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because everybody wanted to get something different out of the season. And I think I don't think there's anybody looking at it going, everyone wanted a Super Bowl out of this season. That was my expectation. And I'm okay with everybody saying their expectation was the Super Bowl. And if you wanted to get some enjoyment out of it, if you loved the ride along the way, I'm not going to tell you that you need to say that this season was a failure or a waste or any of that. And the ultimate goal is winning a Super Bowl. And do you think that they were good enough to have won a Super Bowl this year?
Yeah, I think they were good enough. I think, we'll probably reboot next season. We're going to have basically the same team, less the coaches, but I think we'll have another successful year next year. I don't see any reason why we won't.
I just have a hard time calling this year a success. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. We have phone calls. You guys can do that yourself and express yourself. I have a hard time calling it a success.
It's all in what somebody wants to get out of it because fans are going to be at different levels, right? There are the extreme fanatics that, they may not come up for air. We had somebody yesterday call in and say they're getting rid of all of their Lions gear because they can't stand the fact that this was such a failed opportunity. And I'm okay with using the term failure because the goal is to win the Super Bowl. They were built to win the Super Bowl this year. There were some things that they had to overcome, as every team does, but they came up short. So it was a failure. Where I'm not willing to go is to say that it was a waste of a year because I don't know what is to come. If they don't learn from the mistakes that they had, whether it's coaches, players, and yes, I put Goff in that category because he had some self-inflicted wounds, especially in that playoff game, that you can't have. He got outside the game plan, got outside of what the coaches were asking him to do, and it ultimately cost him the game. But if you can learn from this, and it ultimately ends in a Super Bowl championship, and you could point to things that happen next year or the year after and say, you know what, they did this better than they did in 2024, then to me, it's not a waste.
I agree to a point. Next year, if they win the Super Bowl, that season doesn't justify wasting this season. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we all have to use the lessons that we learn throughout life.
So we're confident they're going to learn the lesson.
Because I'm not saying they're confident. That's why I say I don't know.
Right.
It's an unknown. But that's why I would look back in 5 years and say, was it a waste? If they don't use it to motivate them, to make themselves better, then yeah, it was a waste.
For me, too, just the frustration. Like, I can vividly go back to whenever it was in the third quarter, right before Hutchinson got hurt in Dallas. And I remember literally sitting there during that game and thinking, oh, my freaking God, this team has the look of like a dominant, type of team that you see, once every decade or so in the NFL. And then he got hurt. And then they looked like they could overcome him, and they actually did. But then other things started to fall, And I just think, too, I do think there's something. We've had this tone on Ticket Text the last few days. I do think there's a slight arrogance to the game plan on Saturday, and that ticked me off a little bit. And I do think the team needs to learn and remember who their quarterback is, and that you have to put him into a little bit of a cocoon. Because I'd love you to find me the game since Goff has been in Detroit where the Lions have given up 40 and won. that he can't go toe-to-toe in a shootout because he will make a mistake. He had 4 turnovers on Saturday. He had 2 against Minnesota, and don't forget the Van Ginkel play, which would have changed that game critically.
I think there's not going to be many quarterbacks that win when you give up 40 as a point of emphasis.
You score
there.
40 points, and you should win that game.
Yeah, now
Right, you should.
Yeah.
And that's on the defense, too.
No,
Yeah.
I
But
know.
your quarterback can't match. He throws pick sixes in those games. He did it against the Eagles and Seahawks in 2022. He did it this last week. I don't think people understand. Like, I can't stand the people on Ticket Text who think turnovers weren't the number one reason.
Yeah, Ticket Texter
5-0.
Ticket Texter says Goff wasn't the reason. It's the whole Ticket Text. And I would just stress Goff was a huge reason why this team had the number one offense. He was a major reason why they won 15 games. He is their quarterback. They can win playoff games with him. But he is the single biggest reason the season is over right now. Because while they were injured on defense, they were good enough to beat the Commanders if he doesn't turn the ball over 4 times, including 3 in the first half. You want to know why he had to press? Because he kept making mistakes. You know, both things are true. I think we can view Goff as still the long-term quarterback while not sugarcoating it. They win that game if he plays the way he did all season long, if he plays that clean, in control, orchestrating quarterback football. He didn't. Ticket Texter's talking about what this season really meant, says season wasn't a waste for the team. No one can control injuries. They weren't beating Philly anyway, or the Rams. See, that was not the notion a week ago. That was not what people said a week ago. And now it's the coping mechanism to somehow make this season a success. That's never been how the season would be defined. It's not how the coaches define the season. It's not how the players define the season. I think the fans got to get with it. This is a different era of Lions football that is not defined by we won a few regular season games more than we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that have said that the season ultimately was a failure.
But not a waste.
Yeah, because I think
I
you
know this
throw
is
in
stupid semantics.
It is, and you're kind of annoying me. But and I'm not trying to get you to agree with me, but I'm the perspective I'm coming with is the time frame. And right now, this season in the moment is a failure. I'm not willing to say it's a waste if it's a missed opportunity for sure. The best opportunity this team has ever had, this franchise has ever had, but it only becomes a waste if you don't use it to make yourself better.
Would you call it a wasted opportunity? Let's get to the phones. 248. He's going to slap me.
Punch you.
He's going to slap me. Let's go to Brandon in St. Clair Shores. Brandon, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good. I was.
All right. So the reason why I think it's a waste is the same reason why I think the 16-0 Patriots, when they lost in the Super Bowl, that year was a waste for them too. You have the opportunity, you have the group of guys for once to win a Super Bowl, and I think every time you fail to accomplish that goal, it's a wasted season.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how I look at it. They can overcome it in the future. They can learn from it in the future. They haven't learned from it yet, though. They haven't. And they didn't learn from it the year before, as evidenced by they didn't even make it to the NFC title game this year. It's not a given. I think that's the other thing. We had a Ticket Texter put it in an interesting way. It says, here lies the 2024 Lions, an appetizer of a season and a promissory note of great things on the horizon. This is only the beginning, signed Mike. They've had 2 cracks at it. I think they've got at least another couple cracks at it. But they're probably at the midpoint of this window.
That you think, yeah.
Well, without more roster manipulation, cap surgery.
Well, there's going to be roster manipulation every year.
Yeah,
there's going to be cap surgery every year.
But I'll give you an example.
Some of it's going to be major surgery. Some of it's going to be minor surgery.
The Chiefs' first Super Bowl with Mahomes versus the Chiefs roster today in only a 5-year span. It's a very different roster. There's a couple key pieces, but a lot of the roster has to turn over. So
it's possible. You're saying it's possible.
Yeah, it is possible. But, but you're going to have to
Can Brad Holmes, can he draft well?
Yeah, I think he can, John.
Okay.
But as they currently sit, this is...
Well, we currently sit here not knowing what this draft or free agency or trades will produce.
Phone calls and more. What do you say about this season? Success, failure, waste? What word would you use? It's 97.1.
Hey, it's the wintry driving season yet again, and reckless drivers seemingly are everywhere. And if they can't keep their cars under control, you pay the price. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney that's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. That injury attorney you need to hire is David Femminineo. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Ticket Texter is pointing out that, John wouldn't slap me. He would punch me because he's, quote, a real man. I was getting under your nerves a little bit, under your skin.
Well, I mean, this is just another Wednesday.
I know. We'll get more phone calls and ticket text. This is, I didn't think controversial to say. You and I both agreed this was a failed season as we try to write the obituary. I said it was a wasted season. They're the 1 seed. They had home field throughout the NFC playoffs, and they didn't win a single playoff game. It's one thing if you say the defense wasn't good enough to win a Super Bowl. They didn't win a single game. How can you define it as anything but?
Well, you can label it however you want. To me, failure is as far as I need to go.
Okay. Ticket texters are all over the board on this, and the calls are on both sides of this as well. Texter says, the season was enjoyable and fun, but it was for nothing. Based on the goals, it was empty calories, good season, but a bust. Texter says, nice to beat the Cowboys, Seahawks, Niners, Texans, teams we haven't beaten in a while. Other than that, failed season. I'd sum up the Lions season as a rebirth of good times and even better times to come in the city of Detroit and many parts of Michigan. People of all ages and races came together to support a team we haven't had in years. Families reunited, fathers spent quality time with their kids. More to come in Detroit. Not a wasted opportunity. Fans are annoying. This year wasn't a waste. You know what I enjoyed? Watching the game with my wife and kids, eating great food, cheering for the Lions together. Only one team can win the Lombardi. Lions disappointed in the playoffs, but it doesn't take away from the magical ride we had during the season. To the phones we go. Charlie, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I don't think it's a waste. John, I think you're absolutely right. I think Cookies is being kind of obstinate about his stance on it being a waste.
A little vocab.
Like you said, if we learn from this, it's not a waste. Like, I'm 57. I remember when they built the Pistons, the bad boy Pistons, and all the suffering we had to go through to get there. The loss in Boston, the loss to Kareem in the final, till we finally won back-to-back titles. That team didn't really turn around until we got Isaiah, but the Red Wings were the same way. We were the best team in hockey, and New Jersey thumped us. And then we lost to the Avalanche the next year before we got to the final and won back-to-back titles. I think there's good things to come. I think Coach Campbell and the staff and Brad Holmes are going to definitely learn from this and apply it to the team. I'm really excited about the future because they're not the type of guys that are going to let us not learn from what happened here.
I want to respond to that, but John, you said we have some breaking news?
Yeah, it's Adam Schefter has tweeted out Lions defensive line coach Terrell Williams, who worked with Mike Vrabel in Tennessee from 2018 to 2023, is leaving Detroit to become the Patriots defensive coordinator. Sources tell myself and Mike Reese.
So not a surprise. He was on staff with Vrabel in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Vrabel was fired. He needed a job. Dan Campbell hired him, and now he will go for a promotion in New England.
Yep.
We'll wait to see what happens with Hank Fraley, Mark Brunell, guys that could go with Ben Johnson to Chicago, could go with Aaron Glenn to, we assume, New York or New Orleans, Kelvin Shepard. I mean, there's going to be some turnover with this coaching staff, and I don't panic about it. I think Dan Campbell's got a Rolodex, and it's an attractive job for guys. Sure. He'll reward his guys. He empowers his staff. I'm not panicked. This is what happens when you win, but this is something that we thought could take place.
Yeah. The staff is going to get picked apart. Guys are going to get promotions. They're going to be, if they're a position coach, they're going to be coordinators. Coordinators, as we've seen already with Ben Johnson, will probably hear today officially Aaron Glenn going to the Jets. It just seems like, hey, and when you have success, even though it might be a failure of a season, and you have success, you are going to have parts that are coveted by other franchises. And coaches are the ones that have the ability to move around the most.
Price just went up for Robert Saleh. That's how you fix this real quick. You go hire him as long as he doesn't get another head coaching job, which he could. But to me, he's been rumored to go back to the Niners. Don't lose that battle if it comes down to it.
Yeah, you're a more attractive team, I would think. And again, not just because he grew up around here, but this team's closer. Good. Yeah, the team's better. Caller brought up the Wings and the Pistons and getting over the hump, and this is just part of that process. That's certainly the glass half full perspective. I think you could also point to the Tigers, who made the World Series in 2006, and it was inevitable, right? They were spending. They had future Hall of Famers. They made it in 2012. They got even more loaded for 2013. They made the playoffs again in 2014. The idea, though, is it's not promised, and Dan Campbell's been upfront about that.
Well, and so you look back on that, it's 06 to 12.
Yeah.
And you look back and you say, well, they didn't learn enough from any of those seasons. So now those seasons are wasted years, wasted opportunities. And that's to me, when you use the word waste, that's the perspective that I have regarding that term and this season. It's clearly a failure because they didn't obtain their objective. Their goal was to win a Super Bowl. They had been built to win a Super Bowl. They did everything they could to set themselves up for success leading up to the playoffs. And then they, as you put it, pooped the bed.
Because you can't say what I tweeted. Yeah. All right, let's go to John in Southfield. John, you're on 97.1.
Hello, how you doing?
What's up?
Good. Basically, I wanted to say, in my honest opinion, I don't feel like it was a waste because when the Lions have been as bad as they've been for the longest time, and we had like the greatest buzz in football. Now, I understand your point that the ultimate goal was to win the Super Bowl, and we didn't acquire that, but we're still a good team. The core of the team is still going to be there. Sure, we're going to have to do the thing with Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, so we are going to have to make adjustments when it comes to those positions, but I feel as though this is still a good team and we can still get back to that. It was just one of those things where I heard you guys mention that the Lions peaked too soon. Yeah, we did. We were really that team, and then we just hit that highest peak, and then we crashed. But we still looked good while we were crashing, so nobody really paid attention to the fact that the defense was struggling and stuff like that because the offense looked so good that it covered up the defense. And then when the offense, Jared Goff started making turnovers, it exposed the defense even more. But at the end of the day, I felt like we had a really good season. People were really excited about Detroit football, and I feel like that will continue. It's just we can't make those same mistakes next year.
The texter who said rebirth, I think is accurate. I do think we had a rebirth. I mean, how you could call it a birth. I mean, we've never had it like this. I mean, this is a long time coming. But I just know that these windows, and we'll talk more about it at the 9 o'clock hour, these windows, they don't last as long as we hope they last. So when you don't make the most of an NFC title trip and then you don't even get back to the NFC title game the very next year, you do feel like, I'll use a different word that you'll agree with, you're squandering these opportunities. Even with 15 wins, even as much fun as individual games may have been and individual Mondays coming in here had been, they didn't do it.
I would have told you this time last year that the Tigers would win a playoff series and the Lions wouldn't win a playoff game. That's where things go in your corner, Jim, in terms of just absolute waste and failure. But then if you look at the details of how it played out, I do think just saying a complete and total waste is there were things that came out of this season that were good for this team. I mean,
if you want to find silver linings, I think Kirby Joseph ascending to all-pro status was a big takeaway from this season, right?
Where was he Saturday night? I think one of the things that has got completely overlooked.
I know. We had a couple phone calls Monday that singled him out. This isn't the first time it's come up this week. I think from a culture building standpoint, they were tested from adversity, from the depth chart, from what they could get and squeeze out of these guys, and maybe learning that they were stronger than they thought they were. Like, I understand all of that. I just, from the broadest perspective of, you're the one seed, you don't win a single game, I don't know why we sugarcoat it. Like, they wasted that. That was the one seed, the home games, the things that we all wanted, and they got nothing for it. They didn't even get where they got last year. They didn't win a single playoff game.
It was a failure.
Yeah.
And, if they get the number one seed again, it's a big if.
Yeah, there's no guarantees.
What do they do with it? How do they learn from this experience and ultimately win that game? Even if it's not the one seed, let's just say they host a game or they've got to go on the road. Maybe that was the ticket for this year's team. They needed to be on the road. They were undefeated on the road.
My thing is, though, like, while using the defense and injuries as an excuse, the bottom line is the defense that was on the field Saturday night, especially when Robertson went down, was worse than the 2022 defense. It really was. Like, I'd rather have Kaminsky out there trying to make plays than owns Enrique.
I just go back to it. If they would have won Saturday, and then they lost to the Eagles in a close game. And you go, boy, we just didn't have the horses. I think that's a little more understandable. They should not have lost to the Commanders. And all credit to Washington. They didn't make mistakes. They seized the moment. Daniels was every bit as good as we thought, and honestly better. But if Detroit doesn't, uncharacteristic offensive nightmare where you have 5 turnovers. If they don't have that, I think they still win that game, even with this beat-up defense, even with this defense that, quote, shouldn't have been there. And at least we would get back to the NFC title game and at least get a little bit of that back. More of your phone calls. We got Heather's News. It's 97.1. We got a message from the Lions owner. Sheila said that she was proud of this season, but they ultimately fell short. She highlighted the fans' support, thanked them for not just what they did at home, but also on the road. Talked about the momentum of the organization moving forward and how motivated they are. We said if you were writing the obituary for this season and trying to sum up 15 wins, it's the most in franchise history, a division title for the second consecutive season when they went 30 years without winning the division, but also a season where they didn't win a single playoff game, which was eerily familiar and felt empty given what they were capable of. So Dan Campbell said he's looked himself in the mirror and says, I've accepted that I failed and now I got to learn from it. I said, and this has become a buzzword, that it was a waste because they didn't do anything with the 1 seed in the home field. But a lot of people have pointed out that it's not a waste. And Heather, you have been more invested in this Lions team than ever before.
Way more than ever before. And as somebody who doesn't know the ins and outs of everything that goes on with this team like you do, when you said, write the obituary, I also thought obituaries are usually always positive, even if the person is a failure or whatever. You never talk about that during the obituary, right? So I wrote just a quick little sentence, what popped into my head. And it was, to me, a season that unified the state, the community, families, couples. For me, this couldn't be a waste of a season because it got me so much more invested in this team. Colin and I went to games. Yeah. We watched the games together. We had a blast and built those experiences. I also wrote down the word influential because I do think that this was a very influential season. It also brought in a lot of new fans that maybe weren't fans before, or maybe they were just casual fans, right? That, had the gear but never watched the games or things like that. But now there's so many more people invested and they're going to be invested next season as well. Do I think they ultimately failed at their goal? Well, yeah. I mean, how can you not say that? They failed. They failed. But I don't think it was a waste.
To the point of obituaries. Yeah, no one ever walks up and goes, he was a drunk and he wasn't a good father.
Well, they don't write it. They may say it.
Sure, but the obituary doesn't say that. I've said it a couple of times.
I'll be honest with you.
No, and I didn't expect Sheila to come out and use the F word and call it a failure. I didn't think she'd come up and say, boy, last 6 months, never going to get that back. Now, I know that's harsh, but I think when your goals are as lofty as they are, when you've graduated into that tier of an NFL franchise, I did feel kind of empty. This was all for naught.
And success is all relative, right? A couple of years ago, making the playoffs, just simply getting into the postseason would have been a huge success. But you are going to reset your expectations, your level of success. The more experienced you are, the better you are, the better roster, the better coaches, all of those different things reset that standard. That's why I liked the fact that at the beginning of the year, we heard from Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, the expectations of the Super Bowl. I put it out there. We didn't hear it from Malone. What did we talk about the entire time he was here? Why not just say the expectation is to make the playoffs?
Jim, do you think you're verbatim saying the exact same thing if they would have beat Washington and then lost this week to Philly?
It wouldn't sting the same way, but yeah, I feel like not winning a Super Bowl would be a letdown.
But you think you'd be a little bit more like me with lost
opportunity? A little more understanding, maybe.
Because there's just no reason they shouldn't have been able to go toe-to-toe offensively against that defense.
Yeah.
That's where it just stings for me. You can love Jaden Daniels all you want, and look, he might be the first rookie quarterback to lead a team to the Super Bowl if he wins this game.
Wait, it's never happened?
That has never happened. So maybe they lost to that. But still, because of the Commanders' defense, that game should have came down to the last possession.
And the fact that it was a 14-point loss and they were down more than that in the fourth quarter.
They crapped the bed.
Yeah, they absolutely crapped the bed. I guess you're right. No rookie's ever done it because, the guys who have won multiple road games were Mark Sanchez and Ben Roethlisberger, I think. And those guys in the rookie years didn't win the Super Bowl. Daniels is something else. And he may be a problem for years to come, which is, again, why you can't let these moments go because you don't know how many of them you're going to have. If all of a sudden the NFC has a couple of these quarterbacks like the AFC, your competition, you're going to be swimming in it.
Well, that's the beauty of competition is other teams are striving to get better as well.
We'll talk more about this window and just how many cracks at this the Lions' current setup is going to have. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's get to Heather's news.
So the Detroit Grand Prix is looking for hundreds of volunteers for the 2025 race weekend in downtown Detroit, which will be held at the end of May. So the event is looking for 900 passionate, dedicated, and community-focused people to help host the event. And the association, the Detroit Grand Prix Association, is looking for help in a whole lot of different departments, like information services, guest navigators, food services, hospitality, ticket sales, a whole lot of different areas. Last year, they had 1,500 volunteers. They have 600 already, so they're hoping to get at least the 1,500 they had last year, or maybe even more. So something you're interested in, definitely jump online and check it out. 4 men believed to have been involved in the burglary of Joe Burrow's home have been arrested. So earlier this month, 4 Chilean men were arrested in Ohio with items stolen from Burrow's home. It happened on January 10th. Police pulled over a vehicle after investigators had been conducting surveillance on them. And 3 men inside of the vehicle gave fake IDs to the authorities. 1 did not. Anyway, all 4 were illegally in the country. And during the search of the vehicle, not only did they find glass breaking equipment or a tool for them to get into homes, but they also found an old LSU t-shirt and a Bengals hat, which apparently was taken from Burrow's home. Mm-hmm. So they've been busted, and they could very well be connected to all of these other burglaries that have been taking place at these high celebrities. Yeah,
high value individuals.
Yes, that's where I was headed for, something like that. Y'all knew what I was saying, right? So after the loss to Michigan, Ohio State coach Ryan Day and his family actually needed around-the-clock police protection. Wow. His wife, Nina, says that the family received threats, very serious threats that they took very seriously, right? She basically said, hey, nowadays you can't take anything lightly. We're getting threats and we took them seriously. People were just coming after them, coming after their children even.
Kids couldn't even leave their home.
No. His son, a sophomore in high school, said he basically stayed inside for 3 weeks before he could leave his house because people were coming after him who had nothing to do with anything, right? He's just a sophomore in high school. The kid had nothing to do with anything. Seeing his sister in tears, but basically they just said, we'll come out stronger after all of this. But it's sad to hear that.
It is.
That's what is happening now to the entire family, even coming after him. I mean, it's a game. It's a sport. Let's end it at that. I don't know.
A bunch of lowlifes.
It really is, for sure. Yep. Some more big names have been added to the already impressive roster of musicians set to perform at that Fire Aid benefit concert. This thing is going to be huge. Olivia Rodrigo, Stevie Wonder, Alanis Morissette, the Black Crowes, among a whole bunch of others, were just added to this huge list of artists that are already going to be performing. It's going to take place on Thursday, January 30th. It's like a tandem concert because one venue wasn't big enough for everybody. So there's going to be 2 venues already on the list. If you didn't hear, Billie Eilish, Dave Matthews, John Mayer, Green Day, Gwen Stefani, Jelly Roll, Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, Pink, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Sting. I mean, more and more and more that I'm not even listing. It's absolutely incredible. Fans across the globe will be able to watch. You can make contributions as well. They'll be streamed basically everywhere and anywhere, right? Apple Music, Apple TV, Max, Netflix, Paramount Plus, Prime Video, YouTube, yada, 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 yada. They're also going to be at a couple of theaters nationwide. Like you can go to a movie theater and watch. Pretty incredible. So pretty awesome. Hopefully they raise a ton of money. There was a woman, I saw this video and I thought you guys might want to check it out as well. A woman that just set a world record for crushing the most watermelons using only her thighs in 60 seconds.
How many watermelons?
5.
Ouch.
So when you hear 5, okay, maybe it doesn't sound like a lot.
1 sounds like a lot.
But so when you watch the video, I mean, it's incredible. Smashes the watermelon, then of course because
replaces it. Yes.
Yeah, but she's got to clean everything off first, and then smashes the next one. Cleans everything, smashes it again.
One every 10 seconds.
It's pretty crazy.
Powerhouse.
Look out.
Yes. Ouch.
I do want to talk about this. I haven't heard this, so I'm really interested to hear this audio quickly. The mayor of Philadelphia tried to start the Eagles chant, right? Everyone has heard this chant, but she forgot how to spell the word. So
The
let's
chant.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, and forgot how to spell Eagles
Right.
during the chant. So
Kind of
let's
important.
Let's listen.
I can't watch that or listen to it enough. It is one of the most annoying chants. Okay, so it's the JETS, Jets,
Sure.
and I can't tell you how many times. Obviously, I played there for a decade. Having to play Philly in the division, the EAGLES Eagles chant is nauseating. It's hilarious.
That's the mayor?
That's the mayor of the city of Philadelphia.
And you can hear people trying to chant along with her and then realizing, oh, wait, she's off a letter. Oh, wait, this is wrong. And then they kind of chuckle in the background.
And their fight song is it's Fly, Eagles, Fly. And I have been sent on the internet a bunch of T-shirts that are being made in Washington right now because that's who they're playing. It says Fly, and then it's ELGSES, Fly. Fly, Eagles, Fly. Ha.
And she didn't ever realize.
No.
Nope.
No. And can you imagine the people around her going, you really messed that one up.
Yeah.
She sure did.
It will live on forever.
All right, coming up next, Ben Johnson's arrival in Chicago. Who do we want to replace him here in Detroit? We'll get into the Super Bowl window at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. You can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us now and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 or 100 or anywhere in between, Ideal You works, and it works fast. We all love to see results. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in the 40 days that the program goes on. And since then, because it's real whole foods, it's a lifestyle change that you commit to, I'm down 70 pounds since I started the program. Ideal You's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every single step of the way. Your coach is going to help you lose weight, and just as I mentioned, they're going to help you keep it off. That's always the biggest challenge. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal You customers, that's 9 out of every 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now. You're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start the new year off right. Lose weight and also get that $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us. And the cliches begin.
It just didn't look right wearing a Bears hat.
We'll get used to it.
I know.
Again, I know there's a lot of people losing their minds because it's in division. Yep. Hey, good luck. We'll see you.
Yeah. See you twice a year, beat them twice a year. That's got to be the mentality moving forward. You are now the enemy. But I don't think he did anything out of school or taboo or anything. I mean, he took a job a couple days after the season ended, which is when Dan Campbell took the Lions job. It's when most coaches
take jobs,
accept and take the jobs. He stayed here longer than anybody expected him to. He gave the Lions, I thought, a really good effort. They had a top offense each of the last 3 seasons. And this is just the price of being really good in the NFL. We're going to see it more the rest of this week. Terrell Williams, for those that missed the news, Lions D-line coach, going to New England to be the DC under Vrabel, who he coached with in Tennessee. Aaron Glenn, we expect to take the Jets job or the Saints job, where he will probably take a couple Detroit assistants with him, either side of the ball.
Do you read anything into it? Was reported last night that he landed back in Detroit because their whole thing was, well, we're not going to let him leave until he signed a contract. Do you think there's anything, read anything into that?
Is it him leveraging for another year or a little more control or something? Because I think they want him and he has options. So that might have been him saying, hey, really enjoyed meeting you guys.
Yeah.
I got to get home. And seeing if they meet
up the ante,
any of his demands. Because it feels like he is both the favorite in New Orleans and in New York.
Sure. And how much leverage does he have to call his shot or at least have input into who they hire as general manager?
Yeah. And the belief, I don't know if you saw, is there's a member of the Washington front office that used to be in Detroit
yeah.
that they'd like to potentially pair up with the Jets. Dan Campbell was asked about losing both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, something that he expects, and what it means for their window. We're going to get to that at 9:02, this concept of a Super Bowl window, trying to define just how many cracks at this the Lions are going to have with this group. How do you want to see Ben Johnson replaced, John?
I just want the best one for the job.
Do you have a name in mind?
Well, I've got a few names. And obviously we've talked about Tanner Engstrom, and I believe he is, he's probably near or at the top of Dan Campbell's list. He's going to be most familiar with him. We've the internal candidates, Hank Fraley, Scotty Montgomery, but the guys that I think would be interesting outside the quote-unquote Lions family right now, there's 2 that do have ties to Dan Campbell that he's been on staffs with, but have also been on a staff with Sean Payton. And they're currently on staff with Sean Payton, because whose offense do we believe this ultimately is? It's been modified and tweaked by Dan Campbell to be his offense, but the bones of it are coming from Sean Payton. So Pete Carmichael Jr.
I remember the name.
He was, I believe, was the offensive coordinator, or he was at least in New Orleans for like 15 years.
Yeah, he was under Payton in the offensive staff. Yeah.
And was a coordinator when they had some of the most prolific offenses in NFL history. So he understands the concepts.
Terminology.
Terminology can be different.
Okay.
So I'm not going to say even terminology, but the concepts will be very similar to the bones of what Dan Campbell is running. Another guy that is also on staff with Peyton, Sean Payton, Coach Payton, as Dan likes to call him, and should, is John Morton, who is currently the Denver Broncos passing game coordinator. So would either of those guys jump at the opportunity to be offensive coordinator? Probably.
Yeah, you'd think so. Those would be upgrades on a Super Bowl contender. And here's the other thing. You're going to have still a very good offensive line. You have 2 very good backs, all-pro receiver in Amon-Ra St. Brown, who you can move around the offense in the slot, out wide, third down. There are a lot of pieces. Jared Goff, a veteran quarterback, if you're keeping the offense the same and he's going to have large say in what they do here, this should be turnkey for the right offensive coordinator. And John, it may even be someone on the staff for that reason, that Goff, if he's going to have input, says, whether it's Tanner Engstrand or Mark Brunell or Scotty Montgomery or even Hank Fraley, I like this guy. I'm going to stump for this guy. And if it's a truly collaborative process, then Dan's going to know what those guys are bringing to the table every week and if they can handle a little more responsibility. See, I think that would be ideal if one of those guys is ready.
Yeah, and you mentioned this earlier, is, how are you preparing those guys that are currently on your staff to eventually be coordinators? And because we knew last year there was a chance that Ben Johnson could have left for Washington or Carolina or any number of jobs that were available last year. He decided, I'm going to take my name out. I'm going to stay here. Unfinished business. There's still more I want to learn. I like it where I'm at. Now, a year further down the road, he was the leading candidate for almost every head coaching position that was available. And eventually you're going to lose your – you keep winning, you keep having a prolific offense, and the way the defense played, you're going to lose coaches. You're going to lose your coordinators. They're going to be promoted to head coaches in other places. So in the process, what are you doing from within to coach your coaches, to develop your coaches so that you have one that is ready to step in? Because no one that comes in from outside – is going to know as much about Jared Goff, his likes, dislikes, the way that he reads blitzes, the way he gets rid of the ball, the way he throws the ball, the way he sees coverages, more than coaches that are on the staff right now. Same thing with what does Amon-Ra St. Brown, what are his favorite routes? What does he like? What does he do really well? We want to accentuate those. And how does that pair with what J-Mo does, Laporta does, Gibbs, Montgomery, every weapon that this offense has, those coaches. So, and I think I would love to ask Dan this question when we get a chance to talk to him next, and whoever that coordinator ends up being. If it's Tanner Engstrom, how did you develop him to be the play caller? Was there in the preseason? We always look at starters don't play, all right? It doesn't mean coaches aren't still coaching up the guys that are in there, or it's a warm up for Ben Johnson to get ready for the season. But do you tell him, hey, in the second half of the second preseason game, I'm gonna give the lead mic to Tanner Engstrom. I want to see how he coaches and calls a game. I want to see how he reacts to different situations. I want to learn more about him. It puts him in a position to make mistakes that he can learn from. Yep. It also puts Dan in a position to coach his coaches
and evaluate the job they're doing. Look, it's set up well for that next offensive coordinator. If this is truly collaborative, if it's truly Dan Campbell's offense, and he says he's been more involved since the Anthony Lynn coaching change in his first season, I don't expect a huge drop-off. I think they should still be a top 5 offense. Defense, there's maybe a few more questions. Aaron Glenn still technically the DC for now.
Looking for a D-line coach.
Yeah, and you're currently looking for a D-line coach. What does all this mean for their viability moving forward? Dan Campbell's response to the Super Bowl window and your responses as well as ours next. It's 97.1. We'll have Dan Campbell bat lead off, and then we'll get to our responses. This idea of a Super Bowl window. They were in the NFC title game a year ago. They were the 1 seed this year. 0 for 2. How many cracks do you get at it? You're going to lose both coordinators. You're going to lose some key members of the coaching staff. And, of course, everybody knows the rosters in the league. They change. They turn over. Yep. So Dan Campbell's response on where the window is the window still open?
Yeah, and obviously the players he's talking about, the ones that they've re-signed, Aleem McNeil, not Aiden Hutchinson yet, but I believe that's coming this offseason. But even, Montgomery, Monroe St. Brown, Penei Sewell, like these are all got Jared Goff. Mm-hmm. They re-signed him, extended him. So there are guys at key positions that are going to be on this roster, like them or not, for the next couple of years. And I think in large part, all those guys that I mentioned, we like.
We do. So if you could define the window, how many years do they have where they are going to be one of those upper echelon Super Bowl contenders?
For me, right now, and I know we'll both put the disclaimer in, it can always be extended. But I think it's a 3-year window moving forward. Doesn't include those 2 that we just had. So ultimately, it's a 5-year window, which I don't think is out of the realm of possibility. There are going to be new components this year. There are going to be guys that they've got to make decisions on moving forward in terms of what does it mean if this is year 1 of this current, new Super Bowl window that we're resetting the time clock on. Is J-Mo around in year 2? Because this is year 4. They've got to pick up that 5th-year option this offseason if he's going to be a member of the 2016.
Right. You say 3 years. I'll say 2 years. And yes, of course, if Brad Holmes continues to draft at an all-world level, you'll just keep replenishing it.
I went 14 games, and he went 12. Is there any trend that we're seeing here? You're just a little less positive?
Are you accusing me of like a reverse Price is Right?
Yeah. Are you going to get into the middle of next year and say, I want to redo this? I'm going to say 4 years because I got to one-up you.
No, he's going under this time. He one-upped you last time.
No, he went under last time.
No, I'm talking about the wins thing, though. Then so
that's why I say, he's going to get into it.
But if you would have gone to him when he said 15-2 and one-upped us, he probably thought the window was 10 years at that time.
Right.
We just didn't talk about it.
Right.
No, I was hoping you would have one-upped me to go to 16, and you would have just got a little too over your skis.
Oh, no, I'm positive. I'm just also somewhat realistic.
Emphasis on somewhat. To me, the Lions Super Bowl window is 2 more years as currently constructed. Sewell might be the only offensive lineman still here after 2 more seasons.
Starting offensive lineman,
which is the bedrock of this team. I don't know what Goff's going to look like if this offensive line gets swapped out in the next 2 years. The cap will tighten. Can you keep both Branch and Joseph? Maybe, but can you also keep both Laporta and J-Mo? Alex Anzalone will be up in that time. My point will be your roster's going to churn like all teams do. Kansas City won the Super Bowl in 2019. They also won the Super Bowl last year. Only 4 starters from the first Super Bowl were on the Super Bowl last year. It was Mahomes, Kelsey, Chris Jones, and the kicker, Harrison Butker.
Oh, so it can be done.
It can be done. My point, though, is a lot of the guys that are part of this right now will not be here after 2 more seasons.
I'm sure you could go to the run that they had in New England. And obviously it's a much longer time span, but the turnover in the roster on those as well. Now, I think if you look early on in that, one of the more stable position groups was their offensive line. There wasn't as much turnover. But this is an opportunity because you do have a lot of those guys that are signed and they're all in key positions. To me, and this is early in the time frame, we'll get to this discussion down the road. This is a great opportunity in this draft to address the offensive line. You're going to have, a first and a second round pick, and we know that Brad Holmes likes to maneuver around. Does he trade up? Does he trade back, get more picks? I would not be surprised to see them in both the first and second round go O-line.
They have a lot of cap space right now. It's a little misleading in the sense that cap space isn't there in 2 and 3 years because of the commitments they've already made. They can always kick money down the road and they can perform the cap gymnastics. I just feel like the group that they currently have probably has 2 more runs in them before the group looks different. And that's uncharted territory. And I just can't declare that those years are going to be championship contender years until they replenish. I think 2 years in the league, NFL not for long, is a fair assessment. You say 3, it's fine. We just want to know where people are at. How many cracks at this do they have with Goff and Ragnow and Decker and Sewell and St. Brown and Anzalone? This current group, how many cracks at that are they going to have?
Well, and part of the reason why I say 3 years is and we're kind of splitting hairs between 2 and 3 years because we have no idea what the roster looks like. There is going to be turnover, but is to win in this league, you have to have a franchise quarterback. And is Goff ever going to be a tier 1 quarterback? No. So you've got to be able to protect him. You've got to give weapons to him. He's got weapons. And getting the defense healthy, defense is going to be much better next year, at least to start the season. Offense I think, hits the ground running. But you're going to have to replenish that offensive line. I think that is the number one objective over the next – if you're going to remain in that Super Bowl window, you're going to have to replenish that talent, and it needs to be good talent, quality talent on that offensive line.
Look, I'm encouraged by Christian Mahogany, who filled in 2 different games this year, and I thought played well in both of those games. But in the next 2 years, I could see Frank Ragnow no longer being here. I think Taylor Decker, while he signed an extension, I don't know that he's going to see all 3 years that are left on that deal. Zeitler was only on a 1-year deal. Glasgow, I mean, he didn't play well in that playoff game. I don't know that he's here for 3 more full seasons. I think the line has been the bedrock of this team. It's been what has insulated Jared Goff. It's allowed them to run the ball. It's allowed him the time to process and make accurate throws. If that line takes a step back, you lose some of these key vets 2 years from now, I don't know that you will still be one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the sport. You'll still be competitive, but I think the window is, especially next year, the year after, and I hope they treat the offseason that way. I hope they do maximize the cap space they have before all these deals kick in, and they try to squeeze in maybe 1 or 2 veteran players on a short-term deal to try to win right away. And I also hope they re-engage on Max Crosby, because he has said things about how he's jealous of what's happening in Detroit. Like, re-engage there. Try to strike now while you are in this Super Bowl window.
Well, I agree with you on that. You don't leave any leaf unturned in the offseason. You consider anything. I'm not saying you have to F them picks, but it should be on the table just like it shouldn't be on the table. You know, every option should be open. Let me ask you guys this. Do you think offensive line – are you tying your window to offensive line or Goff more? Because Goff turns 31.
Yeah, but I mean, age at a quarterback position is, to me, it's a lot longer. I'm okay with him being 34, 35.
Yeah, if he's protected,
it's not like he's going to slow down.
Yeah, you're right. It's not like he's relying on his athleticism.
Right. Well, I figured that was both your answers. So let me get to, because you mentioned New England and Brady. When they didn't protect Brady is when they got in trouble and didn't win.
Right.
And it happened against the Giants in both of those Super Bowls. The defensive line for the Giants won those games. But I think, one thing to look at here is obviously you said potentially with their first 2 picks this year. Well, then if it's first 2 picks, then especially Manu was a reach, like a huge reach. You can almost admit that was a mistake. Like, isn't he a part of the future, at least potentially?
Well, let's see what he does.
Right, exactly. But more so Mahogany. I think if Mahogany develops, that he will help this not get ugly as the offensive line transitions over the next couple years. But, you can go back to last year and taking Rakestraw with the 2nd-round pick, and there were offensive linemen there. The Ravens, the very next pick, took Rosengarten. They graded a 66 as a rookie. Did Rakestraw get a grade this year?
Probably not. It's so, but you can always look at every pick and say, oh, well, I would have rather have had this guy that was drafted behind him. Unless
but you can say that when you say it before, and me and you both said it, that they really should have considered an offensive lineman in the 2nd round.
Correct. But the biggest need going into this year was the secondary.
True. Yeah, I mean, they gave up a ton of air yards the year before, and if Arnold is the guy they drafted him to be, that's
fine.
Huge.
1st-round pick's fine. I'm just saying. I mean, this is a team that's had 2nd-round picks contribute, and they got no contribution from a 2nd-round pick this year.
To emphasize what you're saying, Manu hitting is a game changer.
Yes,
sure. You know what I'm saying? A guy you took in the 4th round, if he can solidify one of the tackle positions, you all of a sudden open up a window where Sewell and Giovanni Manu are anchoring the bookends of your offensive line. That's a game changer.
I mean, it's early, but Mahogany looks like Holmes.
A steal.
Yeah, you know what he did? He took a guy that was hurt, and he thought they did the background checks that they felt very strong he'd be healthy. So they got tremendous value with him with that pick.
Yep. And again, you got to hit on these guys because then you can extend your window. But as they currently sit today, how many cracks at it do they have? 248-539-9797. It's 97-1.
America's favorite place to watch football is at Stadium Swim, and it's really your favorite place to watch all sporting events. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas and is right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
He's absolutely right. That's Dan Campbell on Do You Think the Super Bowl Window is Still Open? You're about to lose Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. He's right to highlight the culture, the nucleus, players that they've secured on long-term deals. So we asked the question, well, how many cracks of this do you get? Define the Super Bowl window for the Lions. And I said they've got 2 more years definitively. And I use Kansas City as an example. They won the 2019 Super Bowl and then won it 4 years later. But in that 4 years' time, only 4 players remained. Every 3 or 4 years, the majority of your nucleus is going to get phased out and you have to replace them. So I think you've gone 2 years as a contender, right? NFC title and the 1 seed this year. Reasonably with this offensive line, you're going to bring these guys back and get another crack at it next year, and you're hoping to get a second season out of Frank Ragnow and Taylor Decker, but I don't know that you're getting more beyond that. So as the O-line ages, it's an unknown. As you have to pay Laporta and Jamo, it's an unknown. Branch and Joseph, maybe you can keep both, maybe you can't because you're also paying Hutch. There are some unknowns. I think you do have 2 good years, though, before things start to get into, did we structure these contracts right? Did we find the right players late in the draft? I think they've given themselves still 2 more cracks at it.
Right, but it's also, and we got to be careful how we pair these guys together because you mentioned Jamo and Laporta. Mm-hmm. They're coming up at 2 different times.
But in the next 2 years, right, they're going to have those decisions.
Well, decision on to pick up Jamo's 5th year.
That's this offseason.
Yeah, that's this offseason. Laporta's 5th year, that would be next offseason.
Well, Sam doesn't get a 5th year. He was a 2nd-round pick.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So, never mind.
We think about him as
correct.
a
yes.
first-round impact.
I do think of him, yeah. It was Jack Campbell, the Iowa guy. So, yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting. And we talk about preparing for hiring coordinators with Dan Campbell, which is the task at hand right now.
Yep.
For Brad Holmes, you have, you've got certain books that you create, and one is for the cap and how everything is shaping up for this year. And right next to it sits the 26. Next to it sits the 27. Next to that, the 28. And now they're a little bit thinner because you have less guys that have contracts going into those years, but you always have to know, what am I doing now and how does that affect 27 and 28?
Yeah.
And that is the true trick or magic, you might say, in being able to be a team like Kansas City that can revamp a roster.
It can be done.
And continue to win.
And then you also have the other side of the coin, which is the Niners, who went to the Super Bowl, lost, retooled the roster, lost again. These opportunities are precious, and I think everybody knows that. They don't need us to tell them that, but we want to know where you're at in this Super Bowl window conversation. Texter says, I think they'll have a legit shot for the next 4 years. However, next year will be their strongest and their best in terms of getting it done.
As long as you get the coaching hires right.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you're going to have to fix that mistake.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes you can win in spite of coaching.
Yeah. I think people are fearful of what happened with the Eagles, where they replaced both coordinators after appearing in the Super Bowl and then lost in the first round. I would tell you, don't hire Matt Patricia, and that would be a first step.
I trust Dan a little bit more than Sirianni. Yeah. Sirianni seems like a little bit of a weirdo.
Hothead, too.
Possibly.
Brad needs to be preemptive. Get Saleh on the phone. We know AG is going to be coaching somewhere. We need a proven DC, not an internal promotion for that position.
Well, I mean, some of the guys that you would have thought, it remains to be seen what happens with Kelvin Shepard. He's a guy that a lot of people thought, and it has been reported that he is going to be interviewing for the DC job if it opens up, and he doesn't follow Aaron Glenn wherever he ends up going. That's probably the only guy that I would know of right now on the current coaching staff that might get that promotion from linebacker coach to defensive coordinator. Other than that, yes, you are going to be going outside the family on that side of the ball.
And it makes more sense to do so because Dan's super involved with the offense. Not that he doesn't know defense. He knows what he wants, and he certainly knows what he's doing. But that may be someone that they need to look outside the organization for. I think Kelvin Shepard's an interesting internal option.
Sure.
That's what you would be weighing. Because if he's going to go be a DC somewhere else, why isn't he qualified to be a DC here, especially if he's going to play a similar defense, maybe nearly identical defense to what Aaron Glenn did?
Well, and it also begs the question, if Aaron Glenn goes, and we've already seen Terrell Williams is going to be the DC in New England, if you're bringing in a defensive coordinator, he may have guys that he wants to work with. And so as these guys start to find other jobs and other opportunities and promotions, it's going to clear the path for a clean slate for whoever that DC is.
Where do you guys think? Because the more you sit here and absorb Johnson leaving and the talk that's going on and not really having big, strong name candidates and promoting within, I really feel just like the best thing for the Lions to do with offensive coordinator next year is for Dan Campbell to be the offensive coordinator.
Call the plays?
Yes. Where do you stand on that? I think we're going to have some more time to talk about this potentially, but just a knee-jerk reaction.
It's a question I wanted someone to ask him the other day, and we'll have a chance. We will, or we as in the media will have a chance to ask him, I'm sure, at some point here.
My thing is right now, my feel with everything that's going on is get me a big name outside for DC and let Dan run the offense.
Could you promote Hank Fraley to OC and have Dan call the plays, protect Hank from going somewhere else like Chicago with Ben Johnson, give him a title bump, a pay bump? I mean, there's going to be some strategic maneuvering here because coaches can leave for promotions, but if you promote them, then you keep them.
That's a unique perspective. I hadn't thought about that because he did it obviously after he fired Anthony Lynn, and quite honestly, the offense looked better that year.
Look, if they want to give it to Fraley to keep him and then you bring him into the position like you did with Ben Johnson, I'm all for that. But it just feels like, you know what? The hands of the offense would be in the best hands with Dan Campbell.
Possibly.
Another theory. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, while we're currently in this deep freeze, warmer weather is, on the horizon. And Detroit,
you promise?
I promise, eventually we'll get there. By the summer, we'll be there. And Detroit's summer concert calendar is filling up. We've got some more shows to announce. So let's see. Shinedown is scheduled to bring its Dance Kid Dance tour to Little Caesars Arena on July 25th. So we've got that. Billy Idol will play his first Michigan show in 6 years when he hits Pine Knob. That will be on August 28th. And then Jason Aldean is also scheduled to be at Pine Knob as part of his just announced Full Throttle tour. That will be on September 11th. I think he's also playing at the Van Andel Arena as well, September 4th. So got some things to look forward to. Yes, when the weather is warm and you can go outside without covering every inch of your body.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor of Philadelphia is going viral, probably for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, it's epic.
After forgetting how to spell Eagles. So this all went down during a press conference that was held before Sunday's game against the Rams, and she attempted to lead the crowd in an Eagles chant, get them fired up, right? But instead, she didn't spell it quite right.
Yeah.
Oh.
You could hear them in the background trying to have her back.
Yes.
But they didn't really know how she was going to end spelling Eagles.
And you think she would have corrected herself right off the bat. But she just
went
confident.
with it.
Very confident.
Oh, yeah. It is everywhere.
And
it's epic.
Yeah, she's got to live with that for the rest of her life. Groundhog Day is just around the corner. It's a week away, February 2nd. And this year, PETA is hoping to see Puxatawny Phil replaced by a cake.
Oh, boy.
So PETA has sent a letter to the Puxatawny Groundhog Club's president offering to deliver a weather reveal cake in place of Phil. So just like those popular gender reveal cakes, that's exactly what this would be. You'd cut into the cake and it would either be pink or blue. Blue would be 6 more weeks of winter. Pink would be an early spring. And they just believe that Phil and his family are being exploited for entertainment and that the groundhog doesn't get enough enjoyment out of life in the wild.
It's probably the most well taken care of groundhog in the history of groundhogs.
I'm sure it is. I think Phil and his family are doing okay. I think he welcomed some children last year, or at least the year before. Is relatively
the lineage will continue.
Yes, for sure. What was that? Okay, all right. I thought maybe there was something funny to listen to. There's a surgeon and a father who decided to go the DIY route when it comes to getting a vasectomy.
Oh.
Okay,
no.
so this man performed the procedure on himself as a gift to his wife. Why he decided to do this to himself when he probably could have had another doctor perform it, maybe is beyond me. He did film the entire thing. And he posted it to social media for, learning purposes, so people could understand.
Oh, and some copycat's going to try and do it themselves now without a medical degree.
What in the world?
It's got to be. I mean, you'd have to be pretty flexible.
Yeah, for sure. It typically only takes about 10 to 30 minutes, the entire procedure. He said it took him about twice as long because obviously he was performing it on himself. He had to stop once for the pain purposes, but otherwise help. I mean, normally you're knocked out for this, right? Or are you awake for it?
I've not
you
had
are?
one.
See, I don't know.
I don't believe you get knocked out for it. They'll numb you.
Well, yeah, and he did. He numbed himself. He did. He did that, but okay. So you're awake for the whole thing?
I've not had it done.
I've not had it done either.
Well, you know more about it than I
But
would.
my understanding is that
I know the
I'm
results.
guessing.
Yeah.
I know
Well, so
what
do I.
yeah.
I think we all know that.
Yeah, but I
Heather, Colin hasn't yet.
No.
Careful of that oopsie.
I'd be all right with an oopsie. Colin, not so
yeah.
much.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Colin know
is
that?
on notice.
Yes, he's well aware that I would like to have at least one more child. He's no go.
At
He'll
least.
probably get one eventually.
Another
I don't
kid?
know. So I didn't
After the
realize you were
oopsie?
wide awake
Yeah.
for it. So you watch the whole thing?
Depends on what you want to see. Like, I'm sure there are some
Really?
guys that don't want to look at somebody.
want
Like
to.
I would pass out.
Oh,
Like I'm not good. I mean, I'm just
I've
not
had a
good
few
with.
procedures, not down there, but in where I watched. Yeah. That doesn't bother me at all. But that one, I'm not sure that I want to.
Oh, see,
watch.
I felt like you guys would be put under like some like twilight like anesthesia or something where you're just like kind of like in a daze, but you're not like really wide awake. But I didn't realize that.
I think
No,
I'd prefer to be
Okay.
knocked out for it.
I would too. if it
As
was
I
like
understand it, it's
procedure.
basically an out procedure.
Yeah.
It is.
And
Yes.
you just go in there and they, and you're done. And
It
you,
is. And obviously
walk
10
away,
minutes
waddle away.
isn't that long if it really only takes 10 minutes. I guess I wasn't anticipating that you'd be like, oh, let's watch this happen. I don't know.
As you look down.
I was surprised by that. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I can't
the
believe that
news.
somebody tried to do it themselves. That to me
that's,
is bizarre.
It's Heather with the news. Vasectomy stories next. No, if you have them, great. But we're also going to tell you a little bit about what Lions ownership had to say following this season. It was a message sent to the fans. We'll read it next. And we want to know how you are summing up this Lions season. It's 97.1. Hey, Lions fans, toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottles. They're on shelves right now, and they're made for this season. The alternate jerseys the team wore when they clinched the North, that's what inspires the design, but the bottles are going to be gone soon, so get yours wherever you would normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. Snip, tie, cauterize, reads the ticket text.
Burning flesh?
You can smell it while it's
Yeah.
happening.
What's that smell?
I've had my skin cauterized
Cauterization,
before, and you can smell it.
The topic of vasectomies came up in the news.
Yeah.
Even our program director walked in and goes, wait, they don't knock you out for that? No, you're awake. Texter says you're awake, lying down. You can't see it. You get a shot for local numbness. You get a Valium beforehand to calm your nerves. Done 15 minutes.
Shot's probably the worst part.
Probably
Maybe.
is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound fun.
No.
Yeah, where do they put the shot?
Well,
Where do you think?
want to
John?
know? Right.
But that, yeah.
So is it like the
yeah.
dentist, where like the worst, like you get like a numbing and it hurts only a little bit and then you don't feel anything?
It's got to pinch a little bit.
Yeah, just a
And
little
they
pinch.
just like they shake your cheek a little as they're.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we need to act a little faster, so we're just gonna shake it a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, but you also don't want them to go too quick down there.
You never want them to go too quick down there.
We have plenty of guys in our ticket text who have had this happen and are cluing us in. This one says, the doctor who performed his own vasectomy has the perfect nickname, Numbnuts. Remember to stock up on frozen bags of peas, all that stuff, and more. 15 minutes,
cold.
wide awake, no big deal, Steve in Washington.
All right.
Now we know.
Now you know. The more you know.
I have at some point I'll probably go through that procedure, but it's probably not going to seem as funny as it does now.
No, it won't.
No.
Let's get to the phones.
The problem is I'll have these voices in my head of this conversation, and Doc will ask me, "Why are you laughing?"
The less you know, probably the better, right?
Yeah, doctor or me?
You.
Yeah.
I want the doctor to know what he's doing.
No, I know, but yeah, not what's going, not the voices in my head.
We're gonna get to the letter.
I agree with you in that the less you know, the better. I can tell you that when I broke my femur and went through all that stuff, I was a kid and I had no clue what they were doing.
Oh,
But
sure, it's different as a kid, though.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but that's the whole innocence of it. Just don't know. Just let it go. Let it go. Trust the doctors.
Oh, yeah, but
wake up and just
all
hopefully
of the procedures,
something's not gone.
all the procedures, everything that I've wanted to know every step of the way what they're doing.
You said you've watched procedures done on
Oh
you.
yeah, I've watched a few of them where they give you they give you a block on whatever body part it is, and yeah,
You're just staring the whole time.
watching. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with needles or knives or
Blood.
blood.
Oh, you have a needle problem?
He said he doesn't.
Oh, I thought
No,
you
no, no.
did. Said you did.
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry.
No,
I don't either.
I enjoy needles.
That would've shocked
they
me.
end up usually it's a good thing.
Did you have any teammates that had a needle phobia?
Oh sure, you get in line before a game or sometimes practice, and you're there for vitamin T, and I was there for a little bit of an enhancement at that point, something more. And there are some guys that they can't look, like it's like they put they just can't look, and you're like, what's the problem?
Right. I'm with you. I don't get it, but people have phobia.
I can't when I get my blood taken.
You won't watch?
Oh, I love watching that. I
Oh,
watch
no, I'll
seeing the
pass
blood
out.
go in. It's
No,
Yeah.
I get really lightheaded. I get really hot and dizzy. I can't.
Oh yeah. How
no.
about when the kids get shots?
Oh, I don't watch. I'm more like I'm just holding
Focused
them.
on the face.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
How do we segue to the letter from Lions ownership to fans?
But that's your job.
Okay, then.
Sheila gave us medicine, right?
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure. But we want to mix this in here to wrap the show up, okay? Because there is a question of how you define this Lions season, right? You win 15 games, most in franchise history. You go undefeated on the road, short list of teams that have ever done it in NFL history. NFC North champs, back-to-back seasons. But in the same breath, you point out, they didn't even win a playoff game. Forget about a Super Bowl. They didn't even win a playoff game. So Sheila Ford Hamp summed it up in a letter to Lions fans, Lions loyal season ticket holders. And I will just read it for you. And then I want to know from you, John, and from everybody listening, how they will remember this season. Dear Lions loyal member, this is not the letter I was hoping to write to you this year. It's not the ending we wanted or were expecting. The fact of the matter is this. We had a great year. a record-setting season, but fell short of our ultimate goal. What never falls short is your support. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the support we've received from all of you, the city of Detroit, and the entire state of Michigan. Ford Field is a legitimate home field advantage, and that is because of you. It also felt like you gave us a home field advantage in most of the away stadiums we played this season. We appreciate you more than you will ever know. Your support continues to fuel us towards bigger things. I'm proud of the year we had. I'm proud of our players, our coaches, our personnel department, and our entire staff, because at the Lions, we live the one pride concept and truly win and lose together. I know this weekend was difficult, and the next few weeks will be hard to watch as other teams walk the path we envisioned. But please know, we have never been more motivated. I know the future will look different. The team that brought us so much success this year will never be together again. Pieces will change, but we're confident we're going to be where we're going and more aligned than ever as to how we will get there. One of the goals I set for our franchise was to create sustained success. The last 2 seasons have started that process. Back-to-back NFC North Division champs, home playoff games are the type of successes that we envisioned, and we are on the path to continuing that. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for donning your Honolulu blue, and thank you for continuing to be the driving force behind One Pride. Go Lions, Sheila Hamp. John, your attempt to sum up this season.
Well, I mean, I think we've kind of summed it up pretty well, and I think she did well. She didn't use the failure word, but when you say fall short of your ultimate goal, I mean, you failed at what you were trying to do, what you were built to do. The expectations going into the season by Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, and I appreciate the fact that they set the standard at Super Bowl championship. And just because, in Sheila's words, they fell short, or in ours, it was a failure of a season, it doesn't mean that there weren't some great things along the way. It means that the moment and the season was a failure, but you can build on that for the coming years. Dan has talked about it. He looked in the mirror, and he failed.
And he can acknowledge it.
Yeah.
And he's going to learn from it.
And so that's the key to me. And when you get to the point where not everybody's there, it's going to take some people longer than others, and you start looking at next year, how do you build on some of the successes, and how do you learn from the failures that you had this year?
The quote from Dan was, I looked in the mirror, you failed, what are you going to do about it? And I think that's going to be a key here, because they failed in the NFC title game the year before. It certainly didn't feel like a failure, felt like they were maybe ahead, but they were supposed to use that to fuel them to more, and they didn't even get back there. And he's also reminded us that may have been their best chance. So it's really hard to just do, we'll get them next year. And you have no other choice. You got to pick up the pieces and try again. And they're going to have a couple more cracks at it with this core. But I'm just left feeling like, yeah, they failed from the ultimate goal. And for what? Like, this was kind of a cruel season in the sense that we did have this belief they could win the Super Bowl. For the first time in our entire life as Lions fans, we had an entire year build-up to where we thought this team could win the Super Bowl, and they didn't even win a playoff game. So it's kind of cruel in that way. And it does feel like they wasted the 1 seed. They wasted home field throughout the playoffs. There's no guarantee they're going to get that again. Right? There's no guarantee they're going to have a 17-point lead at halftime of the NFC title game. There's no guarantee they're going to have home field throughout the NFC playoffs. It feels like they've wasted, and I know you don't like that word, but they've wasted a couple really good cracks at this. What did you guys make of this season? 248-539-9797 as you try to define both the highs and the ultimate anticlimactic low of losing in their first playoff game against the Commanders. It's 97-1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, understand you, and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. It's what they did for me, and everybody's road, everybody's situation is going to be a little bit different. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Lions will have to replace their offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson. This is not a big surprise. I'm sure Campbell's got some stuff planned. They'll also have to replace their defensive line coach as of today. Terrell Williams going to be the DC with the New England Patriots, reuniting with Mike Vrabel. We'll wait to see what happens with Aaron Glenn. The belief is he will be a head coach, whether that's New York or New Orleans. We brought up the letter from Sheila to the fan base. Proud of them. They're motivated. Sustained success is the goal, and she acknowledged that they fell short. Ticket Texter says it's a cute letter. However, it's not a given that next year will be as good. I'll be surprised if they make the playoffs, as the offense is definitely going to take a step backwards, and few of the teams that had down seasons will be better, not to mention Chicago. I think the offense will still be very good.
Yeah.
I think it's Dan Campbell's offense. I think it's collaborative. I think there's a good chance they promote from within, and they have the personnel. They still have a good line. They still have good playmakers, still have a veteran quarterback. I think they're going to be a top 5 offense next season.
I do as well. I think they'll be a better defense. I think they'll be a better team. But I'm not really going to sit here and analyze whether or not they're going to make the playoffs, win the division, be the number 1 seed, be a Super Bowl, favorite going into the season until we find out who are they going to keep, who are they going to go get in free agency, what are they going to do in the draft. I mean, the one thing I liked about that is when in that letter she talked about, this team will never be the same. There are going to be different parts. There's going to be different coaches, different players, and what does that look like going into next year? Could there be a step back? Sure. Could it be better? There's a possibility of that too.
Ticket Text says the letter's missing something. They would like to have seen her include, quote, "Since we fell short of our goal, as a thank you for our support, we've decided to eliminate our planned ticket price increase for the next season."
Come on.
Signed, Jerry.
Okay.
Who is Sheila? Signed, Jack and Coke, Jerry. I thought Costa was going to cry while reading the letter. I'm starting to lose my voice a little, so it may sound a little more emotional.
You did sound very emotional in reading it.
This is Joanne from Detroit. 0-16 is a failure, 15-2 is a disappointment, but why don't you ask the 53 in the locker room after the hard work and the injuries if their season was a failure? Well, their coach hasn't shied away from it.
Well, I think a lot of them would tell you that. I mean, they had expectations of playing in the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl. They'll all tell you, the end result's a failure.
Why do some fans run from that?
Well, because a lot of fans are looking at it the same way Heather did, about the experience that they had along the way, the fun times they had at Ford Field, the fun times they had at home watching this team, the excitement that it generated throughout the course of the regular season.
I think this topic is laced with this was a failure and this is how you should feel. And I know you're not saying that, but that is what this kind of undertone and what people are inferring about this. And people don't like to be told how to feel.
Right. Yeah. And if you don't feel like it was a failure, I'm not going to sit there and tell you that's how you have to feel.
If the coaches feel that way and the players feel that way, I don't think we're out of line to suggest it was a failure.
Again,
and I think some people feel like we're being
that,
too harsh, and I don't think we're being too harsh.
No, but I'm not going to sit there and say if somebody thought that this year, because they were able to overcome injuries, that they earned the number 1 seed, like that was enough for them. Like they thought that they overachieved. So how could that be a failure? And again, I'm not going to sit here and tell them they're wrong. It's not how I feel. But again, like Greg said, people don't like being told how to feel.
Right. All we are doing is speaking for ourselves, and we have the discussion. You don't have to agree with us. We don't have to agree with you. I think that's just kind of how this goes. The Lions are a team that is no longer defined by winning a couple extra regular season games. Flat out. They're a team that's defined by how well they do when the postseason starts. And they didn't get out of the starting blocks.
Well, there's a lot of people that still have the same expectations as they would have had 3 years ago. You make the playoffs, and you get a shot, and they came up short. But I think a lot of fans have readjusted their expectations because this is a damn good team. It's a good group of talent, and it should have ended further down the road. And whether you get to next week, this coming Sunday, and say, well, they lost because the defense just couldn't hold up against Philly, and the offense was what it always was. It was just good. It was explosive. It was fun to watch. The problem is that we don't get that experience, And in that game, we knew the defense wasn't going to be able to hold up for 4 quarters. But the offense should have been good enough to beat Washington.
Nate and Fenton, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, first time caller here. I mean, honestly, I think it was a blessing that we even made it to the playoffs to begin with. I mean, given all the injuries, the fact we even got there, I mean, with how many week 1 starters we had on the field in that game, and then losing Amik Robertson right away, I mean, the fact we got there is crazy to me. But, I get your guys' point. When you make it to the playoffs, the expectation is you go to the Super Bowl. But, we haven't gotten there too many times. So
it's never
the
happened.
fact
Nate,
we got there, I think, is a foot in the right door. I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, Nate, I don't think every team that makes the playoffs is judging it as you got to win the Super Bowl, but I do think the 1 seed is. You don't think they should have expected? Did you didn't expect them to win last Saturday?
No, I definitely had them favored. I mean, we were favored to win 9.5 out the gates. Like, I think we definitely had our shot. That was our best chance. But if we would have had Hutch on that field, if we would have had Carlton Davis on that field, I think the expectation should have been higher for sure. But, with all the injuries, it's just hard to say, what should have or could have happened.
But even with the injuries, you think they should have won Saturday is what I'm trying to get to, right?
Yes. But that Commanders team, and man, they got a lot of firepower on offense. I knew it was going to be closer than 9.5 either way. So, I mean, I was surprised we were even hanging in by 10 points come down the end of the game.
Oh, they got their ass handed to them. There's no doubt about that.
But I think here is a perspective that a lot of Lions fans, because they haven't made that jump yet to expect Super Bowl victories. This one, obviously, on Twitch. After a lifetime of losing, I'm thrilled to finally have a good team and enjoy watching them play on Sunday again. There are some people that's where they're at.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, this Lions season, like the surgeon in Heather's News, I feel like I've been kicked somewhere that should only be treated very gently. John in Lake Orion. Mm-hmm. There's a story in the News Gator of a doctor who performed a vasectomy on himself.
On himself?
Yes, and videoed it for others.
Yeah,
as an educational tool.
Yeah.
Was he a yogini?
Well, that's my initial comment was he's going to have to be very flexible.
Yeah. Well, wow. Lots of mirrors in play or cameras and what?
The problem with the mirrors is left, right, left.
Dude, you know what it is? He's just showing off. That's a doctor flexing right there. Is what
right, but that's not one that you can't practice that one.
He's flexing. He thinks he's so good at what he does. It's okay. No, I don't need assistance.
Right.
I got this.
But how about this?
Show everybody else. Too.
It's a gift to his wife. Heather, did he send her the video as well?
Well, yeah, I'm sure she saw it.
Oh, honey, that's so sweet.
Yeah, it was for his wife.
Yeah. Yeah. Happy birthday.
Oh, awesome. Did it capture the smell?
Oh.
Was that part of it?
Yeah, he got the mason jar, captured it in the
for
mason jar, and said, only open this when you really want to know how much I love you.
All right. All right, you and Doug in today. Yeah. What's the thought for the show?
Well, we've got a very important Ben Johnson question to ask the audience.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
and other stuff.
Things. Yeah, other stuff. Got some fun planned for Gator. We are fascinated that the world is fascinated with this place, including one of our teams. We'll explain in the second half.
This fascination and
it's
this place?
I think it's a bizarre fascination. But we'll get it. One of our teams went there. We'll get to it.
Oh, I think I did see
Pistons and Red Wing stuff too.
Yeah.
So, all good.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Doug Karsh, that is Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, thank you for holding down the fort yesterday.
Oh, sure. No
came into the office and then learned of a bit of a COVID scare in the family and scheduling conflicts, and mom and dad need a little bit of help, and so took care of business. I have tested and I have no symptoms, all good, but I just, it was one of those days where real world problems got in the way and made it all work. So.
That's all right.
Yep.
Do what the responsible adult is supposed to do.
It happens. So
you missed some yelling.
So, dude, that's what the weird thing is. I was thinking about it Monday driving home. The yelling, I guess, it's just what happens when a season comes to an end, is especially where the difference between the way it ends and the way the expectation was is so great. People get mad. They get really, really mad. And I guess Kang took his rule to the air yesterday. He's going to give people a week to get out all the irrational, over-the-top hot takes.
Yeah. And I understand that.
I think it's pretty fair and pretty mature for the youngest guy on the show to bring up. I'm proud of you, Kang, because you're right. Let people vent.
Well, I do understand the show can be therapeutic. Mm-hmm. Get it out. Get it all out. And then at some point, you've got to turn the page and say, okay, here we go. And I thought it's interesting because Dan Campbell is clearly in that spot right now, which is great because you expect the coach to be in that spot. And look, he's got things he's got to worry about right now. He's got to fill out a coaching staff, apparently, because offensive coordinator is gone. The defensive coordinator is reportedly negotiating a deal. And the defensive line coach is apparently going to be the DC with Mike Vrabel in New England. And you might see others go.
Which brings to mind something that is a bit of a concern is that, what were there, 7 head coaching positions available?
Yes, I think there were 6 or 7, 1 or 2.
Okay, you're relative to that and other shuffling. I hope that Dan Campbell used some time during the week off to lay the foundation for, if they're going to bump up Kelvin Shepard, they're going to need a linebacker coach, right? I mean, you're going to have to, I hope that, because I feel like some staffs have come up short when they have to be hired late in the cycle. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Because many of the top available guys get picked over, and now you're scrambling with what's left. Now, they have the most important thing here, okay? They've got the roster. And as much as it sucks to lose one and probably both coordinators here, having the roster is not a small thing. It's the biggest thing you can have. They got the players. And the second best thing they can have is they got the GM that can help restock the players. And, I don't want to discount how much losing these two guys are, but Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn aren't the only good offensive and defensive minds available.
No, I'm really not concerned about losing the coordinators. You start to get a little bit more concerned when you see more coaches being poached and given other opportunities elsewhere to become coordinators. For instance, we know that it seems that Terrell Williams is going to go to New England to be the DC. He's the defensive line coach here. Dan Campbell called him best defensive line coach in the league, and now he's going to move up to be a defensive coordinator with the Patriots. Okay, fair enough. That's one spot. Now we're going to have to shuffle and look there, and then you hear about Hank Fraley interviewing a second interview, in-person interview with Seattle. He's the offensive line coach, but they're interviewing him for the offensive coordinator position, and you can understand why. With all the success the Lions have had as an offense, that you want to go from that tree. If you're not going to get Ben Johnson, how about finding one of his guys? He's not necessarily a Ben Johnson guy; he's a Dan Campbell guy. But if they lose Hank Fraley, that's another tough loss, right? Because then you're starting to lose the depth guys that you were hoping maybe you could elevate at some point. And but they're also very well and respected coaches. But I think that Dan Campbell and every other head coach in the league, they've got a list of guys they keep. They're always keeping tabs on people. When one coaching staff gets fired, that just means that they can get hired throughout the league, that those coaches will find other jobs, typically. You've got the world of college football to go to as well if you want to dip into that. Well, I mean, Wink Martindale's interviewing for defensive coordinator jobs in the NFL, and, it's just one name to bring up. they've got a myriad of choices, but I always was curious as to like how big is this list this fabled list that the coaches are supposed to have when it comes to coaches? Yeah,
it's a good question. But look, they've got players, they got the GM,
yep,
they got a head coach,
yep,
they've got still a ton of motivation. I mean,
every motivation in the world.
They're
close.
The one of the things I loved about talking to Chuck Daly back in the day, during the early 2000s, the Pistons, we had Chuck Daly on once a week, and he had this theory, and he called it, that the Pistons ran out of big games under him, and when you are trying to get to the mountaintop, you are motivated by big games. And when you get to the mountaintop and you win a championship, let alone when you win 2 in a row, you're kind of running out of big games. And by that, there are big games, don't get me wrong, but those challenges, those boxes that haven't been checked go away. And intrinsically, you cannot match the desperation and the motivation of a team that hasn't checked those boxes. And they've still got that here in Detroit. And look, it's a positive spin in terms of what it's going to mean for next year, because I think it's not even a positive spin. It's something I actually believe in. As you are trying, it's the motivation, the incentive, the deep burning desire to get to the top is more true than trying to repeat in every sport. You want to repeat, you want to make history, you want to do all those things. But when you haven't won a championship and when you don't have that ring, that's the greatest motivator there is.
Yep.
I mean, other than financial incentives, which, because they are professionals and this is their livelihood.
Yeah, and look, this is 2 bitter years to lose. The 17-point lead at halftime of the NFC Championship game in San Francisco a year ago is bitter. And they, went into the offseason. They knew what they had to fix. They addressed things quickly and dramatically with the secondary, reworking it with the trades, draft picks, and free agent signings. They look like they shored up areas on this team. Went into the preseason, we felt pretty good about where this team was going to be. And then, from moment one, we start seeing injuries. And that sucks. They persevered. They went through it all, win 15 games in the regular season, set records all along the way. They look fantastic, even though they're playing without key players. And I think, this wasn't something that was in the back of our mind. You always wondered when the defense was going to, the luck was going to run out because they're just too much to overcome. I think it was more than that. I think it was always like every game you look at, there's a real percentage chance that could be the game where it happens. And it finally came to fruition on Saturday night, in part because there were a couple more catastrophic injuries to the team. So that's the motivation too, because the first part you mentioned about the roster, the roster is there. All right. Is it a perfect roster? No, it's not a perfect roster, but it's damn close. If Hutchinson's healthy, you've got the pass rusher you're looking for. If McNeil is healthy, you've got the run stuffer in the middle that you're looking for. If Carlton Davis is healthy, you've got more stability in the secondary. It's all these things, and every team has to deal with different types of injuries and at different times. But for the Lions, it was just way too much. So at least they know they have the roster, and now going into the offseason, they know they've got some money they can spend and maybe fill some other holes that they have, or do something dramatic and really try to do something over the top that puts them in that mix again to be contending for a Super Bowl. But I already think the roster's there to be contending for the Super Bowl. It's a question of, can they stay healthy?
Got a question about Ben Johnson we will get to today at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson on a Wednesday here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, they are Lions fans all year long at UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. What an epic season. Not only did the Lions clinch back-to-back NFC North championships, but some of our guys like Jahmyr Gibbs, shattered the record for the most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate, UMCU has a great offer for you. Right now, earn 4% on CDs. That's right. Secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. As much as we are confident that the Lions will be back and have a chance to do it all over again, you can be confident in this deal from UMCU. Celebrate the Lions with 4% on CDs at UMCU, and you only need $1,000 to get started. Promotion is available for a limited time, so join the winning team today. I did. It's quick, it's easy, it's convenient. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions do apply. Okay, so look, we see reaction out there when Ben Johnson takes the Bears job. And one of the reactions that seems to be quite prevalent is people are mad at him. People are mad at him. And I guess our question today, on this bitterly cold day in Metro Detroit, is it fair to be mad at Ben Johnson? As Kang said, and he's right, this is a week where people will vent, and we'll hear some pretty crazy hot takes on the Lions. But is it fair to be mad at Ben Johnson? Because people are going to forward this idea that he was distracted, which the only people that really know that are probably Ben Johnson and maybe some people on the line staff. And if anybody reports it or has reported it, we've missed it. But I haven't seen any credible reporting that that's the case.
I think that's preposterous. First of all, should anybody be mad at Ben Johnson? Abso-freaking-lutely not. No way.
But did you hear what he said? This is where I want to be.
He wants to be a head coach.
Exactly where I want to be.
He wants to be a head coach. No kidding.
But he said it about Chicago. Look, I'm just expressing. Let me be clear here. I'm expressing some of the things that we've seen out there.
Yeah.
Really, you really want to be in Chicago?
Well, is there such thing as coach speak?
Well,
you say things in public when you get a new job. Hey, I couldn't be happier to be right here in the middle of Dayton, Ohio. Mm-hmm. Greatest city on earth. I don't care what he says. I love the time that he was here because he was damn good at what he did. It was innovative. It was fun. And it doesn't bother me in the least anything he's going to say. Unless he starts disparaging his time in Detroit, well, then it's he can go do some certain things to himself. But as far as, being mad at him, no. How can you be mad at a guy who's taking a job to do what he wants to do, which is be a head coach, and he's got 13 million reasons a year.
That's the reported salary.
To go do it. Who's going to turn that down? On a team, by the way, in Chicago that has a lot of offensive talent to work with, I think it makes sense for him. Now, the part that all of us were like, does he really want to go to Chicago, is because the front office is a mess. But if he goes there and he's comfortable with his meetings, with what they've told him, how they're going to change, what they're going to do differently, the power that he has, and then, of course, the biweekly check or the bi-monthly check that he's going to get, that's just fine. Let him go. Do I think he was distracted? No. What would be, show me an example in Saturday's game where, Ben Johnson was distracted. Did Ben Johnson throw the pick six? Did Ben Johnson say, Jared Goff, you've got to throw the ball in the back of the end zone at the end of the first half that Sainer still picked off? I mean, the play call on 3rd and 1 where Goff gets hit and fumbles it, that's not Ben Johnson's fault. It's a play he's called all season long. Digging into his bag of tricks and having Jamison Williams potentially throw a pass. I'm pretty sure that Jamison Williams was told before that play, if it's not there, throw it away or tuck it and run. That's not on Ben Johnson. Nothing in the game Saturday tells me he was distracted. Now, is it logical to think that at some point, between the time that he interviewed with the Bears and then during his prep work for the game on Saturday night, that his mind could have drifted elsewhere at some points? Sure. Do I think it happened actually on Saturday night? No. I think once you get into the game, you are locked in on the game.
So, the things that I have seen, include he was distracted, and there's he so quickly took this job. He had one foot out the door. He might pillage our staff. And here's the other thing: we don't always have to be fair, right? As a part of being a fan is, now, do you want to beat Chicago even more? I don't really, no, not necessarily, but I think that, that it's okay to be mad and say, okay, I don't like this guy anymore. He is the coach of the Chicago Bears. We're not saying you have to root for him, but is it fair to be mad at Ben Johnson? 248-539-9797. And let me point something out. On Monday's show, I made a comment about, I know this is irrational. I understand that it's irrational, but I did not want to hear about anything. This is the first trip for the Washington franchise back to the NFC title game since whatever. And it was because, it's implying that it's been a long time since that team has had success. But that team has raised the Lombardi Trophy. That organization has raised the Lombardi Trophy. There are people in that fan base that aren't like in their 70s or 80s that remember winning a Super Bowl. So don't tell me how long they've waited. It's completely irrelevant to a fan base that has waited forever. And so
right. So you alienate one fan base, but everybody else understands.
But my point,
that's where it's irrational.
I admitted it's irrational, but it irritated the living crap out of me to hear about how long Washington's waited between success when the wait, anybody's wait in the NFL is less than our wait. And so, I admit, and maybe with a fan that is, mad at Ben Johnson, maybe they do admit, okay, this is a bit irrational. However, I'm mad at Ben Johnson.
I'm not mad at Ben Johnson. I totally understand why he left. If I were Ben Johnson, I would have took the Bears job as well, or at least left the Lions for another, for a head coaching job somewhere else. With that being said, I think if you're a fan, you're allowed to be mad. That's the point of being a fan.
Would it have been less if he took a job other than the Bears?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's another part of being a fan. I think if the fan hat is on and they go, listen, dude, you're going to leave. Okay, I kind of get it. We see this coming. But if you stay in the division, you're slapping me in the face as a fan. What are you doing? And that's how fans think. That's the fun part and not so fun part about being a fan, guys, is you are allowed to be somewhat irrational because the only thing you really care about is the team's success, the team that you are rooting for. How does this affect me and my team?
248-539-9797. Ken is in Taylor, and I 97 want a ticket. Hi, Ken.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought there's another Ken. I'm not in Taylor. But what's up, fellas? How's it going?
We're good.
I kind of feel like it's egregious if you're upset with him. I think people fail to realize how spoiled and blessed we've been. We expected maybe one, maybe both of them last year, but they saw the success. They were on the precipice, and they ran it back. That's unusual. And then, Gator, you kind of touched on it, 13 million reasons. With all due respect, if you tell me tomorrow, King, we're going to move him out and put you in there, Ken, for $13 million, I'm going to ask you when you're clearing King's stuff out, even though he seems like a good guy. You know what I mean? I'll take the job. I think the thing is people are hurting, so emotionally they're not strong. They expected to be in the Super Bowl, and you lose in the divisional round at home, and it was a collapse. It's not his fault. It's not anybody's fault. It does sting a little more that he's in the division because he knows what's going on in this building. But you know what? It's just going to make it that much sweeter when we beat him every year. So I can't wish him well because he's in the division, but he absolutely did what anybody else would do.
What a great point about how we're all emotionally vulnerable right now to unfair takes, and you're right. The emotions have led to this week being what it is and what it's probably going to be for a while here.
Yeah, I mean, what was the expectation? Like the fact he came back last year, I was shocked.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that everyone was like, "This is the year," they didn't. Now they're leaving. It's just piling on to the hurt. It's going to be fine. The organization's in a good place, and again, just to reiterate, it's going to be that much sweeter when we beat them. You fellas have a good day.
Hey, thank you, Ken. 248-539-9797. Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Ken just said. I mean, for $75 million, I don't know how loyal I'm going to be to pretty much anybody. But and you can kind of look at it with the division too, because no one's really mad at Aaron Glenn. Like it seems like he's about to take this Jets job. From like what I'm hearing over here, but like we're not mad at Aaron Glenn, but I can promise that first like trick play that Ben Johnson runs against us, like I just know from watching this team, the first snap of their first offensive drive in their first play against us, he's absolutely going to run some trick play that's going to piss off every one of us as fans.
I think I would agree with it. The one thing that I would say that fans have a right to be a little miffed at is that it's the Bears' job. Any other job, be out of the division, and okay, I'll wish you a little bit well, and if we ever meet up in the game, then we'll root against you. But otherwise, you be you. But the fact that he took the Bears job, now it's like, all right, well, congratulations on getting the job. Now you're persona non grata here in Detroit.
Yeah, no, I think that actually absolutely jumps the Bears to number one enemy in the division now. I'm just curious though, do you guys? I figured we were losing Ben Johnson and Glenn. I'm more worried now. I mean, we just lost our D-line coach to the Patriots. I'm actually more worried about the ripple effect of that in the organization. Do you guys think I'm just being dramatic?
Yeah, no. The team loves Hank Fraley. This offensive line loves Hank Fraley, their offensive line coach. And he may be gone. Like it's a there's a lot of very difficult hires that are going to have to be made. I mean, I guess, the GM and the head coach have had time to think about this. They have had time to put a line of succession in place for every assistant coach. So it's not catching them off guard. And hopefully they had feelers out before all this happened that they can let people know, hey, we will have interest if this job opens up, and we expect it to open up. So sit tight. And given their ability to put one staff together, you have to have faith that they can put another staff together. But yes, the trickle-down effect, the cumulative effect, okay? It's like the injuries. The injuries, it's a cumulative effect, probably eventually caught up to them defensively. Could the cumulative effect of losing, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Hank Fraley, Terrell Williams, Brunell, Alf Spielman takes it. Like all the names that have, they're a model franchise that everybody's trying to plunder right now. It's Carson Anderson, more open line calls. Is it fair to be mad at Ben Johnson? 97.1 the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, Pistons in action tonight against Atlanta. Interesting game in the Eastern Conference standings with Detroit a half game behind Atlanta for a coveted spot, the 6th spot in the Eastern Conference. It actually is coveted because you avoid the 1 or 2 seed and you avoid the play-in round. Although the play-in round could be fun just because you have a chance to win some games. Although a 6 versus 3 matchup, wouldn't that be the Knicks? And the Pistons beat the Knicks last week. But
does that mean we have to go to Dayton?
No, there's no play. The NBA play-in tournament is not held in Dayton. That is Dayton has locked up This is one of the strangest things in sports to me that cracks me up. The NCAA tournament has these 4 play-in games on Tuesday and Wednesday before the first round starts.
Oh, thank you for saying that.
Those games are in Dayton, Ohio annually. Whatever Dayton has pledged to make it worth the spot to go, the NCAA has said, it's all yours, Dayton. Like the city of Dayton, did the mayor of Dayton say, and I will run on the campaign that we will keep the play-in round of the NCAA tournament in Dayton. How has Dayton got this thing locked up?
All right, in the cradle of America.
Is it possible that nobody else wants it? I suppose, but
they got it.
Yeah, Dayton. Is this a lifetime contract Dayton has on the play-in round of the NCAA tournament? Anyway, I digress. Pistons in action against Atlanta tonight. Red Wings last night with, I don't know how else to describe it, a relatively boring game. Is that a good way to put it? Was it? I mean, sports are great, but it was a boring 2-1 loss in overtime to Philly. Overtime's great. I mean, the 3-on-3 hockey. I'm watching 3-on-3.
Third period was a pretty good
yeah,
period.
And
Not
Red
just
Wings
because they
had some
scored,
chances.
there were chances.
Yeah, there were chances, and they didn't have a lot of chances throughout that game.
So did Philly had chances.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And maybe this has come up a million times before. I'm watching the 3-on-3 overtime last night, and I'm like, if the All-Star game, which all All-Star games have problems finding their footing, with maybe exception of the baseball All-Star game, if the All-Star game just basically became every team sends 6 players, and we're going to have a 3-on-3 tournament, where the Red Wings would have a 3-on-3 team, and everybody would just play. They'd bracket them off and just play. Not, 5-minute games. Literally 5-minute games. We have 2 lines of players and a goalie. Would you watch that?
Yep.
Wouldn't that be fun?
It would be, because
every team represented, and that's your All-Star game.
I mean, I definitely watch.
And then
that.
you get to pick who your 6 guys are, and you send a goalie, and you go to the All-Star game, and they bracket them off, and you play 5-minute games.
It's easy enough to do with 32 teams, right?
Yeah, you could do it over a couple of days. That All-Star weekend. Wouldn't that be fun?
Look at you.
Kenny, you're a hockey guy. Oh, we've really digressed. But Kenny, you're a hockey guy. 3-on-3 tournament instead of an all-star game, every team represented?
I mean, at this point, anything's different. Anything's going to be better. I mean, I'm a hockey junkie, so yeah, absolutely, I'd watch it. But anything's different. Anything's good to me.
All right. There you go. Anyway, let's get back to your phone calls. Joanne is in Detroit and on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Joanne.
Hi. Happy New Year to my 2 favorite men. How you guys doing today?
Doing well. Happy
great.
New Year, Joanne.
Thank you. I'm not mad at Ben Johnson for being a head coach and financially making his family stable. What I'm mad about, and I equate it to like if him going to Chicago, is if I would put on Facebook my alarm to my house and tell everybody on Facebook, hey, I'm going out of town. That's how I equate it. Because he knows the Lions playbook. He knows all the trick plays. And even if we change like a trick play from shake and bake to let's do the twist, he still knows the formation. And that's what I'm angry about.
He's taking all the company secrets with him?
Yes. Yes. Now, if he would have went to Vegas like I thought he was going to go, I wouldn't have been angry. I would have even rooted for him. But for him to stay in the division, I'm really upset. Really upset. So that's my take.
Okay, fair enough. Like we said, I mean, do the Lions have now tremendous knowledge of the Bears play caller?
I mean, that they do.
Yeah.
Sure.
Does this go both ways? Sure, Ben Johnson knows the Lions personnel.
I mean, would the Lions have the advantage? Because you would think that the Lions would change things up to a degree. I mean, they'll have some same plays, but they are going to change some things.
One would imagine. 248-539-9797. Now, she said financially taking care of his family. Let's go with conservative estimates. I mean, I've seen the low end of the estimation of what Ben Johnson got is $13 million a year to go to the Bears, which makes him like a top 10 paid coach in the league. And in Detroit, there was speculation, although no hard reporting, that it might have been $3 million, maybe as much as $4 million he was making here. But let's go ahead and call it 4. If he got a 4-year deal in Chicago, which again is probably a conservative estimate, He's going to be guaranteed $52 million over the next 4 years. He would have to work in Detroit for 13 years under his old salary to make that kind of money. And many coaches don't see the end of their contracts. I mean, Ben Johnson could be in Chicago for a couple of years, get fired, and net $52 million. You go from being taken care of, the salary he was making here in Detroit was an incredible salary. He was totally taking care of his family, but he's moved into that generational wealth where it starts to impact not just your kids, but their kids. I mean, that's what he's taken here.
Yeah, I really don't have much of an issue. The only slight issue I have is it was the Bears job, but that's a me thing. It's going to bother me as a fan, but I can't blame him for taking the job if that's. When we talked about all these jobs, which was the best one out there? Well, the best offense, the ready to win offense, is the Bears. But they've got some other issues they have to work out with the front office. That's the challenge. But the money is massive. How do you turn that down? And how do you turn down the opportunity to work with somebody who you think is really talented, somebody who he saw twice this year? By the way, I'm not going to say he carved up the Lions, but didn't he throw for like 5 touchdowns and nearly 300 yards a game in the 2 games with no interceptions? Caleb Williams is a talent. He did really well. So it sucks that he's going in division. That's the part that really hurts and stinks. And then you'll have some more opportunity to be mad if he does take some coaches with him. But those coaches would have to be elevated to business. I don't think he can take multiple. I think he can take one guy and elevate him to be his OC, and that's about it. Otherwise, they're lateral movements for coaches, and I don't think they do that.
Gator, I think the question that Doug is asking, like, are you mad at Ben Johnson? Can you be mad at Ben Johnson? Is it fair? Like, I think rationally, I think everyone knows why he took it or understands why he took the job. But they can still be mad, is what I'm saying. As fans, they can still be upset that he chose a job in the division. That, it's crazy. Like I said, I'm not mad at Ben Johnson. I totally understand why he took the job. If these $13 million per year reports are true, he's probably making more than Dan Campbell. He's making more money than Dan Campbell. And he's never coached an NFL game as a head coach.
Well, then Dan Campbell will be happy because guess who's going to get a raise?
Maybe. I mean, Ben Johnson's entered the top 10 category. I mean, these guys, the only guys making more than him would be like Sean Payton, Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh signed a $16 million per year contract this offseason. I mean, that's the stratosphere Ben Johnson's entering.
Which
and
is
maybe
more
Dan
reason
Campbell,
why he left.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. Derek is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Derek.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good, thank you.
All right, listen, I'm definitely mad at Ben Johnson as a Lions fan, and I think I have a right to be. Because it's an old saying, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. And, of course, he has absolutely every right to take a job and take care of his family. That's besides the point. For me, I don't think that you can hire a staff, like you took the job, prepare for a game plan, all this in a matter of days. And so I think the Lions were ill-prepared because he had one foot out the door fantasizing about this $52, $53 million gig he's about to get. And you can the evidence is in the play calling and how the game went.
Oh, come on.
So that's my take on it.
How is the evidence in the play calling? How is the play calling in the game Saturday any different than any other game they played this year?
Run the ball.
They did run the ball until they got down by 2 scores.
3rd and 2, you pass the ball and he fumbles the ball. Then you giving a guy who never passed in his life a flea flick or whatever. Come on, man. Now you want to?
They were going to let Penei Sewell throw a pass earlier in the season
when he wasn't distracted.
What are you talking about?
You asked me if I was mad. I'm mad, and I think it's not what you do, it's how you do
All right,
it.
You can be mad, but just admit it's irrational.
I am being rational.
I said irrational because I think you're being irrational.
Okay, so listen, I don't think he prepared this team. I don't think he had time to. Period.
Okay,
I think we were ill prepared based off of his decision to leave and the way he did it. And then in 48 hours, we lose on Saturday. Monday afternoon, we find out he's taking this gig. You can't convince me that this wasn't already in the making.
All right, I'll try a little bit here, Derek. Then how about Monday? The Bears realize, okay, Ben Johnson just got bounced. we need to make our move on our guy before anybody else does, because now he's free to do in-person interviews with any team in the country here. We got to make our move. Hey, Ben, we're going to put the full court press on you. Here's a 4-year, $13 million a year job. You want it?
Okay, but I don't think they had to press too hard.
Okay, well, Derek,
I don't think he had to press too hard. I don't believe that it was a Monday morning type of thing.
What if he loved the opportunity to begin with?
These things don't happen like that. These guys are professionals.
These things happen like this all the time.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, Derek, I'll give you one reason. I'll tell you what. We got to get to a break. We're up against it. When we come back, though, I'm going to give you one reason why I do believe the Bears stepped it up on Monday. And we'll get to that today at 10:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's really cold outside. We know. Today was like the coldest day of the year. Temperatures dropped below zero last night, and the cold can really wreak havoc on what you've got going with your garage door. You got all these moving parts, springs and rollers. They're metal. They can get brittle. They can break. If your garage door is making some funny noises, or maybe it's just working really slow, or the battery is out, you need to call the experts. That's Precision Garage Door. These guys are amazing. They've come over to my house a couple of times over the last 3-4 years, some for maintenance, and then I need new garage doors. And fortunately, they picked out the perfect garage doors with me. They went over all the options, and I could not be happier. In fact, they've got a warehouse. They've got a bunch of garage doors there. They can put a new garage door in your house in as little as 24 hours in some cases. It's awesome. So if you need a new garage door or maybe just some repairs, Precision is the place. Just give them a call, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule at precisiondoormi.com.
Kang asked us a question during the break. Are we asking people, is it fair to be mad at Ben Johnson and then getting mad at them for being mad at Ben Johnson? And the answer is probably yes.
Yeah, sorry.
But here's
you know what, Derek? I'm sorry.
Well, you're the man. Be mad.
I'm sorry. Because I want it on my terms, which is like, I want people to admit it's like, Doug, I'm
I
mad
can admit when I'm being
and it's
irrational.
irrational
Yes,
that you're mad about it. Because in reality, the game plan, what they did this Saturday was the same that they've done every other game this year. They run the same kinds of trick plays. And no, I didn't like seeing Jamison Williams throw the ball either. But it would have been fun to see it, just like it would have been fun if Penei Sewell had time to throw the pass. But is it ridiculous to have an offensive lineman rolling right and throwing a pass? Yes. It's more ridiculous to see that than to see J-Mo doing it.
the totality of all the trick plays was the net positive on this team, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But they weren't going to be 100%. Neither is every run play, every pass play, they're not 100%. For some reason, though, trick plays, when you call a trick play and it doesn't work, it feels like there's this punitive measure of you should have never called that.
Right.
Well, there's normal interceptions too. And, people say it's an unnecessary risk. And yet there were risks they took all season long. Every risk is unnecessary.
And the Lions had a pretty equitable split during the game between running and passing the ball up until the point where they got down by double digits. And then they had to change things up, and they threw it, I think it was literally 17 times in the last two drives once they got down by 17.
To our guy, Derek, though, who thinks that these – it's okay. You and Derek, I hope, are still cool. The thing about it is, Derek made the comment of he didn't think things go down that quickly. The Bears were not the favorite to land Ben Johnson. Going into the weekend, everybody was talking about the partial owner of the Raiders being in Detroit and being around Ben Johnson. The moment the Lions lost, was Tom Brady, who was in Detroit, allowed to talk to Ben Johnson? And if you're a Bears guy, and by Bears guy, I mean, I guess just a Bears owner, if you're in the Bears ownership group or you're the GM and you want to hire Ben Johnson and you know that Tom Brady was in Detroit all weekend and Ben Johnson became available, there was a sense of urgency to act quickly.
Right. Like, did he get on a bat phone and say, hey, just so you know, I'm at Shinola.
Is that a don't take the Raiders job yet moment? That does happen where people will say, don't take that job yet until we talk.
No, but the other thing is, what's the best option for you as a coach to step in and have success right away? Is it with the Raiders that don't have a quarterback and don't have an offense to speak of? Or is it with the Bears that have the first pick from overall last year who's leading the team as a quarterback and they've got a ton of offensive help?
And both those organizations, to be clear, the Bears and the Raiders are both completely screwed with the division they're in.
Yes.
They're both completely screwed.
Well, unless he can get them up to speed. I mean, the Bears were the dog of the division, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they also had some fight in them. That's a team that did have Washington beat until a Hail Mary. I mean, they had some heartbreaking losses in Chicago. That's a team that needs to learn how to win. They've got talent on that team. They just had Eberflus. That was their biggest issue.
The Bears won 5 games. The Raiders won 4. The NFC North was the best division in the NFC. Yeah. The AFC West is the best division in the AFC. Those 3 teams in the AFC have all established good quarterbacks of various degrees. It feels like only probably 2 of the teams in the NFC, because we don't know who the Vikings are, have their quarterback figured out. Let's just say that they both have the same challenge. One of them had a partial owner in Detroit. The other one reacted. I mean, the Chicago Bears reacted like, we need to lock this up immediately. And I think it did happen very quickly.
And I think right now, we've already mentioned this a few times, but Lions fans are emotional. We're grieving still in many ways, right? And so things that they didn't have to think about before, they're thinking about now, and they're bothered by it. Like allowing coordinators to interview during the playoffs. I see text every day during the show, and so many people are upset that that this is allowed, but this has been going on for years. It just never affected the Lions
Nobody
before.
cared.
No one cared. But now when it affects the Lions and you see Aaron Glenn getting interviews during the playoffs and Ben Johnson getting interviewed during the playoffs, you're like, what the hell is this? Why is this allowed? And so people are upset. And that's why things move so quickly. As soon as you lose, man, they were after your coordinators as fast as can be.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in Sterling Heights. You're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
Before I talk about Ben, I just want to bring to people's attention, in the past, Bo Schembechler was born in Ohio. Bo Schembechler coached under Woody Hayes as an assistant at Ohio State. Bo Schembechler was coach at Miami of Ohio, and when he left to come to Michigan, people in Ohio called him a Benedict Arnold. So we got to think about stuff like that. Rodman and Sally on the Bad Boys went to Chicago, the Bulls. So stuff like this happens, man, but that's sports, man. So am I mad? Nope. We just got to get better. And what I look at from Ben Johnson's perspective, he's learned a lot to be an assistant coach. He probably walked in that head in the front office in Chicago and said, listen, if I take this job, I need some, in order for me to be the guy that y'all want me to be, give me some freaking offensive linemen. And from Ben Johnson's perspective, he probably got a playbook that he was only half able to use it because our quarterback does not have the running ability of a guy like Chicago has. So they can learn together and grow together, and they're going to open up a playbook if you get them offensive linemen. Plus, being paid $13 million a year, I ain't mad at Ben Johnson. We got to step our game up now. And the NFL rule states that in a bye week, you can talk to the coaches. So he did nothing wrong. Chicago did nothing wrong. We just got to step our game up.
Yeah, and Chicago wasn't the only team that talked to Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson did several interviews via Zoom with teams prior to the week of preparation for the divisional playoff game. And I think the caller brings a great point. We're never happy when somebody leaves the fold.
No.
Never. No. Sergei Fedorov left. People hated Sergei for it. He got booed. Ben Wallace left for Chicago, right?
Yeah.
We weren't happy about that.
The whole Chicago thing really takes a degree of, if anybody is mad, it does take a degree of rationality out of it because it's blanking Chicago.
Yeah.
But
Gibby left.
Yeah. Yep. 248-539-9797. Dave is next. Hi, Dave.
Good morning, guys. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Hey, what nobody's talking about is Dan Campbell created a culture, and that's why everybody's picking his roster, because you look at the great coaches like Belichick and Reed, they all have disciples all over the NFL, and you carry what he teaches and you take it with you and you go and create other cultures. Now, you look at the Bears, there were some games where they didn't even want to finish plays. So you got to create the culture, and then, Dan Campbell's early in his career, and I think he's got the culture and the mindset where they want to pick his staff so that you look at a lot of good coaches, and they're all disciples all over the NFL. You see it on CBS. They say where they come from.
It's a copycat league. It's a copycat league. Look what happened with the Rams when McVay won the Super Bowl, and right before that, my God, look at his tree, how it's branched off, and he's got head coaches all throughout the league, coordinators all throughout the league that used to work for Sean McVay. It's going to be the same thing with Dan Campbell. Now we're starting to see it. This is the first time we're seeing the coaches leave, and it's going to be like that. Ben Johnson's gone. Aaron Glenn's going to go. We're going to see Terrell Williams leave for the Patriots. We might see a couple other offensive coaches leave the fold here, and it's going to be tough for Lions fans because we liked having our family together, and yet at some point they're going to branch out on their own.
All right, Gator said he broke down and did something, and I'm intrigued to hear what it is. We'll get to that today at 11:30. We'll talk some Pistons and Red Wings before the show is done. Is it fair to be mad at Ben Johnson? Nobody seems to be mad at Aaron Glenn. Is this just simply a Chicago thing? Now, Aaron Glenn hasn't left yet, but it looks like he is going to. 97.1 the ticket. All right, a bunch of feedback on this. There's quite a bit of pushback regarding Ben Johnson. And, was the timing too quick for people to accept that this wasn't a done deal? Like Derek's suspicion, Derek, who called last hour, was really mad. If you want to build it around the fact that it was the timing, they lose, it's 11:30 on Saturday night, and by Monday morning, it's already reported that Ben Johnson is, the negotiations with the Bears have moved forward quite a bit. I think the Bears were probably desperate. Wasn't all the talk going into the weekend, Raiders, and oh, look, Tom Brady's here? I think it forced the Bears' hand a little bit to counter quickly. Was Saturday night Ben Johnson's best game? Nope. It was not. Was Saturday night the percent of calls that he got right probably less than some other games? It probably was. The whole timing of trick plays, there's a time and a place for it. Well, if you wait for the time and the place, it's not much of a trick. like the tricks are part of a trick play is they are unexpected. It's like faking a punt on the other team's 39-yard line on 4th and 3. They might be more aware of a possibility of a fake at that time, right? You sometimes almost every time you don't your defense doesn't leave the field in those situations because punts from the 50 and in on 4th and makeable are everybody puts their normal defense out there. So when teams don't fake a punt, when they fake punts, it's usually against a team that's not expecting it, which means you almost have to be in a bad situation to run that trick play because otherwise there's an alert.
True.
But anyway, long story short, the question we're asking, is it fair? And I think if we all kind of admit that it's borderline irrational, we can see that, hey, that's I don't mind admit when I'm being irrational. In fact, I kind of lean into it. I feel like it's probably the most,
It's your license.
Yeah. If you're like.
It's like saying it's a hunch. I got a hunch.
Okay, so the Lions game ends. I'm trying to go to sleep. I can't. I'm mad. And here's what happens. I start streaming a national radio show, and I hear the update guy talk about it's the first time for the Washington organization to advance to the NFC title game since 1991. And I'm like, who the F cares how long those fans have waited? And now I'm even more mad. It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm pissed off because somebody thinks it's important to talk about how much Washington fans have waited. And I'm like, everybody's wait pales in comparison to ours. And I'm pissed. And I'm like, who is this update guy? How did he get his job? And I'm like, okay.
Wow.
This is irrational.
You went that far.
I was so irrational.
Doug starts doing fact checking. Wait a minute. It actually is the first time since the early 90s that they played an NFC championship game. That's over 30 years. Maybe that is reasonable.
So anyway, long story short, I'm
Now, in comparison to the Lions, no.
Yeah.
Although the Lions made the NFC championship game last year.
They did. But that's not the point.
Not for you.
It wasn't at the moment. So anyway, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. And let's get to it. I'm not upset at Ben Johnson for leaving at all. I thank him for what he's done, and I wish him well. I'm disappointed, though, in how he left. I don't feel like he was really focused on the game as he should have been, and I think that applies to Aaron Glenn as well. So to me, it's more disappointment than anger. With that said, I hope the Bears never win a game. Go Lions, Ryan of Milford. Well, could and should the NFL look at banning coach interviews until after the Super Bowl?
If you're going to interview coaches that are just all across the board or trying to interview coaches that are in the playoffs?
Because if you allow them to interview unemployed coaches, you're not allowing the guys who are having great success even a kick at the can. So the coach interview period starts the Tuesday after the Super Bowl. Would that be so cumbersome?
I don't think it'd be too cumbersome, but
Because what Ben Johnson and
I
Aaron
clearly
Glenn,
understand why people want to be able to hire somebody as soon as they can, because you don't want to get them to the open market with everybody else. But that's what the question is. Is it fair?
I'm not mad he took another job and expected it, but that game plan was a little off script compared towards the end of the season. That's from an unnamed texter.
How?
I got to tell you, was it, or did they just turn it over 5 damn times? Next one, and which was not part of the game plan. The turnovers were not part of the game plan.
No, getting down by double digits is not part of the game plan. So what happens when you get down? You
Game
start
plan
to throw
has
the
to
ball.
change, yeah. I agree with this guy. I think he's referencing to Derek's call. For one, Sewell's play wasn't in the playoffs. The JMO play was idiotic. 2, have you guys ever left a job? Once you give that 2 weeks notice, your mind is on the next job. There's no way you can convince me that he interviewed during the bye week, that he knew he was getting that job, and that his mind was totally focused on the game. Well, once you say there's no way you can convince you, I'm not even going to try. I mean, I think there was a sense of urgency that was cranked up because Tom Brady was in town, and I think the Bears came to the table with an offer he couldn't refuse on Monday, realizing I think the Bears thought they were behind in the pursuit of Ben Johnson. Because Ben Johnson, all the talk was Ben Johnson of the Raiders, Ben Johnson of the Raiders. And Ben Johnson, the Raiders' partial owner, was in Detroit. Like, I know I would have been paranoid if I were a Bears fan that wanted Ben Johnson.
Absolutely. It was the only job he was interviewing for. But as far as him being distracted, I don't think he's distracted. Once the game starts, I think you're locked in. I think people, you can go in your own personal life and ask yourself if you were locked in on something where, you had other things going on, but you were locked in on what you had to do. And then you realize later on, you know what? It never even crossed my mind to think about this. Should I have been distracted? Because what in the game leads you to believe that he was distracted?
Well, that text, Doug, that you just read,
Yeah.
do you think there's any truth to the fact that when you're leaving your current job, that you kind of do a YOLO, like, all right, well, I'll call this play because I got another job that's going to pay me like 3 times as much as I'm getting now, 4 times as much. Do you think there's any truth to that in general?
I guess, unless you are trying to finish the biggest project you've ever had at your old job. Like if you think about, if one of us took a job at another radio station.
I'd let you guys talk about whatever you want.
But we're on the brink of having the biggest ratings we've ever had, which comes with an incredible bonus. I think I'd still want the bonus.
Well, I think because the play people are referencing, Gator, and I'm not saying I believe this or anything like that. I'm just trying to, devil's advocate here, is why would you let Jamison Williams throw a pass in the biggest game of the year?
Well, I don't know.
I think
letting him. I think there's a play, and when the play is designed, if it works, if they bite on the trick and it's there, then you're asking him to throw it. If it's not there, you're asking him to throw it away or tuck and run. It's a play like any other trick play in his big, deep bag of trick plays that they've run all season long. And to think that you wouldn't run one of those in the playoffs, because that's for regular season stuff, that's ridiculous. This is who they are. And to the bigger point, do you think that maybe Ben Johnson wanted to win a Super Bowl here? Do you really think that he's going to allow himself to just drift? Oh, I don't really care about all that. The best chance he has to win a Super Bowl is right now on Saturday.
It's not with the Bears.
Right. So, I mean, I think that defense of a point to be upset, I think that's ridiculous if you think that shows he was distracted.
I mean,
Who wants to win a Super Bowl, man?
Sean Payton called an onside kick in a Super Bowl. The Philly special is one of the most famous plays in recent Super Bowl memory. And these are trick plays called in the biggest games by coaches that got a ton of credit for them. They weren't considered ridiculous. Todd is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Todd.
How are you, sir?
Good, Todd.
I don't think it's ridiculous to have to wait till after the Super Bowl. Then it's a level playing field for everybody. I mean, come on. They regulate every other thing they do. It's not such a big ask. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know that it would negatively impact the process. It would. Look, this is only an issue to us for this one moment in time because it's the first time we've had a coveted coach that left.
coach is.
And yeah, it turns out on this particular instance, we have multiple coveted coaches that left or are leaving or are likely to leave, whatever the case may be, however you want to word it. My point is, yeah, so is it that big of an issue? It probably isn't, and it would kill any of this speculation that there is an issue with the system that leads to coaches being distracted. Whether they are or they aren't, it at least kills the narrative. Now, is this an epidemic that needs to get addressed? An epidemic that needs to get addressed? I don't know. Or are we just freaking out because we're mad that the Lions lost? That's a look in the mirror. We are freaking out. But, this league, you're right that the league does regulate just about everything. Hey, the Lions, they're fans all year long at UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. And what an epic season. Not only did the Lions clinch back-to-back NFC North championships, but one of their guys there at UMCU, Jahmyr Gibbs, shattered the record for the most touchdowns in a single season. And to celebrate that fact, UMCU has a great offer for you right now. Earn 4% on CDs. That's right. Secure your funds and watch your savings grow with confidence. Lions did have a great year, and here is a great opportunity to capitalize on that with this special offer that they are making available at UMCU. 4% on CDs. So, 4% on CDs at UMCU. You only need $1,000 to get started. Joining U of M Credit Union is easy. I did it. You can too. And there's all kinds of great promotions like this one. This one's available for a limited time, so join the winning team today. It's easy. Visit umcu.org. That's umcu.org. Some restrictions do apply. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. It's funny. The whole you don't run trick plays like that in the playoffs. I was just looking back at some of the biggest trick plays in postseason history. When the Steelers play the Seahawks here in Super Bowl, was that 45, 50, whatever it was?
XL?
Yeah. Whatever Super Bowl that was.
Was it 40?
It was the Lions wide receiver coach Antoine Randall L on 1st and 10 from the Seattle 43 who threw a touchdown pass. I believe it was to Hines Ward on 1st and 10 just inside Seattle territory. Antoine Randall L's guy, Jamison Williams, they asked him on what virtually looks like almost the exact same play to run the same play in a playoff game against the Commanders. And in Randall's case, he had a receiver wide open. Now, Randall played some quarterback in college, so there is a difference. But
not some.
The idea that the only issue I have with that play is, did they rep it enough? And this is, again, a question they'd have to ask themselves. Did they rep it enough in practice that it was an automatic that J-Mo just throws it away? Like if your guy isn't wide open, like Hines Ward was, you throw it away. I mean, if there's anybody that could get it across to him, it was a guy who did it in a Super Bowl. But I'm sure, you'd have to think that would have been the biggest of priorities. Okay, start with this. If the guy isn't wide open, you throw it away. You don't try and fit it into a tight window. Right? And did they do that enough? Was this a play that they put in on Thursday and ran on Saturday? Was this a play that they put in months ago and were saving for the right time against the right defense? Which, by the way, Jared Goff can kill any play call, meaning he's standing over the line of scrimmage. He's looking at their, reading, is it zone? Is it man? Is this the right time to run this play? And gave it the thumbs up. Turned out that it didn't fool anyone, but.
Well, I think they have great trust in Ben Johnson. They did have great trust in Ben Johnson before he took the Bear job. Yep. Certainly in that game, to call the game that he's going to call. And you have to assume that it was impressed upon Jamison Williams plenty. If it's not there, throw it away. If it's not there, take off and run. And then it falls on J-Mo that did he try to do too much?
From Alan Jackson, you're blanking right. You can be mad at Ben Johnson doing trip plays against the Bears, then seeing that video yesterday of saying this is where he wants to be. That's from Alan Jackson. I mean, you think about recent hires. What if Todd McClellan said, well, I mean, it's the only job that was offered to me. What if Sharon Moore had said, I'm going to be here for a couple years, but I'm looking at something else. What if Jonathan Smith said, I only came here for the money? Like, if you think about all the things that a coach that may or may not be true, you don't show anything but 100% commitment to the job that you're taking.
Yeah, anything he says is going to be coach speak right off the bat. And he's trying to build a culture there because the Bears everybody says what a mess it is. Well, he's trying to change that. He's coming from a great organization now. It's funny to say that because 5 years ago, nobody would say that 5 years ago, but we're saying it now. It's a great organization. And he's learned the lessons that everybody else learned here in Detroit. You got to change the culture there, man. So part of that is instilling confidence in everyone that this is where you want it to be. I have no issue at all with what he said.
Fair. Shot in Sterling Heights writes, fair. I'm a fan / fanatic. So, yes, I am upset. Any other team than the Bears. Another one, going to a division rival is a punk move. At least he certainly called a horse bleep game. Hope he fails. At the least, he certainly called a horse bleep game. Hope he fails. Screw Ben Johnson. Hope he crashes and burn. Not because he left, but because he's now the head coach of the Bears. And I want every Bears coach to crash and burn. That's from Carl. And that's a reasonable take. I think that's a reasonable take.
Well, had he not gone in the division, guys, I think people would genuinely root for him unless he was playing the Lions.
Yep.
But now that he's in the division, you have to have the Bears lose every game because they're in the division.
Yep.
So you're rooting against them at all times.
If look,
maybe that's what we're mad about. is that we want to root for the guy and we can't. Is that really what it is?
Could be.
He was our guy. He was great for us, and we want him to do well, but now we can't wish that because you took the job that nobody wants you to take. You take the Raiders gig, we're fine with it. You take the Jacksonville gig, we're fine with it. You go to New Orleans, you go to the Jets, wherever, we're fine with it. But you took the Bears job, man.
That's a hard one to get over. Let's go to Mark. You're next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Mark.
I'm a diehard Lions fan. If they were all the way healthy, I think even regardless of the mistakes that Goff made yesterday, I think the defense gets at least 2 stops. If they were all the way healthy, I don't think even with the turnovers, it would have been harder. But I think they would have beat them probably by a touchdown. But with them being, I look at it like this: Jared Goff had a bad game, true enough. Everybody had a part in it, but the injuries, they couldn't get no stops. The first turnover, it was a momentum change, but they had the ball on the 20-yard line. Or Washington did on their side of the field. They went down and scored. You got the defense still could have got a stop, but the injuries depleted them. And even if we would have won, I think the injuries would have caught up with us to where we wouldn't. I think Philly would have blew us out not because we weren't good enough, because of the injuries.
Yeah, I mean, injuries was a huge part of why they were not successful. The problem with had the Lions been able to finish out the game on Saturday night, and to your point about it, if they finish it out on Saturday night and win, they likely wouldn't beat Philadelphia because now you're playing without. It's another game you're playing without Amik Robertson, and I don't know if Malafama will be healthy enough to play a week from now or not. But they had to go so deep in the well. And I said this yesterday. I forget who it was that put this out on Twitter. Next man up. I wish I could give credit to the person. Next man up is awesome until you run out of men.
Yeah, and the thing about, remember last week we talked about how absolutely devastating for a variety of reasons a loss it would be in this playoff games. This is one of those reasons, is they didn't even get to the mountaintop and we're already getting pillaged.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's exactly.
Win a Super Bowl and, you start taking away coordinators and coaches and, okay, I get it. We're still going to have those guys be part of the parade maybe and, all that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, don't get to celebrate anything.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So I know you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks, and they're everywhere. They're there to help you out. It's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And right now I know a lot of people are hurting because maybe you got a burst pipe in the house or your furnace isn't working. Do the right thing. Call these guys. They're there to help you out. They're there to help everybody out. They are awesome. I've had them over my house a couple of times, and they did everything was necessary, and they did it quickly. They did it efficiently, and they did it on my schedule, and it was great. Look, you can check out their A+ rating if you don't want to believe me. They got the A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They got a ton of 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler or water filtration, whatever the problem is, schedule an appointment at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Okay. We'll get back to phone calls and feedback coming up. Pistons play a reasonable game tonight. There's some premium on this game. Red Wings played a boring one last night and now having problems. I mean, they're playing one goal a game their last 3 games is not an exciting brand of hockey, but it is what it is. And we will discuss them here a little bit. But, Gator, you put something on your show sheet Monday. I asked Kang, did Gator make an announcement of something he broke down and did? Because on his show sheet Monday, he said, and we were so wrapped up in Lions postmortem and venting that we never really got around to it. I ask you at this time, you say you broke down and did something. I don't know if it's something you didn't want to do, were reluctant to do, or holding off on, or when you use the term broke down, I'm intrigued. So what is it you broke down and did?
I was very reluctant to do this because it was kind of, I don't even know if it was on principle. I didn't want to be having to subscribe to yet another streaming service because of one stupid show or whatever. But I broke down, and it's a free trial for 7 days. But then I'm going through that app, and I'm realizing there's so much more than just this one show that I want to see. So I'm probably going to hang on to this for a while. And I'm not, it's not even about pride. It just, I had to do it.
I feel like I'm getting set up.
No, it's not getting set up. And then I ended up watching the show that I wanted to watch. It was 10 episodes long. I'd seen the first 2 episodes of it, and I watched the last 8 of them over the weekend and came away going, all right, I enjoyed it. Looking forward to season 2. Whenever the hell that's going to happen, which I haven't heard anything. I guess they might start filming in a few months, but I broke down and I got Paramount Plus.
Damn it. I think you were setting me up.
What?
I thought you broke down and got Apple TV to watch.
I've got Apple TV. I already have it. I had to because of football or whatever, baseball and other stuff that they have on there when the Tigers go there. I already got the Apple TV. Yeah. All
right, so
I don't like that. So I didn't start watching Severance.
Okay.
No. But what I did was, because a month or so ago, I watched the first 2 episodes of Landman, and then it went to the service. So it was on, normal TV, and then they put it on the app. So I got the app or whatever, and I watched the rest of the other 8 episodes. Look, it's very entertaining.
You crushed 8 episodes?
Yeah.
In how many days?
Like 3.
And you did it over the weekend?
Yeah.
Because something had to fill the void of not wanting to watch the Sunday playoff games.
I mean, I finished those up on Sunday morning. Yeah, before the 1 o'clock kick or whatever the first game. Yeah, and then I didn't really care so much about the 1 o'clock. I'm like, I'll wait. I'll finish this series up. But yeah, it's the same guy who did Taylor Sheridan does Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
So I got it, watched it, liked it a lot. A lot of similarities between the 2 shows with characters. Very similar. It's a nice formula. It's and I look forward to seeing the next season when they come out with it. And hopefully they will come out with the second season.
So it's a thumbs up.
It's a thumbs up. Look, it's not like it's a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. I mean, there's some ridiculousness that goes on there where I roll my eyes like, why is this even part of the storyline? This is just like filler.
Yeah.
Or is this providing just, we need to have some kind of comedic value to this heavy storyline? And I guess. But it's, yeah, I broke down. I got it. And then I'm going through the app and saying, you might also like to watch this. I'm like, yeah, I haven't watched any of the prequels to Yellowstone. Fine, I'll put that in the queue. Fine, there's 1883 and 1923. Got those in the queue. Sure. Lioness. Yeah, that sounds like a great show about CIA ops or whatever. And it's got...
You're getting sucked into
Zoe
Paramount
Saldana and Nicole Kidman and Morgan Freeman. Fine.
Landman was the gateway drug to Paramount Plus.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, but that sounds all like, why are you sounding reluctant? It sounds like you want to watch these shows.
Well, I'll tell you know what? It was. I do want to watch them, but the problem is that because I already paid for Showtime, and there's like some kind of deal that you get. Thank you. There's some kind of deal with, if you want to do Showtime and Paramount Plus. I'm like, wait a minute. Don't I get Paramount Plus with Showtime? I thought I did, but really what you got was a chance at a free preview or something like that. And then, so it was biting the bullet and actually doing it. And then, when you sign up for the free trial, you have to make a decision right there about, hey, when your free trial is up, do you want to do it for the whole year and you save another 20%, or do you want to just do it by monthly? And of course, you sign up for the whole year to save. And I don't like having, you guys know I don't like apps to begin with. And then now with the streaming services, I pay a ridiculous amount for the streaming services and cable, all that combined, and I'm just adding to it. So that's frustrating to me. I need to cut something.
Yeah, you need to consolidate. Something's got to go.
Something's got to go.
All right. Well, so you had Apple TV for Tigers?
I still haven't, yeah. I got it for Tigers. And I
cancel
thought
that.
there's some, I can't remember if there were like Big Ten games or something like that was on Apple TV a couple years ago.
I think it was Tigers that started it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I thought about starting Severance. I did.
Did you?
I just haven't yet.
Well, you got too much Paramount Plus to watch now.
Well, we'll see what gets my next next viewing though, because now that I know what Landman, will I go to 1883, where I saw the first 2 episodes of that when they were free, or do I go straight to Severance and go on the other service?
I'll just say this about Severance, and I'm decided a while ago I'm going to back off because I know what it's like when somebody says, you got to watch this, you got to watch this show. And I'm like, okay, got it. You got to watch it. And after a while, you like get sick of hearing how you have to watch the show. So if you do jump in, that's great. If not, more power to you. It's not going to impact my enjoyment or lack thereof, but I am intrigued by Landman.
Landman has lots of elements of Yellowstone and some elements of Ozark.
Some elements of Ozark.
Yeah,
I did like Ozark.
And not in a bad way of what you didn't like about Ozark. It's in some I think the comparisons with the two shows, it's a pretty good blend.
Dude, I finished Ozark.
Yeah.
That is a rarity. So I
And
like
Ozark.
Ozark.
And you finished Yellowstone.
I did finish Yellowstone.
So
yep.
It's kind of a combo of both.
Yep.
With one stupid storyline. It takes part of 2 episodes.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to pick up Breaking Bad again. I've moved away. I feel like Breaking Bad,
I feel like I saw that coming.
Yeah, you might have. I'm so intrigued because of what was the great. I mean, first of all, so much respect, and we miss our good friend Jamie Samuelson. Was it Jamie that said, "I feel jealous of people who haven't watched Breaking Bad yet because they get to watch it for the first time"?
Yeah.
And I heard that, and I'm like, my God, this show must be incredible. And it's kind of slowed down, and I'm not quite sure what to do here.
That's on you, Doug.
I know it's totally my respect
Great show.
for Jamie that wants me to keep going.
I feel like 95% of the people love it and they can't stop talking about it, and then there's 5% of the people that started to watch it and stopped. And I'm one of those 5%.
Are you?
You did start it though, Gator?
A couple years ago I started. I got through the first episode, halfway through the second episode, and then completely lost interest. And that's on me. I know that's on me because everybody says it's great, and I'm
not
sure
going to tell
is.
you guys you have to watch it because that's annoying.
Yeah,
but
there's other stuff I want. There's other stuff I want to watch.
Sorry, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think it's a top 3 greatest show of all time in my book.
Wow, that is a hell of an endorsement.
I'm not the only one. Gator knows this.
Top 3 of all time.
Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it.
How come you and I have lost interest?
I don't know. Like I gave Walking Dead like 8 or 9 seasons of my life, whatever it was, before I finally said this is ridiculous, and I'm not watching the spinoffs. But I won't give Walking Dead another crack at just a simple episode.
All right, well, Landman, I might check that out. We'll see. Season 2 of Severance has started and comes out. Next one comes out Friday. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. Hey, by the way, thanks to everybody listening on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, 971theticket.com. Plus, streaming with video. Go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket and participate in the streaming chat. Sometimes we read what you wrote in the streaming chat on the air. A lot of times we read it off the air. Sometimes we respond. That's all available on YouTube and Twitch. All right, get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Also coming up, let's talk about this Piston game tonight as they have a chance to move out of the play-in tournament with a win in Atlanta. Atlanta's in 6th, Detroit's in 7th. Atlanta's a half game up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Look, if a member of my family or I am in an accident and need a lawyer for said case, I would recommend my guy Steve and all his crew there at Michigan Auto Law because they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. Because they specialize, they have on record the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever. Here's the thing. They take fewer cases so they can focus on them and come to quick and great resolutions for their clients. They care more so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to take it back to your open line calls. Hannah, you're on 97.1 to ticket. Hello, Hannah.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's my first time on the radio.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to weigh in on the Ben Johnson conversation, whether or not we're mad or can be mad. I had texted this because I hadn't heard anyone else say it, but then you guys mentioned it, so I wanted to weigh in on the phone. I think some people are mad because we want to be able to root for Ben Johnson. Like, I think you guys hit the nail on the head when you said that. like he has given to our cause here. We want to be able to root for those people after they leave. I mean, we look at Matthew Stafford when he left. The whole city was rooting for him. They were calling us the Detroit Rams. But now it's like, how can we root for Ben Johnson when he's in the division? Now we just don't want to see him succeed. And so I know this is how the natural progression of an NFL career goes, but it just feels bitter when he's going within division because we want to be able to root for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think some people were rooting against Matthew Stafford, but that kind of, I don't want to get away from your point. I think it's probably apt to say that the biggest factor here is that he's now the head coach of the Chicago Bears. He's not the head coach of the Vegas Raiders. He's not in the AFC. He's not even in a different division. We're going to see him twice a year. And it's okay to want the coach of the Bears to fail and even fail maybe in embarrassing fashion.
Yeah.
It's just a general rule.
Yep.
So.
Yep. I think people wanted Stafford to fail after that first season. I think it was good to see him win the Super Bowl the first season he was gone. And now, like when he came in for the playoffs and when he came in this year for the first game of the season, we no longer want to see him succeed. But for a while, we wanted to see that success for him. And so I hate that I don't want that for Ben Johnson because he did stay with us for an extra year than we thought we'd get him for. And so it just doesn't feel good to not want to root for him.
Thank you for the phone call, Hannah. 248-539-9797. Elijah's next. Whoa, Elijah, you're going to have... Okay, hold on.
Roll up a window.
Yep, you're going to have to roll up a window or take us off Bluetooth or whatever because there was way too much background noise. So let's try again. Elijah, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great,
Yes.
much better.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah,
yep,
go
we
ahead.
got you.
Hey, I just want to weigh in on Ben Johnson, too. I think for me personally, like, I knew that he was going to leave, and, like everybody, I feel like I was preparing myself emotionally for him to leave. So it's not so much him leaving that is upsetting as much as it is the circumstances. Like, going out in that fashion in the playoffs after you get the bye and losing at home, like, I know that, for a lot of coordinators, it's their life goal to be a head coach in the NFL one day, and I don't blame him for taking the job, but it's just like, man, if I went out that way, like, I would want to run it back. It just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. It'd be like if Jim Harbaugh didn't win the national and then, left the immediate following year and then, Michigan regressed past that point, because that's what I'm afraid is going to happen to the Lions. I know Ben Johnson's not the only reason why the Lions are good, but like it would leave such a bad taste in your mouth if you come that close and then you leave to go to the Bears of all places under those circumstances. It's worse than just him leaving. It's those circumstances. I feel like that just make it so it just piles on top.
Well, look, I mean, I guess the one thing I will say is you have to keep in mind that if we go a very conservative estimate of what is being reported that he probably made in Detroit as offensive coordinator and this record-breaking, entry level, like this is a hell of a contract. He is reported to have gotten over $13 million, which would make him one of the highest paid coaches in the league.
Yeah.
It's really, really, you don't want, I'm sure he didn't want to go out like this, but I'm not sure how much of a choice he had.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him. Obviously there's the money and, it's not that common that you see a coordinator of his skill retire a coordinator. So it was always inevitable that he was going to take a head coaching job. It's just, I'm sure the money and the goal of being a head coach is a much stronger appeal than I could ever imagine. But I would feel just a sense of like I'm going to take a head coaching job after failing. Like I wouldn't be riding off into the sunset to go get a head coaching job. I'd be almost like, I don't know, settling for a head coaching job. I know it feels worse for us than it probably does for him because he's making all that money and he's probably fulfilling a dream of his to be a coach and everything like that. But, that's, I think, part of the reason why it's hard to root for him is because, one, he's in division, like the last caller said, and we can't root for him, and that sucks. But also just oh, you're going to go off to a new team and do what you couldn't do for us kind of feeling, which.
Yeah, and that's the two big things, right? It's leaving for the division, and it's leaving with unfinished business here. But the opportunity comes calling. You don't know when the opportunities are going to come. You don't know what he really coveted inside. If he really liked this Bears job because he likes Caleb Williams and wants to work with him. We don't know. I mean, you look at all the other jobs that were out there. This was the best one for an offensive-minded coach. And who knows when the next opportunity is going to open up. What opportunities open up next year that are going to be better? Maybe nothing. So you strike when the opportunities are there. And it's a golden opportunity for him. It sucks that it's in Chicago because I think deep down inside, we all want to root for him to do well, but now we can't because it's Chicago.
Everybody has their own priority system, and we'll balance things like sentiment, and that's what he brought up a lot. Elijah brought up sentiment a lot. Sentiment is going to mean more. Writing the perfect script is going to mean more to some people than others, and that's okay. That's okay. He really was putting a lot onto sentiment. Like, I want to go out perfect. I want to write my story. I want it to be a storybook ending in Detroit. To the point where you're going to turn down a $13 million offer?
Fans are always about the perfect ending. They don't want their athletes to retire out on top, but the athletes, they just want to go out on their own terms. You know what I mean? Like, we work with one every day. Jansen would lace him up if he could right now, I feel like, for a play or two. I mean, they want to go out when they want to go out. And it would have been great if Ben Johnson would have won a Super Bowl here, but that's not how it worked out. And you cannot continually turn down jobs every year, especially when it's 4Xing what you're getting paid right now. And he found a situation he liked. The money was clearly there, and the time was now.
All right, we said we get to it. I want to follow through on this. Pistons and Atlanta tonight. Pistons 22-21. They're half game out of that 6th spot, which Atlanta currently holds. So they can move past them with a win tonight. And they are playing some great basketball. Pistons are 8-3 in January. Cade Cunningham is having a massive, massive month. And right now, you'd have to think he's a strong candidate to be named Eastern Conference Player of the Month for January. He's averaging nearly 26 points a game, over 8 assists a game, over 6 rebounds a game. And I looked this up today because it's just, as you watch them play, you kind of wonder about trends. With Cade Cunningham on the floor, they are 109 points better this month than when Cade Cunningham is on the bench. Now, he's going to play a lot more minutes, but they're not holding even. They are being outscored when he's off the floor, and they're like plus 86 with him on the floor. And so it's roughly, with him on the floor, they're roughly 10 points better per game when he is on the floor. And, I think one of the things that could help make them make this jump from being now pretty darn good to being great is when they can rest Cade and then there's somebody else that can help carry the scoring weight and overall. The other thing that's might have impacted this team pretty positively is they're 12-9 since Ausar Thompson's return. But I think he has a lot of positive influence on the defensive end and some of the metrics out there that we can get into the deep end of the pool. I'm probably not going to do that, but there's a lot going right now for the Detroit Pistons. Coming off that Monday win over Houston, the 2 seed in the West, this shapes up to be, there is some premium on this game tonight, and I'm kind of hoping they respond. Yeah,
there's a lot to like with when they want to put a defensive group out there. When you think about guys that are so willing to play defense, Ausar Thompson, Ron Holland is like that, Jalen Duren, and Isaiah Stewart as well. I mean, those guys want to get after it defensively, and it's good to have because I feel like defense in the NBA or in basketball just in general, it's a want to type of thing. Mm-hmm. There's so much emphasis is placed on the scoring aspect of it, being able to shoot a 3-pointer, and then you've got the selfishness of the whole playing above the rim and not wanting to get posterized. People don't want to do that. I mean, play defense. I love it. And we here in Detroit really respect the defensive aspect of the game because of what the bad boys did in the 80s and 90s, and a hell of a lot more recently with the going to work Pistons that were so good defensively that the league basically changed rules. I mean, that's what's happened. And to get guys that want to do it, you have to have it, but you also got to have the guys to score. Johnny Kane from FanDuel Sports had a tweet that said, if the Pistons win tonight, it would be the first. It would guarantee a winning month, which would be the first winning month the Pistons have had since 2019. I think they still have 4 games left in the month, so they can just need to win one more game to secure that, and it could happen tonight. But it's been since 2019. They just had a winning month.
It is 2025.
Man.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Now, this game, and I feel like this time for the Pistons comes along at a good time. Obviously, if you're a hardcore Pistons fan, you've been all 43 games they've played this year. You've been dialed in, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. But the casual fan, they're worth a watch. They're worth a watch. And it'd be good to see them get into that 6th spot because a 3-6 series against a team like the Knicks, you got a shot. I do not like the play-in tournament just because it's an unnecessary risk. You can get bounced out before you even get into a 7-game series. But I don't really want to play Boston or Cleveland in the first round of the playoffs. So a chance here to move into that spot with a lot of basketball to be played. But keep climbing that ladder. Keep climbing that ladder. 248-539-9797. Grades. There's some interesting midseason grades that came out. What did the Pistons get? We'll tell you today at 12:02. And the team did something I'm very curious about. Very curious about. We'll get to that at 12:08. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm going to miss if indeed Aaron Glenn takes that job. I'm going to miss one little quirk about Aaron Glenn. If somebody asked him about, how do you slow down Jaden Daniels? When he would respond to the question, he wouldn't refer to Jaden. He wouldn't refer to Daniels. He wouldn't refer to the quarterback. He would say, here's the thing about defending the player. And then he'd answer the question. Or if somebody said, hey, what has a Fatu Melifonwu brought to your defense? Here's the thing about the player. And he would use this all-encompassing term to describe. He would just say the player.
Just the player.
What did you lose when you lost Aiden Hutchinson? Well, in the player, we lost a relentless force off the edge. What is Alex Anzalone? It's more than just on the field. The player brings a leadership. He always referred to guys just as the player. The media member who would ask the question would establish who the player was for the purposes of this conversation. And then he would fill it in and just talk about the player. It means nothing. It was just a little quirk about Aaron Glenn that I loved. The player.
Fair enough.
Yep. For what it's worth. All right, so I mentioned midseason grades. Yahoo came out with midseason grades for every NBA team. What do you think the Pistons got?
It's interesting because I don't know if they're going to grade it just on where they're at right now or how much they've grown since last year. So I think
can I give you a clue?
Yeah.
Your second criteria sounds like how they did it.
Okay. Then I'm going to guess it's in the B range, like B plus.
Kang, did you see this?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
But I can guess.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and guess, Kang. What do you think it is?
God, I agree with Gator as far as I think they're going to grade it as far as where they think, where they've come from and they've done well. So I'm going to go a little higher than Gator. I'm going to go with A.
They got an A, Gator. Good job, Kang.
Right.
Yeah, well done.
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about, I think based upon how far they've come and the expectation, and I like this, you don't get an A for being one game over 500 all the time.
I wouldn't think any time.
Gator wishes.
Look. Listen. I earned my degree. I have it framed, and I need to look at it almost on a daily basis to remember that I did graduate. I was graduating.
Sorry.
Just because I didn't like going to class.
Yeah, no one does.
Doing the work.
Applying myself. Things worked out just fine.
Yeah.
But I
wasn't big on things like attendance.
Right.
Or attentiveness.
Doing well on a test. Look, I'm very happy with where the Pistons are at right now because I do see massive improvement, and I think it's just an injection of energy from the new general manager to the new head coach to new players they've brought back, new and old, I guess, through free agency, and also seeing a healthy Cade Cunningham and what a difference that can make. And oh, by the way, he's in his fourth year, right? All these things are working well for this team. There's reason to be optimistic. That being said, to give them an A is ridiculous.
You think so?
Well, based on the fact that they're one game above 500. I mean, it's like, okay, if I want to give them an A for effort, sure. But an A for overall, I mean, they're not even, they're in seventh place in the division or ninth or whatever it is, but everything's so jumbled together that if they win tonight, they can get closer to sixth.
It was part of their midseason power rankings and report cards. They said, what do you get when you cross the internet's most accurate NBA power ranking with the world's best midseason report card? Wow, do we think a lot of ourselves, Yahoo? A team's ranking is representative of its current standing within the league, and its grade is an account of how well that team has performed against expectation.
Okay,
so the Pistons ranked 21st in the NBA according to their power rankings, and they give them an A based upon the expectation.
So if the expectation, if you go back to Vegas and what was it, like 28 wins or 24, and then they adjusted it to 28 or something, they're outperforming the expectation of the win total of the preseason from Vegas. So if you're going to do the grade by that, then sure, okay, that makes sense. But if you're going to do it by the first part of the power rankings of the league as it stands right now, and they have them at 21, then that doesn't jibe with the A.
This feels a bit like grading on the curve, though. Like it's a little bit of, hey, actually, it's not really grading on the curve. It's grading against what people thought they would be and how they're trending towards their preseason win total is what it is. That's why they're getting an A.
Yeah.
And if that's the criteria they're using,
then
I think
you're
going
to spell it out, then sure. But
All right. The other thing that happened with the Pistons is the Pistons social media team tweeted out something that I found incredibly amusing on a couple of fronts. They played Monday in Houston, and I got to see when these tweets got sent out because I was a little surprised. They showed the Pistons at a truck stop, at a Buc-ee's truck stop, apparently somewhere in Alabama. So I want to start with this. The Pistons bust from Houston to Atlanta? That kind of surprised me. Should I be surprised?
I don't know. I don't know what all the rage is about Buc-ee's. Is it Bucees? Is that how you spell Buc-ee's?
It is. Yeah, I think so. Bucees. Here's the first
got
tweet.
The great logo.
But the fact that they're on a road trip on a bus, it's a 12-hour trip.
Well, that's odd.
But the two guys that really seemed to lean into it were Tim Hardaway and Tobias Harris. At least they got the most airtime. And they showed Tobias getting on a bus. And, it said had to make a quick stop on our way to Atlanta. That was the first one. For some reason, I thought this was in Alabama. I don't know why I thought it was in Alabama. Maybe Tim Hardaway mentions it, but it's Tobias and Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway's got like 2 shirts. He's got stickers. He's got maybe some sort of panini sandwich or something. Buc-ee's is gas station, 1 part gas station, 1 part truck stop, 1 part Walmart. And for some reason, because they threw all these things together, people rave about Buc-ee's, and the Pistons went out. I don't know if they went out of their way, but they stopped at a Buc-ee's, and the players went inside, and they loaded up on apparently Buc-ee's gear and everything you could get there.
Well, again, the logo is fantastic with a beaver.
Is it like a buck tooth?
Well, it's a beaver.
Is it a beaver?
Beavers have buck teeth. Yes. Right. Yeah. And it's like staring up in the air with some weird red hat with holes cut out for the ears. I don't like when we went, my son's high school baseball team, they do a road trip, spring break. They have a big fundraiser and they go to Florida so they can play some baseball during spring break. And down in Florida, there was an obsession with Wawa, which feels like the same thing. These massive gas station / truck stops. I'm going to guess that most of the appeal for these things would be lost on a guy like me, who probably doesn't. I have to admit, I don't eat many meals out of gas stations. Well, is it about the meals or is it just everything else that you can get there? It's like, I got some, you're going to fuel up the RV, you pull over there, it's going to take a while, and let's go in and get something to eat, get something. I mean, I need a new shirt or whatever it is that you're getting. I need to get some beer, and I don't know. It seems like it's all one-stop shopping there in addition to grabbing some grub.
It seems like an experience, and I actually definitely want to try this at some point. It's Gator. I don't know if you saw the video. So they have food there, of course, but it's not just like stuff on the roller. Like they have a section tacos, right? And then
you have me a taco.
Exactly, right? They have another section where it's like, I don't know, sandwiches or
pizza,
ribs,
everything
pizza.
else
yeah,
growing boy needs.
Exactly, and so you can go get a panini if you want, Doug, and also a lawn chair. I don't know,
right?
Also a lawn chair.
I mean, it's true, but like
and a pinwheel.
But are we fascinated with going to Meijer and Walmart? Because you can get gas at those places.
Right, and you can get food at those places.
I don't know why this is such a phenomenon. Is it maybe the quality is a lot better? I've never been, so I can't say.
Now, maybe they were on the bus because of the weather, which is a possibility.
Yeah, aren't they getting some freezing cold temps down south?
So it's possible that airports were closed. Although my son flew out of Dallas last night. I got Dallas is in Houston, but.
So I just clicked on, there was a question as I Googled it. It says, what is Buc-ee's most famous food? And the first thing that comes up is beaver nuggets. I mean, come on.
How can you resist the beaver nuggets, Gator?
Beaver nuggets are actually bite-sized corn puffs sweetened with brown sugar caramel that pack in sweet and savory goodness all in one. They've long been synonymous with Buc-ee's and are among the most popular of the plethora of prepackaged snacks.
Are the beaver nuggets life-changing? Do they make you want to get a meal out of a gas station?
I see people wearing like merch all the time and proud of it. You know, you don't see people wearing Meijer merch out and about.
No, you don't.
Unless you work there.
But seriously, if the appeal of Buc-ee's and Wawa and places like that is that you can get everything at a Meijer. And when people come in, like you just had relatives in from California, right?
Yeah.
Were they like, hey, we got to swing by Meijer?
They actually were. They actually were. They said, hey, you mind if we stop at Meijer? I'm like, why? You're like,
well, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm completely off on this
You
one.
get
Maybe
everything. It's like
I need to recognize the charm of
Remember
Meijer.
when Gardenhire was here? And he was like the manager for the Tigers. And he was like, you guys got this Meijer here. And they have every liquor and alcohol possible if you go down this one section. I'm like, yeah, that's normal for us. I don't know. Different things for different places, for different people.
Right. Is Costco a thing throughout the nation? Or
Yeah, Costco's
okay,
a thing.
and Walmart is. But, as I'm scrolling through the stuff with Buc-ee's that I didn't know, I mean, it's like you said, King, they have like a section for different types of food. Like this picture shows Texas Roundup. You get brisket, sausage, pulled pork, turkey.
What?
And it's like what they're rolling burritos with any of those things in it. They've got, a sweets section with different sorts of pastries. And it's got tacos and wraps and then Dippin' Dots, all types of, it's ridiculous how much stuff they have. I'm interested.
There you are.
I'm interested.
Yes.
Am I going to drive 12 hours? No. But, if it does show up here, will I be intrigued by it? I will be intrigued by it, which seems so dumb. But they've got their own brand of snacks, which makes it, I guess, interesting. How does it compare?
Well, we got some Buc-ee's enthusiasts on hold and other stuff. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for a new or used car, you've got to check out Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. They've got one of the largest inventories in the area, and you're going to find exactly what you're looking for. It doesn't matter if you're looking for something sleek and new, like a new model, or a reliable pre-owned vehicle. And here's the best part. Guaranteed credit approval. No matter what your credit situation, they've got your back. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, great location right there at 696 and Telegraph. Can't miss them. They got the giant American flags to let you know they're right there, making it easy for you to swing in and drive off with your dream car.